Section 1 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sandra Cullum. The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. Chapter 1. The dining room of Malloy's flat had not been built to receive 25 guests, but the delegates of 25 affiliated organizations had been crowded into it. The unshaded electric light glared down upon men of many types and nationalities. It did not flatter them. The air was heavy with the smoke of bad tobacco and the fumes of a very indifferent gas fire. There was a table in the middle of the room, and some dozen of the men were seated at it. The rest stood in groups or leaned against the walls. Of the 4 who formed the inner council, 3 were present. Most of the delegates had expected that the head of the council, the head of the federated organizations, that mysterious number 1 whom they all knew by reputation and yet had never seen in the flesh, would be present in person to take the chair. But the delegates who had entertained this expectation were doomed to disappointment. Once again, number 1's authority had been delegated to the other 3 members of the council. Of these, number 3 was Malloy, the big, handsome Irishman who rented the flat. He sat facing the door, a fine figure of a man in the late 40s. Number 2 leaned forward over the fire, warming his hands, his pale, intellectual face expressionless, his eyes veiled. Belkovich, who was number 4, was on his feet speaking. They were large, bony feet in boots which had most noticeably not been made for him. He spoke fluently, but with a heavy foreign accent. "Propaganda," he said, and laughed. Really, he had a very unpleasant laugh. "Propaganda is what you call rot, rubbish, damn nonsense. What else have we been about for years? No, generations. And where are we today?" Number 2 drew his chair closer to the fire with an impatient jerk. Number 4's oratory bored him stiff. The room was cold. This gas fire was like all gas fires. He pulled his fur coat together and spoke sharply. "Malloy, this room's most infernally cold, and where in the world does the draught come from?" "Propaganda is dead," said number 4. He looked over his shoulder with dislike at number 2 and mopped his brow with a dirty handkerchief. Malloy, just opposite him, turned a little and laughed. "You bring the cold with you, number 2, he said. "Here's number 4, as hot as his own speeches. You've got all the fire and the doors shut and a screen in front of you, so what more do you want?" "Propaganda is dead," repeated number 4. He stood with his back to the door. Only the top panel of it showed above the black screen which had been drawn across it. The screen had 4 leaves. On each leaf a golden stalk on one leg contemplated a golden water lily. The light shone on the golden birds and the golden flowers. Number 4 thrust his handkerchief back into his pocket and rapped sharply on the table. It was covered with a red cloth which had seen better days. Number 14 had upset the ink only a few moments before, and a greenish-purple patch was still spreading amidst the crimson. Belkovich leaned forward, both his hands on the table, his raucous voice brought to a dead level. "Instead of propaganda, what?" he said. "Instead of building here, teaching there, what? That is what I'm here tonight to tell you. Tomorrow you all go to your own places, each to his post. But before you go, I am authorized to prepare you for what is to come. It will not be today, but it may be tomorrow, or it may not be for many tomorrows yet. One final stage is lacking, but in essentials the process is complete. Propaganda is dead, because we no longer need propaganda. Comrades, his voice sank a little, there are enough of us. Every city in the world has its quota. What the process will effect. He paused, looked round, caught number 2's slightly sardonic expression, and struck the table with his open hand. What the process will effect is this, he cried. In one word, annihilation of the whole human race. Only our organization will be left. Now, what I am instructed to tell you is this. He spoke evenly, swiftly, statement following statement. Never had the attention of an audience been so fully his, and then suddenly the thread was broken. With a loud, grating sound, number 15, sitting next to Malloy, pushed his chair back and sprang to his feet. "The door!" he shouted. "The door!" Every man in the room looked where 15 was looking, above the water lilies and the stalks. Where the top panel of the door had shown, there was a dark, empty space. The door was open. Number 4 whipped out a revolver and dragged the screen away. The door was open, and in the doorway stood a girl in her nightdress. Her hands were stretched out, as if she were feeling her way. Her eyes, of a greenish hazel in colour, were widely opened and had a dazed expression. Her brown hair hung in 2 neat plaits. Her feet were bare. Malloy pushed forward quickly. "Well, there, if that wasn't the start of our lives," he said, "and no reason for it when all's said and done. It's my daughter Renata, comrades, and she's walking in her sleep. Now I'll just take her back to her room and be with you again." "A minute, I think, Malloy," said number 2. He got up slowly out of his chair and came across to where the girl stood motionless, blinking at the light. "I said there was a most infernal draught. Will you come in, Miss Malloy?" he added politely, and took the girl by the hand. She yielded to his touch and came into the room, shivering a little. Someone shut the door. Malloy, shrugging his shoulders, pulled the crimson cloth from the table and wrapped it about his daughter. The ink-soaked patch came upon her bare shoulder, and she cried out, cast a wild look at the strange and terrifying faces about her, and burst into a flood of tears. Malloy, standing behind her, looked around as she had looked, and his face darkened. Number 4 had his back against the door, and his revolver in his hand. There was only one face in the whole circle that was not stamped with suspicion and fear, and behind the fear and the suspicion there was something icy, something ruthless. Number 2, with a slightly bored expression, was feeling in his waistcoat pocket. He produced a small glass bottle, extracted from it a tiny pellet, and proceeded to dissolve it in the glass of water which had stood neglected at number 4's right hand. "Now, Miss Malloy," he said, but Malloy caught him by the wrist. "What the devil?" he stammered, and number 2 laughed. "My dear Malloy," he said, "how crude. You might know me better than that." He held the glass to Renata's lips, and she took it and drank. When she had set down the glass, she felt her way to a chair and leaned back with closed eyes. The room seemed to whirl about her. A confusion of sound was in her ears, loud, angry, with sentences that came and went. If she heard, then another. How long was she there? Someone must have seen the door open. "Who did then?" Then, in the harshest voice of all, "I don't care if she's Malloy's daughter 50 times over. If she heard what 4 said about the process, she must go." "Go where?" There was something cold and wet touching her shoulder. The cold seemed to spread all over her. Now her father was speaking. She had never heard his voice quite like that before, and now the man in the fur coat, the one who had given her the glass of water. Yes, certainly, elimination if it is necessary. We're all agreed about that, but let us make sure. His voice had quite a gentle sound, but Renata's heart began to beat with great thuds. Miss Malloy, he was speaking to her now, and she opened her eyes and looked at him. His face was of a clear, even pallor. His eyes, light blue and without noticeable lashes, looked straight into hers. The veil was gone from them. They held a terrifying intelligence. Renata sat up. The crowd of men had cleared away. She and her father and the man in the fur coat were in an angle formed by the table and the black screen, which had been drawn close around them. Her father sat between her and the fire. His head was turned away, and he drummed incessantly on the table with the fingers of his right hand. Beyond the screen Renata could hear movements, and it came to her that the other men were there, waiting. The man in the fur coat spoke to her again. His voice was pleasant and cultivated, his manner reassuring. "You are better now. Please don't be frightened. I am a doctor. Your father will tell you that. Being wakened suddenly like that gave you a shock, but you are better now." "Yes," said Renata. She wished that her heart would stop beating so hard, and she wished that the man in the fur coat would stop looking at her. "Now, Miss Renata, I am your doctor, you know, and I want you to answer just a few questions. You have walked in your sleep before." "Yes," said Renata. "Oh, yes." "Often?" "Yes." "What was the first time?" I think I was 5 years old. They found me in the garden." Malloy let out a great breath of relief. If she had forgotten, if her account had differed from his, well, their luck was in. There was a whispering from behind the screen. Number 2 frowned. "And the last time?" "It was at school. I walked into another dormitory and frightened the girls." The man in the fur coat nodded. "So your father said," and for a moment Malloy stared over his shoulder at him. "And tonight? Do you dream on these occasions?" Renata was reassured. Every moment it was more like an ordinary visit to a doctor. She had been asked all these questions so often. Her voice no longer trembled as she answered, "Yes, I dream. I walk in my sleep because of the dream. Now tonight—" "Yes, tonight? I dreamt I was back at school, and I thought I heard talking in the next dormitory. You know we are not allowed to talk, and I was a prefect. So I got up and went to see what was the matter, and someone pulled the screen away, and there was such a light and such a noise." She put out a shaking hand, and number 2 patted it kindly. "Very startling for you," he said. "So you opened the door and came in and heard us all talking. Can you tell me what was being said?" His hand was on Renata's wrist, and he felt the pulses leap. She spoke a shade too quickly. "I don't know." "Perhaps I can help you. Your father, you know, travels for a firm of chemists, a firm in which I and my friends are also interested. We were discussing a new aniline dye which, we hope, will capture the markets of the world. Now, did you hear that word, aniline, or anything like it? You see, I want to find out just what woke you, what tiresome questions we doctors ask, don't we?" He smiled, and Renata tried to collect her thoughts. They were in great confusion. Aniline, annihilate. The 2 words kept coming and going. If her head had been clearer, she would almost certainly have fallen into the trap which had been laid for her. Malloy stopped drumming on the table and clenched his hand. With all his strength he was praying to the saints in whom he no longer believed. Behind the screen, 23 men waited in a dead silence. Renata was not frightened any more, but she was tired. Oh, so dreadfully tired. Annihilate, aniline, the words and their similarity of sound teased her. She turned from them with a little burst of petulance. "I didn't hear anything like that. Oh, do let me go to bed. I only heard someone call out." "Yes," said number 2. "He said the door, and then there were all those lights." End of section 1. Section 2 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Jane Smith sat on a bench in Kensington Gardens. Her entire worldly fortune lay in her lap. It consisted of 2 shillings and 11 pence. She had already counted the pennies 4 times, because there really should have been 3 shillings. She was now engaged in making a list in parallel columns of A, those persons for whom she might seek financial assistance, and B, the excellent reasons which prevented her from approaching them. Jane had a passion for making lists. Years and years and years ago, Mr. Carruthers had said to her, "My dear, you must learn to be businesslike. I have never been businesslike myself, but it has always been a great trouble to me." And then and there he and Jane had, in collaboration, embarked upon the first list. It was a thrilling list, a list of toys for Jane's very first Christmas tree. Since then, she had made lists of her new books, lists of her clothes, shopping lists, and an annual list of good resolutions. Jane stopped writing and began to think about all those other lists. She had always showed them to Mr. Carruthers, and he had always gazed at them with the same vain benignness, and said how businesslike she was getting. Dear cousin James Jane was rich instead of poor when she thought about him. She looked across at the trees in their new mist of green, and then suddenly the thin April sunshine dazzled in her eyes, and the green swam into a blur. Cousin James was gone, and Jane was alone in Kensington Gardens with 2 and 11 pence and a list. She opened and shut her eyes very quickly once or twice, and fixed her attention upon A and B in their parallel columns. At the top of the list Jane had written Cousin Louisa, and the reason against asking Cousin Louisa's assistance was set down as because she was a perfect beast to my darling Jimmy, and a worst beast to me, and anyhow she wouldn't. In moments of irreverence, the late Mr. Carruthers, the Mr. Carruthers, author of 5 monumental volumes of On Ethnographical Differentiation, had been addressed by his young ward and cousin as Darling Jimmy. Professor Philpott came next, a darling, but he is sitting somewhere in Central Africa in a cage, learning to talk gorilla. I do hope they haven't eaten him, or whatever they do to people when they catch them. It will be observed that Miss Smith's association with the world of science had not succeeded in chastening her grammar. Jane's pencil travelled down the list. Mr. Bruce Murray, in Tibet, studying llamas. Henry. Jane shook her head and solemnly put 2 thick black lines through Henry's name. One cannot ask for financial assistance from a young man whose hand one has refused in marriage. Even if it was 3 years ago, and he's probably been in love with at least 15 girls since then. Henry's mamma, well, the only time she ever loved me in her life was when I refused Henry, so I should think she was an absolute washout, and that's the lot. Jane folded up the list and put it into her handbag. 2 silver shillings and 11 copper pennies. and then the workhouse. It was at this moment that a stout lady with a ginger-coloured pug sat heavily down upon the far end of Jane's bench. The ginger-coloured pug was on a scarlet leather lead, and after seating herself, the stout lady bent forward, creaking, and lifted him to a place beside her. Jane wondered vaguely why a red face and a tightly curled fringe should go with a passion for bugled bonnets and pugs. "Was ums hungry?" said the stout lady. The pug breathed stertorously, after the manner of pugs, and his mistress at once produced 2 paper bags from a beaded reticule. From one of them she took a macaroon, and from the other a sponge finger. The pug chose the macaroon. "Precious!" cooed the stout lady, and all at once Jane felt entirely capable of theft, and murder theft from the stout lady, and murder upon the person of the ginger pug. For at the sight of food she realized how very, very hungry she was. Bread and margarine for breakfast 6 hours before, and the April air was keen, and Jane was young. The pug spat out the last mouthful of macaroon, ignored the sponge finger, and snorted loudly. "Oh, naughty, naughty," said the stout lady. She half turned toward Jane. "You really wouldn't believe how clever he is," she observed conversationally. "It's a cream bun he's asking for, as plain, and yesterday, when I bought them for him, he teased and teased until I went back for macaroons, though of course a nice plain sponge finger is really better for him than either. I don't need the vet to tell me that. Come along, a naughty, tiresome precious, then." She lifted the pug down from the seat, put the paper bags tidily back into her reticule, rose ponderously to her feet, and walked away, trailing the scarlet lead and cooing to the ginger pug. Jane watched her go. "Why don't I laugh?" she said. "Why doesn't she amuse me? One needn't lose one's sense of humour, even if one is down and out." It was at this unpropitious moment that the tall young man who had sat down, unseen upon Jane's other side, laid his hand upon hers and observed, in stirring accents, "Darling." Jane whisked round in an icy temper. Her greenish-hazel eyes looked through the young man in the direction of the North Pole. He ought to have stiffened to an icicle then and there, instead of which he murmured, "Darling," again, and then added, "But what's the matter?" Jane stopped looking at him or through him. He had simply ceased to exist. She picked up her 2 shillings and her 11 pence, put them into her purse, and consigned her purse to her handbag. She then closed the handbag with a snap and rose to her feet. "Renata!" exclaimed a young man in tones of consternation. Jane paused and allowed herself to observe him for the first time. She saw a young man with an intellectual forehead and studious brown eyes. He appeared to be hurt and surprised. She decided that this was not a would-be Lothario. "I think you have made a mistake," she said, and was about to pass on. "But Renata, darling," stammered the young man, even more desperately. Jane assumed what Cousin Louisa had once described as that absurdly grand manner. It was quite kind, but it induced the young man to believe that Jane was conversing with him from about the distance of the planet Saturn. "I think," she said, "that you must be taking me for my cousin, Renata Malloy." "But I'm engaged to her, no, I mean to you. Oh, hang it all, Renata, what's the sense of a silly joke like this?" Jane looked at him keenly. "What is my cousin's middle name?" she inquired. "Jane. I hate it." "Thank you," said Jane. "My name is Jane Renata Smith, and I am Renata Jane Malloy's first cousin. Our mothers were twin sisters, and I have always understood that we were very much alike." "Alike?" gasped the young man. Words seemed to fail him. Jane bowed slightly and began to walk away, but before she had gone a dozen paces, he was beside her again. "If you're really Renata's cousin, I want to talk to you. I must talk to you. Will you let me?" Jane walked as far as the next seat and sat down with resignation. "I don't even know your name." "It's Todd Hunter, Arnold Todd Hunter." He seemed a trifle breathless. "My sister Daphne was at school with Renata, and she came to stay with us once in the holidays. I said we were engaged, didn't I? Only nobody knows it. You won't tell Mr. Malloy, will you?" "I've never spoken to Mr. Malloy in my life," said Jane. "There was a most awful row when my aunt married him, and none of us have ever met each other since. My aunt died years and years ago. I think Mr. Malloy is an anarchist of some sort, isn't he?" Yes, said Mr. Todd Hunter with violence. He banged the back of the iron seat with his hand. Jane reflected that he must be very in love if he failed to notice how hard it was. Yes, he is," repeated Mr. Todd Hunter, "and worse. And Renata is in the most dreadful position. I must talk to somebody, or I shall go mad." "Well, you can talk to me," said Jane soothingly. "I have always wanted to meet Renata, and I should love to hear all about her." Mr. Todd Hunter hesitated. "Miss Smith, you did say Smith, didn't you? It's so difficult to begin. You'll probably think I'm mad or trying it on, but it's like this. I've just qualified as an engineer, and I've got a job in South America. Naturally, I wanted to see Mr. Malloy. Renata wouldn't let me. She hardly knows her father, and she's most awfully scared of him. We used to meet in the park. Then one day she didn't come. She went on not coming, and I nearly went mad. At last I went to Malloy's flat and asked to see her. They said she had left town, but it was a lie. Just before the door shut, I heard her voice." Mr. Todd Hunter paused. "Look here, you won't give any of this away, will you? You know it's awfully confusing for me. Your being so like Renata, it makes my head go round." "Go on," said Jane. "Well, the bit I don't want you to tell anyone is this. I mean to say, it's confidential." "Absolutely confidential. When I was at the engineering school, I knew a chap who had got mixed up with Malloy's lot. He didn't get deep in, you'll understand. They scared him, and he backed out. Well, I remember a yarn he had told me. He was in Malloy's flat one night, and it was raided, and I remembered that he said a lot of them got away down the fire escape into a yard, and then out through some mews at the back. Well, I went and nosed about until I found that fire escape, and I got up it, and I found Renata's room and talked to her through the window. It's not so dangerous as it sounds, because they lock her in the flat at night and go out, and she's in a frightful position. Oh, Miss Smith, you simply have no idea of what a frightful position she's in." "I might have, if you would tell me what it is," said Jane dryly. She found Mr. Todd Hunter diffuse. "Well, she's a prisoner to start with. They keep her locked in her room." "Who's they?" interrupted Jane. Mr. Todd Hunter rumpled his hair. "She doesn't even know their names," he said distractedly. His voice dropped to a whisper. "It's the most appalling criminal organization, Miss Smith. Malloy's one of them, but they won't even let Malloy see her alone now. You see, they think she overheard something. They don't know whether she did or not. If they were sure that she did, they would kill her." "Well, did she?" said Jane. "I don't know," said Mr. Todd Hunter gloomily. "She cried such a lot, and we were both rather confused, and she's most awfully frightened, you know." He glared at Jane as if she had something to do with Renata being frightened. If I'm to take up this job of mine, I have to sail in 3 days' time. I want her to marry me and come too, but she says that if she runs away, they'll make sure she heard something, and if it's the farthest ends of the earth, they'll find her and kill her. It seems Malloy told her that. And if she stays here and they bully her again, she doesn't know what she may give away. It's a frightful position, isn't it? Why don't you go to the police? Said Jane. I thought of that, but they'd laugh at me. I haven't heard anything and I don't know anything. Malloy would only say that Renata was underage and that he had locked her in to prevent her running away with me. Then they'd kill her. I see, said Jane. Then what do you want me to do? She asked. All the time that Mr. Todhunter had been glooming and groaning, running his fingers through his hair and depicting Renata's appalling position, the great idea had been slowly forming itself in his mind. Every time that he looked at Jane, her likeness to Renata made him feel quite giddy. The great idea intoxicated him. He began to decant it. Miss Smith, if you would, you see, if we could only get a clear start. What I mean to say is, South America's a long way off. Quite a distance, Jane agreed. And if they thought that you were Renata, they wouldn't look for her. And once we were clear away... My dear Mr. Todhunter, said Jane. I could take you up the fire escape, said Mr. Todhunter in low, thrilling accents. It would be quite easy. They would never know that Renata was not there. You do see what I mean, don't you? Oh, yes, said Jane in rather an odd voice. You've made it beautifully clear. Renata is in a position of deadly peril, I think that's what you called it, and the simple way out is for Renata to elope with you to South America, and for me to be in the position of deadly peril instead. It's a beautiful plan. Then you'll do it? Exclaimed the oblivious Mr. Todhunter. Jane looked away. Immediately in front of her was a strip of gravelled path. Beyond that, there was green grass and a bed of pale blue hyacinths and budding daffodils. 2 and 11 pence, and then the workhouse, the ascent of a fire escape in the April darkness, and at the top of the fire escape a position of deadly peril. Of course, said Jane, speaking to herself in her own mind. I might try to be a housemaid, but one has to have a character, and I don't believe Cousin Louisa would give me one. She turned back to the chafing Mr. Todhunter. Let's talk, she said briefly. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Jane took down the telephone directory, opened it, and began to run her finger along the column of M's. As she did so, she wondered why the light in public call offices is so arranged as to strike the top of the occupant's head, and never by any chance to illumine the directory. Marbot, Marbottle, March, the Reverend Aloysius March, George William Adolphus March, Mrs. de Luttrell. Jane made a mark opposite the number. When Rosa Mortimer married Henry Luttrell March, she thought and often said, how much nicer the Luttrell would look if it were written de Luttrell. If her husband had died 6 months earlier than he actually did, the name in this improved form would most certainly have been inflicted upon an infant Henry. As it was, the child was baptized and registered as Henry Luttrell, and 10 years later took up the struggle over the name where his father had left it. Eventually, a compromise was effected, Mrs. March flaunting her de Luttrell and Henry tending to suppress his Luttrell under an initial. His mother never ceased to bemoan his stubbornness. Anyone would think that Henry was not proud of his family, and he may say what he likes, but there were de Luttrells for hundreds of years before anyone ever heard of a Luttrell, and Luttrell marches is bound to come to him, or practically bound to, because, whatever Henry may say, I'm quite sure that Tony will never turn up again. The very sound of the aggrieved voice was in Jane's ears as she unhung the receiver and gave the number. She supposed that Henry still lived with his mother, and that Mrs. March would still keep an indignant bridge table waiting while she discoursed upon Henry, his faults, his foibles, his ailments, and his prospects of inheriting Luttrell Marches. At that moment Henry, appropriately enough, was gazing at a photograph of Jane. It must not be imagined that this was a habit of his. 3 years ago was 3 years ago, and Jane had receded into the distance with a great many other pleasant things. But tonight he had been looking through some old snapshots, and all of a sudden there was that 3-year-old Cornish holiday and Jane. Henry sat frowning at the photograph. Jane. Why was one fond of Jane? He wondered where she was. It was only last week that someone had mentioned old Carruthers, and had seemed surprised that Henry did not know how long he had been dead. The telephone bell rang, and Henry jumped up with relief. "Hello," said a voice, and "Hello," said Henry. "Is that Captain March?" "Speaking," said Henry. "It's Jane Smith," said the voice, and Henry very nearly dropped the receiver. There was a pause, and then Jane said, "I want to come and see you on business. Can you spare the time?" My mother's out," said Henry, and he heard her say, "Thank goodness," with much sincerity. The next moment she was apologizing. "Oh, I say, Henry, that sounded awfully rude, but I really do want to see you about something very important. No, you can't come and see me. I'm one of the great unemployed, and I'm not living anywhere at present. No, I won't meet you at a restaurant either. Just tell me your nearest tube station, and I'll come along. All right, then, I won't be more than 10 minutes. Henry turned away, feeling a little dazed. Being a methodical young man, he proceeded to put away the photographs with which the table was littered. A little snapshot of Jane he kept to the last, and ended by not putting it away at all. After he had looked at it for some time, he put it on the mantelpiece behind the clock. The hands pointed to 9 o'clock precisely. Then he looked at himself in the glass that was over the mantel, and straightened his tie. Henry's mother naturally considered him the most beautiful of created beings. Without going quite as far as this, Henry certainly approved of his own looks. Having approved of himself, he proceeded to move the clock back half an inch, and to alter the position of the twisted candlesticks on either side of it. Then he poked the fire. Then he began to walk up and down the room. And then the bell rang. Henry went out into the hall and opened the door of the flat, and there on the threshold stood Jane, in a shabby blue serge coat and skirt, with an old black felt hat. Not pretty, not smart, just Jane. She walked in and gave him her hand. "Hello, Henry," she said. Then she laughed. "Or do I call you Captain March?" "You call me Henry," said Henry, and he shut the door. "I expect you'd like to come into the drawing-room." This came hurriedly after a moment's pause. He moved across the hall, switched on the light, and stood aside for her to pass. Jane looked in and saw more pink cushions and pink lampshades than she would have believed it possible to get into one small room. There were also a great many pink roses, and the air was heavy with scent. "I'm sure that's not where you see people on business," said Jane, and Henry led the way into the dining room. "This is my room," he said, and Jane sat down on a straight high-backed chair and leaned her elbows on the table. "Now, Henry," she said, "I've come here to tell you a story, and I want you to sit down and listen to it, and please forget that you are you and that I am I. Just listen." Henry sat down obediently. It was so good to see Jane again that, if she liked to sit there and talk till midnight, he had no objection. "Now attend," said Jane, and she began her story. Once upon a time there were twin sisters, and they were called Renata and Jane Carruthers. They had a cousin, James. You remember him, my darling Jimmy. Jimmy wanted to marry Renata, but she refused him and married John Smith, my father. And when I was 5 years old, she and my father both died, and Jimmy adopted me. Now we come to the other twin. Her name was Jane, and she ran away to America with a sort of anarchist Irishman named Malloy. She died young, and she left one daughter, whom she called Renata Jane. I, by the by, am Jane Renata. The twin sisters were so much alike that no one ever knew them apart. Jimmy had photographs of them, and even he could never tell me which was my mother and which was my Aunt Jane. Now, Henry, listen to this. My cousin Renata is in London, and it seems that she and I are just as much alike as our mothers were. In fact, it's because Renata's young man took me for Renata this afternoon that I am here asking your advice at the present moment. Henry smiled a somewhat puzzled smile. "Have you asked my advice?" he said, but Jane did not smile. Instead, she leaned forward a little. "Are you still at Scotland Yard, Henry?" He nodded. "Criminal Investigation Department?" He nodded again. "Then listen. Renata is in what her young man calls a position of deadly peril. In more ordinary language, she's in a nasty hole. Do you know anything about Cornelius Malloy? That's the anarchist uncle, Renata's father, you know." "There aren't any anarchists nowadays," said Henry meditatively. "I was brought up on anarchists, and I don't see that it matters what you call them," said Jane. A for anarchist, B for Bolshevik, and so on. The point is, do you know anything about Malloy?" "I've heard of him," Henry admitted. "Nothing good. We don't hear much that's good about people. Officially, you know. Well, Arnold Todd Hunter says that Renata is supposed to have overheard something that her father's associates think so important that they're keeping her under lock and key and seriously contemplating putting her out of the way altogether." "Did she overhear anything?" said Henry, just as Jane had done. "No one knows except Renata, and she won't tell. Malloy goes back to the States tomorrow. They won't let him take Renata with him, and Arnold Todd Hunter wants to marry her and carry her off to Bolivia, where he's got an engineering job." "That appears to be a good scheme," said Henry. "Yes, but you see they'll never let her go so long as they are not sure how much she knows. Arnold says she was walking in her sleep and blundered in on about 25 of them, all talking the most deadly secrets. And they don't know when she woke or what she heard." And Jane's eyes began to dance a little. "Arnold has a perfectly splendid idea. He takes Renata to Bolivia, and I take Renata's place. Nobody knows she has gone, so nobody looks for her." "What nonsense," said Henry. Then, "What's this Todd Hunter like?" "A mug," said Jane briefly. She paused, and then went on in a different voice. "Henry, who is at Luttrell Marches now? Did your cousin Tony ever turn up?" Henry stared at her. "Why do you ask that?" "Because," said Jane with perfect simplicity, "Renata is to be sent down to Luttrell Marches tomorrow, and there somebody, Henry, will decide whether she is to be eliminated or not." Henry sat perfectly silent. He stared at Jane, and she stared at him. It seemed as if the silence in the room were growing heavier and heavier, like water that gathers behind some unseen dam. All of a sudden, Henry sprang to his feet. "Is this a hoax?" he asked in tones of such anger that Jane hardly recognized them. Jane got up too. The hand that she rested upon the table was not quite steady. "Henry, how dare you?" And her voice shook a little too. Henry swung round. No, I beg your pardon, Jane, for the Lord's sake, don't look at me like that. It's pretty staggering to have you come here and say..." He paused. "What was it you wanted to know?" "I asked you who is living at Luttrell Marches." Henry was silent. He walked to the end of the room and back. Jane's eyes followed him. Where had this sudden wave of emotion come from? It seemed to be eddying about them, filling the confined space. Jane made herself look away from Henry, forced herself to notice the room, the furniture, the pictures, anything that was commonplace and ordinary. This was decidedly Henry's room and not his mother's, from the worn leather chairs and plain oak table to the neutral-coloured walls with their half-dozen maisonnière engravings. Not a flower, not a trifle of any sort, and one wall all books from ceiling to floor. Exactly opposite to Jane there was a fine print of the generals in the snow. The lowering thunderous sky, heavy with snow and black with the omens of Napoleon's fall, dominated the picture. The room. Jane looked at it and looked away with a shiver, and as she did so, Henry was speaking. "Jane, I don't want to answer that question for a minute or two. I want to think. I want a little time to turn things over in my mind. Look here, come round to the fire and sit down comfortably. Let's talk about something else for a bit. I want all your news, for one thing. Tell me what you've been doing with yourself." Jane came slowly to the fireside. After all, it was pleasant just to put everything on one side and be comfortable. Henry's chair was very comfortable, and the days seemed to have lasted for weeks and weeks and weeks. She put out her hands to the fire, and then, because she noticed that they were still trembling a little, she folded them in her lap. Henry leaned against the mantelpiece and looked down at her. "Where have you been?" he asked. "Well, that summer at Upwater, you know we were lodging with the woman who had the post office. Jimmy and I stayed on after all the other visitors were gone. I expect it was rather irregular, but I used to help her. You see, her son didn't get back until 18 months after the armistice, and she wasn't really up to the work. In the end, you may say I ran that post office. I did it very well, too. It was something to do, especially after Jimmy died." "Yes, I heard. I wondered where you were." "I stayed on until the son came home, and then I couldn't. He was awful, and she thought him quite perfect, poor old soul. I came to London and got a job in an office, and a month ago I lost it. The firm was cutting down expenses like everybody else. And then, well, I looked for another job and couldn't find one, and this morning my landlady locked the door in my face and kept my box, and that, Henry, is why I'm thinking seriously of changing places with my cousin Renata, who, at least, has a roof over her head and enough to eat." "Jane," said Henry furiously, "you don't mean to say so. That's why you're looking such a white rag." Jane was horrified to find that her eyes had filled with tears. She laughed, but the laugh was not a very convincing one. "I did have a cup of coffee and a 2-penny bun," she began, and then Henry was fetching sandwiches from the sideboard and pressing a cup of hot chocolate into her not unwilling hands. "They leave this awful stuff over a spirit lamp for my mother, and she always has sandwiches when she comes in. It's better than nothing," he added in tones of wrath. "It's not awful," protested Jane, but Henry was not mollified. "I don't understand," he said. "Why are you so hard up? Didn't Mr. Carruthers provide for you?" Jane's colour rose. He hadn't much, and what he had was an annuity. You know what Jimmy was and how he forgot things. I am really quite sure that he had forgotten about its being an annuity, and that he thought that I should be quite comfortable. Henry swallowed his opinion of Mr. Carruthers. "Was he your only relation?" "Well," said Jane, who was beginning to feel better, "you can't really count Cousin Louisa, who was only Jimmy's half-sister, and that makes her a sort of third half-cousin of my mother's. Besides, she always simply loathed me." "And you've no other relations at all?" "Only the anarchist uncle," said Jane brightly. She gave him her cup and plate. "Your mother has simply lovely sandwiches, Henry. Thank you ever so much for them. But what will she do when she comes home and finds I have eaten them all?" "I don't know, I'm sure." Henry's tone was very short. "Look here, Jane, you must won't you let—" He stuck, and Jane looked at him very kindly. "Nothing doing, Henry," she said, "but it's frightfully nice of you, all the same." There was a silence. When Jane thought it had lasted long enough, she said, "So you see, it all comes back again to Renata. Have you done your thinking, Henry?" "Yes," said Henry. He drew a chair to the table and sat down, half turned to the fire, half turned to Jane. Sometimes he looked at her, but oftener his gaze dwelt intently on the rise and fall of the flames. "What makes you think that your cousin is to be taken to Luttrell Marches? Did these people tell her so?" "No," said Jane, "of course not. As far as I can make out from Arnold Todhunter, Renata is locked in her room. But there's another key, and she can get in and out. She can move about inside the flat, but she can't get out of it. Well, one night she crept out and listened, though you would have thought she had had enough of listening, and she heard them say that as soon as her father was out of the way, they would send her to Luttrell Marches and let number one decide whether she was to be eliminated. Since then, she's been nearly off her head with terror, poor kid. Now, Henry, it's your turn. What about Luttrell Marches?" Henry's face seemed to have grown rigid. "It's impossible," he said in a low voice. The clock above them struck 10, and he waited till the last stroke had died away. "I don't know quite what to say to you, but whatever I say is confidential. You've heard my mother talk of the Luttrells, and you may or may not know that my uncle died a year ago. You have also probably heard that his son, my cousin Anthony, disappeared into the blue in 1915. Then Luttrell Marches belongs to you." For the life of her, Jane could not keep a little consternation out of her voice. "No, if Tony had been missing for 7 years, I could apply for leave to presume his death. But there's another year to run. My mother, everyone, supposes that I am only waiting until the time is up. As a matter of fact, Jane, I'm telling you what I haven't told my mother. Anthony Luttrell is alive." "Where?" "I can't tell you, and you must please forget what I have told you unless—" "Unless?" "Unless you have to remember it," said Henry in an odd voice. "For the rest, Luttrell Marches was let during my uncle's lifetime to Sir William Carr Magnus. You know who I mean." "The Sir William Carr Magnus?" said Jane, and Henry nodded. Jane felt absolutely dazed. Sir William Carr Magnus, the great chemist, great philanthropist, and government expert. "He is engaged," said Henry, "on a series of most important investigations and experiments which he is conducting on behalf of the government. The extreme seclusion of Luttrell Marches and the lonely country all round are, of course, exactly what is required under the circumstances. Quite suddenly Jane began to laugh. "It's all mad," she said, "but I've quite made up my mind. Renata shall elope, and I will go to Luttrell Marches. It will be better than the workhouse anyhow. You know, Henry, seriously, I have a lot of qualifications for being a sleuth. Jimmy taught me simply heaps of languages. I've got eyes like gimlets, and I can do lip read." "What?" "Yes, I can. Jimmy had a perfectly deaf housekeeper, and it worried him to hear us shouting at each other. So I had her taught and learned myself for fun." Henry crossed to the bookcase and came back with a photograph album in his hand. Taking a loose card from between the pages, he put it down in front of Jane, saying, "There, you may as well make your host's acquaintance." Jane looked long at the face, which was sufficiently well known to the public. The massive head, the great brow with eyes set very deep beneath shaggy tufts of hair, the rather hard mouth, all these were already familiar to her, and yet she looked long. After a few moments' hesitation, Henry put a second photograph upon the top of the first, and this time Jane caught her breath. It was the picture of a woman in evening dress. The neck and shoulders were like those of a statue, beautiful and, as it were, rigid. But it was the beauty of the face that took Jane's breath away, that and a certain look in the eyes. The word hungry came into her mind and stayed there. A woman with proud lips and hungry eyes, and the most beautiful face in the world. "Who is it?" she asked. "Raymond Carr Magnus. She is Lady Heritage and a widow now, Sir William's only child. He gave her a boy's name and a boy's education, brought her up to take his place, and found himself with a lovely woman on his hands. This was done from Amory's portrait of her in 1915, the year of her marriage. She was at one time engaged to my cousin Anthony. If you do go to Luttrell Marches, you will see her, for she makes her home with Sir William." Henry's voice was perfectly expressionless. The short sentences followed one another with a little pause after each. Jane looked sideways and said, very quick and low, "Were you very fond of her, Henry?" And when she said it, her heart beat and her hands gripped one another. Henry took the photograph from her lap. "I said she was engaged to Tony." "Yes, Henry, but were you fond of her?" "Confound you, Jane, yes, I was." "Well, I don't wonder." Jane rose to her feet. "I must be going," she said. "I have an assignation with Arnold Todhunter, who is going to take me up a fire escape and substitute me for Renata." Henry took out a pocket-book. "Will you give me Malloy's address, please?" And when she had given it, "You know, my good girl, there's nothing on earth to prevent my having that flat raided and your cousin's deposition taken." "No, of course not," said Jane. "Only then nobody will go down to Luttrell Marches and find out what's going on there." She looked straight at Henry as she spoke. "I'm going, whatever you say and whatever you do, and I only came to you because—" "Because?" "Well, it seemed so sort of lonesome going off into situations of deadly peril with no one taking the very slightest interest." Jane's voice shook absurdly on the last word, and in an instant Henry had his arm round her and was saying, Jane, you shan't go, you shan't." Jane stepped back. Her eyes blazed. "And why?" she said. She tried to say it icily, but she could not steady her voice. Henry's arm felt solid and comfortable. "Because I'm damned if I'll let you," said Henry very loud, and upon that the door opened, and there entered Mrs. de Luttrell, larger, pinker and more horrified than Jane had ever seen her. She, for her part, beheld Henry, his arms about a shabby girl, and her horror reached its climax when she recognized the girl as that dreadfully designing Jane Smith. "Henry!" she gasped. "Oh, Henry!" Jane released herself with a jerk, and Mrs. de Luttrell March sat down in the nearest chair and burst into a flood of tears. Her purple satin opera cloak fell away, disclosing a peach-coloured garment that clung to her plump contours and seemed calculated rather for purposes of revelation than concealment. Large tears rolled down her powdered cheeks, and she sought in vain for a handkerchief. "Henry, I didn't think it of you, at least not here, not under my very roof. And if you were going to break my heart like your father, it would have been kinder to do it 10 years ago, because then I should have known what to expect, and anyhow I should probably have been dead by now." She sniffed and made a desperate gesture. "Oh, Henry, I can't find it. Haven't you got one, or don't you care whether my heart's broken? And I haven't even got a handkerchief to cry with." Henry produced a handkerchief and gave it to her without attempting to speak. Years of experience had taught him that to stay his mother's first flood of words was an impossibility. Jane felt rather sick. Mrs. March was so very large and pink, and the whole affair so very undignified, that her one overmastering desire was to get away. She heard Henry's, "This is Miss Smith, mother. She came to see me on business," and then Mrs. March's wail, "Your father always called it business too, and I didn't think. No, I didn't think you'd bring a girl in here when my back was turned." Jane stood up very straight, but Henry had taken her hand again. "I beg your pardon," he said in a very low voice. She had a rotten time when she was young." Then in a tone that cut through Mrs. March's sobs as an east wind cuts the rain, he said, "My dear mother, you are making some extraordinary mistake. The last time that I saw Miss Smith was 3 years ago. I then asked her to marry me, and she refused. I would go on asking her every day from now to kingdom come, if I thought that it was the slightest good. As it isn't, I am only anxious to be of use to her in any possible way. She came here tonight to ask my advice on an official matter." Mrs. March fixed her very large blue eyes upon her son. They were swimming with tears, but behind the tears there was something which suddenly went to Jane's heart, something bewildered and hurt and rather ungrown up. "You always were a good boy, Henry," said Mrs. March, and Henry's instant rigid embarrassment had the effect of cheering Jane. She came forward and took the limp white hand that still clutched a borrowed handkerchief. "I'm sure he'll always be a good son to you, and I wouldn't take him away from you for the world. He's just a very kind friend. Good night, Mrs. March." She went out without looking back, but Henry followed her into the hall. "You're not really going to plunge into this foolish affair," he said, as they stood for a moment by the door. It was Jane who opened it. "Yes, I am, Henry. You can't stop me, and you know it." Jane's eyes looked straight into his, and Henry did know. "Very well, then. Read the agony column in the Times. If I want you to have a message, it will be there, signed with the day of the week on which it appears. You understand? If the message is in the Times of Wednesday, it will be signed Wednesday, and if there are directions in the message, you will obey them implicitly." "How thrilling," said Jane. "Is it?" Henry looked very tired. "I don't know if I've done right, but I can't tell you any more just now. By the way, Malloy's flat will be watched, and I shall know whether you go to Luttrell March's or not. Goodbye, Jane. Goodbye, Henry." Henry watched the lift disappear. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. "This," said Arnold Todhunter, "is the fire escape." His tone was that of one who says, "This is our Rembrandt." Proud proprietorship pervaded his entire atmosphere. "Shh," said Jane. They stood together in a small backyard. It seemed to be quite full of things like barrows, paving stones, old tin cans and broken crockery. Jane had already tripped over a meat tin and collided with 2 chicken coops and a dog kennel. She reflected that this was just the sort of backyard Arnold would find. Everything was very dark. The blackest shadow of all marked the wall that they were to climb. Here and there a lighted window showed, and Jane could see that these windows had rounded parapets jutting out on a level with the sill. Arnold, meanwhile, was tugging at something which seemed to be a short plank. "What on earth?" she whispered. "We shall need it. I'd better go first." And forthwith he began to climb, clutching the plank with one hand and the iron ladder with the other. Jane let him get a good start and followed. The ladder was quite easy to climb. It was only when one thought of how immensely far away the skyline had looked that it seemed as if it would be very uncomfortable to look down instead of up and to see that horrid little yard equally far below. Jane did not look down once, and everything was black and blurred and shadowy. It was odd to be clinging to the side of a house with the dark all round one and the steady roar of the London traffic dulled almost to nothingness. The night was very still and a little cold. Somewhere below amongst the tin cans a cat said, "Wow," not loud, but on a softly inquiring note. The inquiry was instantly answered by a long piercing wail, which travelled rapidly over 4 octaves and then dwelt with soulful intensity upon an agonizing top note. With a muttered exclamation, Arnold Todhunter dropped his plank. It grazed Jane's shoulder and fell among the cats and crockery with a most appalling clatter. Jane shut her eyes, gripped the ladder desperately, and wondered whether she would fall first and be arrested afterwards, or the other way about. Nothing happened. Apparently the neighbourhood was inured to the bombardment of cats. After a moment, Jane became aware of Arnold's boots in close proximity to her head. A wave of fury swept away her giddiness, and she began to descend with a rapidity which surprised herself. Once more they stood in the yard. Once more Arnold groped for his plank. "I'm going up first," said Jane in a low tone of rage. "I won't be guillotined on a public fire escape. Which floor is it?" "The top," said Arnold sulkily, and without more ado Jane went up the ladder. It was exactly like a rather horrid dream. The ladder was very cold and very gritty, and you climbed and went on climbing without arriving anywhere. Pictures of the Eiffel Tower and New York skyscrapers flitted through Jane's mind. She also remembered interesting paragraphs about how many million pennies placed on end would reach to the moon. And at long last, the escape ended at a window-sill with a parapet enclosed space beneath it. Jane sat down on the window-sill and shut her eyes tight. She had a horrid feeling that the building was rocking a little. After a moment, Arnold crawled over the edge of the coping, dragging his plank. He was panting. "This," he said with his mouth close to Jane's ear, "this window only leads to the landing where the lift shaft ends. We've got to get across to the next one, which is inside Malloy's flat. That's what the plank is for." "You're blowing down my neck," said Jane. Arnold Todhunter felt that he had never met a girl whom he disliked so much. Extraordinary that she should look so like Renata and be so different. He knelt just inside the parapet and pushed the board slowly out into the dark until it rested on the parapet of the next window. "Will you go first, or shall I?" he whispered. "I will." Jane felt sure that if she had to watch Arnold balancing on that plank miles above the ground, she would never be able to cross it herself. The reflection that it was Renata and not she who would have to make the descent fortified her considerably. Even so, she never quite knew how she crossed to the other window. It was an affair of clenched teeth and a mind that shut out resolutely everything except the next groping clutch of the hand, the next carefully taken step. She sank against the window sill and heard Arnold follow her. Just at the end he slipped. He seemed to change his feet, and then with a heavy thud pitched down on the top of Jane. She thought he said damn, and she was quite sure that she said idiot. There was an awful moment while they listened for the fall of the plank, but it held to the coping by a bare half-inch. "Thank goodness I'm not Renata," said Jane with heartfelt sincerity, and "Thank goodness you're not," returned Mr. Todd Hunter with equal fervour, and at that moment the window opened. There was a little sobbing gasp, and a girl was clinging to Arnold Todhunter and whispering, "Darling, darling, I thought you'd never come." Arnold crawled through the open window, and from the pitch-black hall there came the sounds of demonstrative affection. "Good gracious me, there's no accounting for tastes," said Jane under her breath, and she too climbed down into the darkness. Arnold appeared to be trying to explain Jane to Renata, whilst Renata alternated between sobs and kisses. Jane lost her temper suddenly and completely. "For goodness sake, you two, come where there's light and where we can talk sense. Every minute you waste is just asking for trouble. What's the room with the light?" It is difficult to be impressive in a low whisper, but Renata did stop kissing Arnold. "My bedroom," she said. "I'm supposed to be locked in." Jane groped in the dark and got Renata by the arm. "Come along in there and talk to me. We've got to talk. Arnold can wait outside the window. I don't want him in the least. You're going to spend the rest of your life with him in Bolivia, so you needn't worry. I simply won't have him whilst we are talking." Arnold loathed Jane a little more, but Renata allowed herself to be detached from him with a sob. Inside the lighted bedroom, the two girls looked at one another in an amazed silence. In height and contour, feature and colouring, the likeness was without a flaw. Facing them was a small wardrobe of painted wood. A narrow panel of looking-glass formed the door. The two figures were reflected in it, and Jane, tossing her hat onto the bed, studied them there with a long, careful scrutiny. The same brown hair growing in the same odd peak upon the forehead, the same arch to the brow, the same greenish hazel eyes. Renata's face was tear-stained, her eyelids red and swollen. "But that's exactly how I look when I cry," said Jane. She set her hand by Renata's hand, her foot by Renata's foot, the same to a shade. The other girl watched her with bewildering eyes. "Speak, say something," said Jane. "What shall I say?" "Anything, the multiplication table, the days of the week. I want to hear your voice." "Oh, Jane, what an odd girl you are," said Renata. "And don't you think Arnold had better come in? It must be awfully cold out there." "Presently," said Jane. "It's very hard to tell, but I believe that our voices are as much alike as the rest of us." She opened her bag and took out the list and a pencil. "Now write something, I don't care what." Renata wrote her own name, and then, after a pause, "It is a fine day." "Quite like," said Jane, "but nearly all girls do write the same hand now. I can manage that. Now tell me, where were you at school?" "Miss Basing's, Ilfracombe." "When did you leave?" 2 months ago." "Have you been in America?" Not since I was 5. Anywhere else out of England? No. What languages do you know? French. I'm not good at it. Well, that's that. Now, Arnold tells me you heard them say you were to go to Luttrell Marches. Renata looked terrified. Yes, I did. You're not supposed to know. They haven't told you officially. No, they haven't told me anything. Your father goes away tomorrow. Have they told you that? I can't remember, said Renata, bursting into tears. Oh, Jane, you don't know what it's like to be locked in here, to have them come and ask questions until I don't know what I'm saying, and to know all the time that if I make one slip, I'm lost. Yes, but it's going to be all right, said Jane. I can't sleep, sobbed Renata, and I can't eat. She held up her wrist and looked at it with interest. I've got ever so much thinner. Jane could have slapped her. She reflected with thankfulness that Bolivia was a good long way off. Now look here, she said, you talk about they. Who are they? There's a man in a fur coat, faltered Renata. That is to say, he generally has on a fur coat. He always seems to be cold. He's the worst. I don't know his name, but they call him number 2. He's English. Then there's number 4. He's a foreigner of some sort, and he's dreadful. I think, her voice dropped to a whisper. My father is number 3. Then almost inaudibly, number 1 is at Luttrell Marches. It's number 1 who will decide about me. Oh, Jane, I'm so dreadfully frightened. Renata's eyes, wide and terrified, stared past Jane into vacancy. You needn't be in the least frightened. You're going to Bolivia, said Jane briskly. I must tell someone, said Renata, still in that whispering voice, still staring. I didn't tell them. I wouldn't tell them. But I must tell someone, Jane. I must tell you what I heard. Quick as lightning, Jane put her hand over the other girl's mouth. Wait, she said, and in the pause that followed, 2 things stood out in her mind, clear and sharp. If Renata told her secret, Jane's danger would be doubled. If Renata did not tell it, the crime these men were planning might ripen undisturbed. Jane had a high courage, but she hesitated. Her hand dropped slowly to her side. She saw Renata's mouth open protestingly, and there came on her a wild impulse to stave things off, to have time, just a little time, before she let that secret in. We've got to change clothes, she said. Quick, give me that skirt and take mine. Yes, put on the coat, and I'll give you my shoes, too. My hat's on the bed. You'd better put it on. Renata obeyed. A resentful feeling of being hustled, ordered about, treated like a child was upon her, but Jane moved and spoke so quickly and seemed so sure of herself that there seemed no opening for protest. She thought Jane's blue serge shabby and old-fashioned, not nearly as nice as her own, and Jane's shoes were terribly worn and needed mending. Now listen, said Jane. If Arnold likes to go to my rooms and pay up 2 weeks' rent, he can get my box and all my other clothes for you. There's not very much, but it'll be better than nothing. I'll write a line for him to take and put the address on it. And will you please remember now and from henceforth that you are Jane Renata Smith and not Renata Jane Malloy. Jane was scribbling a couple of lines as she spoke, and as she turned and gave the paper into Renata's hand, she knew that she must decide now. The moment of grace was up, and whether she bade Renata speak or be silent, there could be no drawing back. "What were you going to tell me?" she said. Renata stood silent for a long minute. She was twisting and turning the slip of paper which Jane had given her. She looked down at her twisting fingers. Her breath began to come more quickly. Then with great suddenness she pushed the note into her pocket and caught at Jane with both hands. "Yes, I must tell you, I must. It will be coming nearer all the time, and I must tell someone, or I shall go mad." "Tell me then," said Jane. You were walking in your sleep, and you opened the door and heard. What did you hear?" Jane's eyes were bright and steady, her face set. She had taken her decision, and her courage rose to meet an unknown shock. "I was walking in my sleep," repeated Renata in a low, faltering voice, "and I opened the door, and I heard." "What did you hear?" "There was a screen in front of me, and just beyond the screen, a man talking. I heard, oh, Jane, I heard every single word he said. I can't forget one of them. If I could, if I only could." "What did you hear?" said Jane firmly. Renata's grip became desperate. She leant forward until her lips touched Jane's ear. In a voice that was only a breath, she gave word for word, sentence by sentence, the speech in which Number 4 had proclaimed the death sentence of the civilized world. It was just a bald transcript, like the whisper of a phonograph record, as if the words and sentences had been stamped on an inanimate plate by some recording machinery, to be released again with utter regularity and correctness. Every vestige of colour left Jane's face as she listened. Only her eyes remained bright and steady. Something seemed to knock at her heart. Renata's last mechanical repetition died away, and with a sob of relief she flung her arms round Jane. "Oh, Jane, I do hope they won't kill you. Oh, I do hope they won't." "So do I," said Jane. She detached herself from Renata, and as she did so, both girls heard the same thing. From beyond the two closed doors, the groan and grind of the lift machinery in motion. "They've come back," said Renata, in a whisper of terror. Jane's hand was on the electric light switch before the words had left Renata's lips. As darkness sprang upon the room, she had the door open. Her grip was on Renata's wrist, her arm about Renata's waist, and they were in the hall. It seemed pitch black at first, with a gloom that pressed upon their eyes and confused the sense of direction. The lift rose with a steady rumble. Then, as Jane stared before her, the oblong of the window sprang into view. She took a step forward and felt Renata's head against her shoulder. "I'm going to faint," came in a gasp. "Then you'll never see Arnold again. Do you want to be caught like this?" "Jane, I can't." Jane dragged her on. "Renata, you rabbit! If they don't kill you, I will. Faint in Bolivia as much as you like, but I forbid you to do it here." "Oh, Jane!" Jane's arm felt the weight of a limp, sagging figure, but they had reached the window. From the sill, Arnold bent, listening anxiously. "Quick!" gasped Jane. And as his arm relieved the strain, she pinched Renata with all her might. There was a sob, a gasp. Arnold lifted, Jane pushed, and somehow the thing was done. Arnold and Renata were outside, crouched down between the parapet and the window, whilst Jane leaned panting against the jamb. As the lift stopped with a jerk, her rigid fingers drew the window down and fastened it. Now horribly loud, the clang of the iron gate, steps outside, voices, the grate of a key in the lock. Jane knew now what Renata had felt. Easy, so easy to yield to this paralysis of terror and to stand rooted there until they came. With all her might, she pushed the temptation from her and roused to action. Thank heaven she had had no time to put on Renata's shoes. After the first movement, strength and swiftness came to her. She was across the hall without a sound. The bedroom door closed upon her. As it did so, the door of the flat swung wide. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Jane stood in the dark, her hand upon the doorknob. Slowly, very slowly, she released it, As she leaned there, her head almost touching the panelling, she could hear two men talking in the hall beyond. They spoke in English, but only the outer sound of the words came to her. With an immense effort she straightened herself and was about to move away when a thought struck her like a knife blow. The key, the second telltale key, if she had forgotten it! Her hand slid back, touched the cold key, turned and withdrew it, moving with a steady firmness that surprised herself. Then she made a half-turn and tried to visualize the room as she had seen it in the light. Immediately opposite, the cupboard with the looking-glass panel, the window in the right-hand wall, and the bed between window and cupboard. At the foot of the bed a chair, and on the same side as the window a chest of drawers with a looking-glass upon it, and Renata's plain, schoolgirlish brush and comb. When she had placed everything, Jane began to move forward in the direction of the window. Her left hand touched the rail of the bed-foot. Her right, groping, brushed the counterpane and rested on something oddly familiar. Her heart gave a sudden jerk, for this was her own bag, which Renata should have taken. She opened it with quick, trembling fingers, took out her handkerchief, and then stuffed the bag right down inside the bed. A couple of steps brought her to the window, and she pressed closely to it, listening, and wished she dared to open it. There was no sound from outside. She leaned her forehead against the glass and wondered how many years had passed since the morning. It seemed impossible for this day to come to an end. Then quite suddenly a key turned in the lock, and the door opened, not widely, but as one opens the door of a room where someone is asleep. A man's head was silhouetted against the hall light. Part of his shoulder showed in a dark overcoat. He spoke, and a hint of brogue beneath a good deal of American twang informed Jane that this was her official father. "Are you awake, Renata?" And as he asked the question, a second man came up behind him and stood there listening. "Yes," said Jane, muffling her voice with her handkerchief. He hesitated a moment and then said, "Well, good night to you." And the other man, speaking over his shoulder, said in an easy, cultivated voice, without any accent at all, "Pleasant dreams, Miss Renata." Jane's good night was just audible and no more, but obviously it satisfied the two men, for the door was shut, the key turned and withdrawn, and presently the hall light went out, and the darkness was absolute and unrelieved, except where the midnight sky showed just less black than the interior of the room. After what seemed a long, long time, Jane undressed and got to bed. It was strange to grope for and find Renata's neatly folded nightdress. Presently she lay down, and presently she slept. Time ceased. The day was over. She woke suddenly a few hours later. It was still dark. She came broad awake at once and sat up in bed as if someone had called to her. Her mind was full of one horrifying thought. The plank! What had Arnold done with the plank? Impossible that she should have helped Renata down the fire escape and carried the plank as well, and somehow Jane did not see Arnold troubling to come back for it. One thing was certain. If Arnold had left the plank in its compromising position, it must be removed before daylight. Jane got out of bed, shivering. She went to the window, opened it, and leaned out. The yard, mews, wall, and parapet all were veiled in the same thick dusk. She strained her eyes, but it was impossible to distinguish anything. There was nothing for it but to cross that horrid little hall again, open the window, and make sure. With the key in her hand and mingled rage and terror in her heart, she felt her way to the door, opened it noiselessly, and crossed barefoot to the window. The hasp was stiff, it creaked, and the window stuck. Recklessness took possession of Jane. With a jerk, she pushed it up. As it chanced, recklessness made less noise than caution would have done. She leaned right out, and there, sure enough, was the plank. Even Jane's anger could provide her with nothing more cutting than, how exactly like Arnold Todhunter. She stood quite still and considered. A bold course was the only one. Remembering the plank's previous fall and the perfect calm with which the neighbourhood had received it, she decided to take the same chance again, only she must be quick and have it all planned in her head. First to shove to the plank, then down with the window and latch it. 5 steps, no, 6 across the hall, and then her own door, and on no account must she forget the key. She drew a long breath, leaned out, and pushed. The board was heavier than she had supposed, harder to move. She had to pull it in until the sudden weight and strain told her that it was clear of the coping upon which the farther end had rested. Then she pushed with all her might, and as it fell, her hands were on the window, quick and steady. Next moment she was crouching in Renata's bed, the clothes clutched about her, the door key cold in her palm. She pushed it far down beneath the clothes and sat breathless, listening. The crash with which the plank had landed seemed to have deafened her. But as the vibrations died away, she heard, sharp and unmistakable, the click of a latch and hurrying footsteps. The next moment her door was opened and her light switched on. Quick as thought, her hand was over her eyes and the sheet up to her chin. Malloy stood in the doorway, and beyond him, the other. "What's doing? Did you hear it?" he stammered, and then the other man pushed him aside. "I'd like a look from your window, if you'll excuse me, Miss Renata," he said, and crossed the room. As he leaned out, Jane watched him from beneath her hand and recalled Renata's words. "He generally wears a fur coat. They call him number 2. This man wore a fur coat over pale blue silk pyjamas. When he turned, saying, "I can't see a thing," she was ready with her stammered, "What was it?" "You heard it then," said Malloy. "Such a fearful crash. It frightened me most dreadfully," and here Jane spoke the literal truth. "I don't know." It was Malloy who answered again, but the other man's eyes travelled round the room, and a feeling of terror came over Jane. If she had forgotten anything, if there was one shred of incriminating evidence, those eyes would miss nothing. She felt as if they must pierce the bedclothes and see her bag and the hidden key, but he merely nodded to Malloy, and they left the room, switching out the light and locking the door. Jane drew a long breath of relief, turned upon her side, and in 5 minutes was asleep again. The day came in with a thick mist. Jane opened her eyes upon it, sleepily. She began to think what a strange dream she had had, and then, as sleep ebbed from her, she remembered that it was not a dream at all. She was Renata Malloy under lock and key, and in front of her stretched a day that might be even more crowded with adventure than yesterday. She jumped out of bed, and as she dressed, her eyes brightened and her courage rose. With Renata's scissors, she unpicked the initials which marked her underclothes. This was a game at which one must not make a single slip. Her bag worried her a little, but it was just such a plain leather bag as anyone might possess. She ransacked it carefully and frowned over an envelope addressed to Miss Jane Smith. What in the world was she to do with it? There were no matches, so it could not be burned. After some thought, she soaked it in water, scratched the name to shreds with a hairpin, and crumpling the wet paper into a ball, tossed it out of the window. By the time her door was unlocked, she was very hungry. This time, it appeared, she was being summoned to bid the departing Mr. Malloy a fond farewell. His luggage was already being carried out to the lift, and 2 or 3 men were coming and going. The man in the fur coat stood with his back to the window, smoking a cigarette. Obviously, Malloy's farewell was not to be said in private. Jane looked at him with some curiosity. A tall man, strongly built, with a bold air and a florid complexion. It was he who had opened the door, and he stood still, holding the handle, and looking, not at Jane, but over her shoulder. For this she felt grateful. "Well, well, then, I'm off," said Malloy. "You'll be a good girl and do as you're bid, and I'll be having you out to keep house for me in less than no time." From what she had seen of Renata, Jane fancied that a sob would meet the occasion. She therefore sobbed, and pressed her handkerchief to her eyes. "There, there," said Malloy hastily. He bent and deposited an awkward kiss upon the top of her head. Then he took his hand from the door and was gone. The lift gate clanged, and Jane realized that the real adventure had begun. The man by the window threw the end of his cigarette into the fireplace and came towards her. "Parental devotion is a beautiful thing, isn't it, Miss Renata? Suppose we have some breakfast?" "A meal, a proper meal, enough to eat." As she passed into the dining-room and beheld a ham, coffee, and boiled eggs, Jane felt as if she could confront anyone or anything. Besides, the first trick was hers. In the full light of day and under those cold, pale eyes, she had passed as Renata. She allowed herself to sigh and dab her eyes, and then, oh, how good was the rather stale bread, the London egg, and the indifferent ham. The man watched her quizzically. As she finished her second cup of coffee, he remarked that she had a good appetite, and there was something in his tone that cast a chill upon the proceedings. Jane pushed back her chair. "I've finished," she said. "Well then," said the man, "I think we must talk, yes? Sit down again, please. I won't keep you very long." Jane did as she was told. "Well, Malloy's gone," he said. "You know what that means. He's washed his hands of you. Just in case you've been relying on Malloy, I would like to point out to you that his own position is none too secure. The firm he works for has not been entirely satisfied with him for some time. It is, therefore, quite out of the question that he should influence any decision that may be come to with regard to yourself. His going off like this shows that he realizes the position and accepts it. Self-preservation is Malloy's trump suit, first, last, and all the time. I shouldn't advise you to count upon trifles like parental devotion, or anything of that sort. In a word, he can't help you, but I can." The man leaned forward as he spoke, and a sudden smile changed his features. "Just be frank," he went on. "Tell me what you really heard, and I'll see you through." Jane let her eyes meet his. That smile had puzzled her. It was so spontaneous and charming, but it did not reach his eyes. She looked and found them cold and opaque, and as she looked, she saw the pupils narrow, expand, and then narrow again. He got up from his chair, walked to the mantelpiece, stopped for a light to his cigarette, and came back again with a thin blue haze of smoke about him. "Perhaps I haven't been altogether frank with you," he said. "That little romance of mine about a firm of chemists who employ your father, you didn't really believe it. No, I thought not. The fact is, that first night I took you for just a schoolgirl, and one can't tell schoolgirls everything. But now I'm talking to you as a woman. I can't tell you everything, even so, but I can tell you this. It's a government matter, a most important one, and it is vital that I should know just what you overheard." Jane looked down. "I don't understand," she said in a low voice. "I was dreaming, and I waked up suddenly. There was a screen in front of me, and someone on the other side of the screen called out very loud, 'The door, the door!' That's what I heard." She felt the pale eyes upon her face. Then, with an abrupt movement, the man came over to her. "Stand up," he said. Jane stood up. "Look at me." Jane looked at him. After what seemed like a very long time, he threw out his hand with an impatient gesture. It struck the table edge with a sharp rap. The spring that held his watch gave, and the watch on its gold curb flew off and fell on the floor behind Jane. She turned, glad of an excuse to turn, and bent to pick it up. The back of the watch was open. Her fingers caught and closed it instantly, but not for nothing had she told Henry that she had gimlet eyes. The back of the watch contained a photograph, and Jane had seen the photograph before. Henry's voice sounded in her ears. It was done from Amory's portrait of her in 1915, the year of her marriage. Number 2, the man in the fur coat, Renata's worst of them all, had in the back of his watch a photograph of Lady Heritage. Jane laid the watch on the table without giving it a second glance. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. As the watch slid back into its place beneath his shirt cuff, the man spoke with an entire change of manner. "Well, Miss Renata, that was all very stiff and businesslike. You mustn't hold it up against me, because I hope we're going to be friends. Don't you want to know your plans?" Jane looked at him with a little frown. "My plans? What is going to happen to you? Oh, please, don't look so grave. It's nothing very dreadful. You have heard of Sir William Carmagnus?" "Yes, of course," said Jane. She hoped that she looked innocent and surprised. "Well," said the man in the fur coat, "I happen to be his secretary, and that reminds me, I don't believe you know my name. Your father and his friends use a ridiculous nickname which sticks to me like a burr. But let me introduce myself, Geoffrey Ember, and your friend, if you will have me." The charming smile just touched his face, and then he said in a quiet, serious way, "Sir William's daughter, Lady Heritage, has commissioned me to find her an amanuensis companion. No, that's not quite right either. She doesn't want a trained stenographer or a young person with business training, but she wants a girl in the house, someone who'll do what she's told, write notes, arrange the flowers. I dare say you can guess the sort of thing. She is willing to give you a trial, and your father has agreed. As a matter of fact, I'm taking you down there today." "Oh," said Jane, because she seemed expected to say something, and for the life of her she could not think of anything else to say. "I'm afraid you'll have to submit to certain restrictions at Luttrell Marches. You see, Sir William is engaged upon some very important experiments for the government, and all the members of his household have to conform to certain regulations. Their letters must be censored, and they must not leave the grounds, which are, however, extremely delightful and extensive. It isn't much of a hardship, really." "Oh, no," said Jane in her best schoolgirl manner, and there the interview ended. They made the journey to Luttrell Marches by car, but after the manner of Mrs. Gilpin's post-chaise, it did not pick them up at the door. An ordinary taxi conveyed them to Victoria Station, and it was in the station yard that they and their luggage were picked up by the Rolls-Royce with the car Magnus crest upon the door. The mist was thinner, and as they came clear of London, the sun came out. The day warmed into beauty, and the green growth of the countryside seemed to be expanding before their eyes. So many long hedges running into a blur, so many miles of roads, all slipping past. Jane fell fast asleep and did not know how long she slept. It was in the late afternoon that they came into the marsh country, great flat stretches of it, set with boggy tussocks and intersected by straight lanes of water. Purple, brown and green it stretched for miles. To the right, a humped line of upland, but to their left, and as far as the eye could see in front, nothing but marsh. Then the road rose a little, the ground was firmer, and carried a black pine or two. They came to a three-crossway and turned sharply to the right. The ground rose more and more. They climbed a steep hill, zigzagging between banked-up hedges to make the rise, and came out upon a bare upland. Ahead of them one saw a high stone wall pierced by iron gates. The car stopped. Mr. Ember leaned out, and after a pause the gates swung inward. For a mile the drive lay through a flat waste of springing bracken, with here and there a group of wind-driven trees, then a second gate through a high fencing topped with wire. An avenue of trees led up to the house, a huge grey pile set against a sky full of little racing clouds. Jane felt stiff and bewildered with the long drive. She followed Mr. Ember up a flight of granite steps and came into the great hall of Luttrell Marches, with its panelled walls and dark old portraits of half-forgotten Luttrells. Exactly opposite the entrance rose the stairway, which was the pride of the house. Its beautiful proportions, the grapes and vine leaves of its famous carvings, were lighted from beneath by the red glow of a huge open fire, and from above by the last word in electric lighting. Ember walked straight across the hall and up the stair, and Jane followed him. She thought she knew exactly how a puppy must feel when, blinking from the warmth and straw of his basket, he comes for the first time into the ordered solemnity of his new master's house. And then she looked up and saw the portrait. It hung on the panelling at the top of the stair where the long corridors ran off to right and left, and it took Jane's breath away. The portrait of Lady Heritage. Amory had painted more than a beautiful woman standing on a marble terrace. He had painted a woman Mercury. The hands held an ivory rod. Diamond wings rose from the cloudy hair. Under the bright wings the eyes looked out, looked far, dark, splendid, hungry eyes. The earth belongs to her and she despises it, was Jane's thought. She stood staring at the portrait. 1915, Henry had said, the year when other women posed with folded linen hiding their hair and the red cross worn like a blazon. She could think of several famous beauties who had been painted thus, but this woman wore her diamond wings, though, even as she wore them, fate had done its worst to her, for Anthony Luttrell was a name with other names in a list of missing, and no man knew his grave. A sharp clang of metal upon metal startled Jane. She looked quickly to her right, and saw that a steel gate completely barred the entrance to the corridor on that side. It had just closed behind a curious white-draped figure. "Ah, Geoffrey," said a voice, a deep, rather husky voice, and the figure came forward. Jane saw that it was a woman wearing a long white linen overall and a curious linen headdress, which she was undoing and pushing back as she walked. She pulled it off as she came up to them, saying, "It's too hot in there, I can hardly breathe, but too fascinating to leave. You're early. Is this Miss Malloy?" She put out her hand to Jane, and Jane, with her mind full of the portrait, looked open-eyed at its original. Afterwards she tried to formulate her sensations, but at the time she received just that emotional shock which most people experienced when they first met Raymond Heritage. Beautiful, but there are so many beautiful women. Charming? No, there was rather something that repelled, antagonized. In her presence Jane felt untidy, shabby, gauche. Lady Heritage unbuttoned her overall and slipped it off. She wore a plain white knitted skirt and jersey. Her fingers were bare, even of the wedding ring which Jane looked for and missed. Her black hair was a little ruffled, and above the temples, where Amory had painted diamond wings, there were streaks of grey. Bewilderment came down on Jane like a thick mist, which clung about her during the brief interchange of sentences which followed and went with her to her room. It was a queer room with a rounded wall set with 3 windows, and to right and left irregular of line, with a jutting corner here and a blunted angle there. It faced west, for the sun shone level in her eyes. Crossing to the window, as most people do when they come into a strange room, she looked out and caught her breath with amazement. The sea! Why, it seemed to lie just beneath the windows. They had driven up from the landward side, and this was her first hint that the sea was so near. There was a wide gravel terrace, a stone wall set with formal urns full of blue hyacinths, the sharp fall of the cliff, and then the sea. The tide was in, the sun low, and a wide golden path seemed to stretch almost from Jane's feet to the far horizon. Overhead the little racing clouds that told of a wind high up were golden too. The humped ridge of upland which Jane had seen as they drove ran out to sea on the right hand. It ended in a low broken cliff and a line of jagged rocks of which only the point stood clear. Jane turned from all the beauty outside to the ordered comfort within. Hot water in a brass can that she could see her face in, a towel of such fine linen that it was a joy to touch it, this pretty white-panelled room, the chintzes where bright butterflies hovered over roses and sweet peas. She stood and looked at it all, and she heard Renata's words. "At Luttrell Marches they will decide whether I am to be eliminated." This curious dual sense remained with her during the days that followed. Life at Luttrell Marches was simple and regular. She wrote letters, gathered flowers, unpacked the library books, and kept out of Sir William's way. Sir William, she decided, was exactly like his photograph, only a good deal more so. His eyebrows were tufted, his chin more jutting, and his eyes harder. For a philanthropist, he had a singularly bad temper, and for so eminent a scientist, a very frivolous taste in literature. One of Jane's duties was to provide him with novels. She ransacked library lists and trembled over the results of her labours. Sir William did not always join the ladies after dinner, but when he did so, he would read a novel at a sitting and ask for more. Mr. Ember was never absent, and when Lady Heritage talked, it was to him that her words were addressed. Sometimes she would disappear inside the steel gate for hours. Jane soon learnt that the whole of the north wing was given up to Sir William's experiments. On each floor a steel gate shut it off from the rest of the house. All the windows were barred from top to bottom. She also discovered that the high paling where the avenue began had, on its inner side, an apron of barbed wire, and it was the upper strand of this apron which she had seen as they approached from outside. Sir William's experiments employed a considerable number of men. These, she learned, were lodged in the stables, and neither they nor any of the domestic staff were permitted to pass beyond the inner paling. On the coast side there was a high wire entanglement, electrified. There were moments when Jane was cold with fear, and moments when she told herself that Renata was a little fool who had had a nightmare. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. When Jane stood at her window and looked across the sea, she saw what might have been a picture of life at Luttrell Marches during those first few days. Such a smooth stretch of water, pleasant to the eye, where blue and green, amethyst, grey and silver came and went, and under the play of colour in the shifting light and shade of day and evening, the unchanging black of rocks, which showed for an instant, and then left one guessing whether anything had really broken the beauty and the peace. Over the surface all was pleasant enough, but incidents, some of them almost negligible in themselves, kept recurring to remind Jane that there were rocks beneath the sea. The first incident came up suddenly whilst she was writing Lady Heritage's letters on the second day. She had beside her a little pile of correspondence, mostly about trifles. Upon each letter there was scrawled, "Yes, no, tell them I'll think it over," or some such direction. Presently Jane arrived at a letter in French, upon which Lady Heritage had written, "Make an English translation and enclose to Mrs. Blunt." Mrs. Blunt's own letter lay immediately underneath. It contained inquiries about some conditions of factory labour amongst women in France. The French letter was an excellent exposition of the said conditions. Jane sat looking at it and wondering whether Renata could have translated a single line of it, and how much ignorance it would behove her to display. After a moment's thought she turned round and said timidly, "May I have a dictionary, please?" Lady Heritage looked up from the papers before her. She frowned and said, "A dictionary?" "Yes, for the French letter." "You don't know French, then?" Jane met the half-sarcastic look with protest. "Oh, yes, I do, but if I might have a dictionary." Lady Heritage pointed to the bookcase and went back to her papers. An imp of mischief entered into Jane. She took the dictionary and spent the next half-hour in producing a translation. With just the right amount of faults in it, she put it down in front of her employer with a feeling of triumph. "Please, will this do?" Lady Heritage looked, frowned, and tore the paper across. "I thought you said you knew French." Jane fidgeted with her pen. "Of course, I know I'm not really good at it, but I looked out all the words I didn't know." "There must have been a good many," was Lady Heritage's comment, and the imp made Jane raise innocent eyes and say, "Oh, there were." She went back to her table, and Lady Heritage spoke over her shoulder to Mr. Ember, who appeared to be searching for a book at the far end of the room. She spoke in French, the low, rapid French of the woman to whom one language is the same as another. "What do they teach at English schools? Can you tell me, Geoffrey? This girl says she knows French, and if she can follow one word I'm saying now—" She broke off and shrugged. "Yet I dare say she went to an expensive school." Now, I had Bavarian maid educated in the ordinary village school, and she spoke English with ease, and French better than any English schoolgirl I've come across. Wait whilst I try her in something else." She turned back to Jane. "Just send the original to Mrs. Blunt. I haven't time to bother with it. And make a note for me. I want it inserted after para 3 on the second page of that typewritten article that came back this morning." Jane supposed she might be allowed to know what a para was. She turned over the leaves of the typescript and waited for the dictation. The last sentence read, "Woman, through all the ages, is at the disposal and under the autocratic rule of man, but it is not of her own volition." She wondered what was to come next and waited, keenly, on the alert. Lady Heritage began to speak. "Write it in as neatly as possible, please. It's only one sentence. It is man who has forced das ewig Liebliche upon us." Jane wrote, "It is man," and then stopped. She repeated the words aloud and looked expectant. "Das ewig Liebliche?" There was a slight grimness in Lady Heritage's tone. "I'm afraid," faltered Jane. "Never heard the quotation?" "I'm so sorry. You don't know any German, then?" "I'm so sorry," said Jane. "My dear girl, what did they teach you at that school of yours? By the way, where was it?" "At Ilfracombe." "English education is a disgrace," said Lady Heritage, and went back to her papers. It was the next day that she turned suddenly to Jane. "By the way, you were at school at Ilfracombe. Can you give me the name of a china shop there? I want some of that blue Devonshire pottery for a girls' club I'm interested in." Jane had a moment of panic. Renata's shoes had fitted her too easily. She had felt secure, and then to have her security shattered by a trifle like this. "A china shop?" she said meditatively. Then, after a pause, "It's awfully stupid of me. I'm afraid I've forgotten the name." Lady Heritage stared. "A shop that you must have passed hundreds of times?" "It's very stupid of me." Lady Heritage smiled with a sudden brilliance. "Well, it is rather," she said. It was on the fourth day that Jane really caught her first glimpse of the Black Rocks. She was writing in the library, dealing with an apparently endless stream of begging letters, requests for interviews, invitations to speak at meetings or to join committees. In 4 days, Jane had discovered that Lady Heritage was up to her eyes in a dozen movements relating to feminist activities, women's labour, and social reform. Newspapers, pamphlets, and reports littered a table which ran the whole length of the room. Jane was required to open all these as they came and separate those which dealt with social reform and the innumerable scientific treatises and reviews. These latter arrived in every European language. Jane sat writing. The day was clear and lovely, the air sun-warmed, and yet fresh, as if it had passed over snow. April has days like this, and they fill every healthy person with a longing to be out, to stop working, and to take holiday. The windows of the library looked out upon the gravel terrace above the sea. The sun was on the blue water. Jane put down her pen and looked at the hyacinths in the grey stone urns. They were blue too. A yellow butterfly played round them. She sat up and went to the window. Lady Heritage and Mr. Ember were walking up and down the terrace. Lady Heritage, bareheaded, all in white, with not even a scarf, and Geoffrey Ember with a muffler round his neck and the inevitable fur coat. They were coming towards her, and Jane stood back so that the curtains made a screen. She watched Raymond Heritage as she had watched the sea and the flowers, for sheer joy in her beauty. Raymond's face was towards her, and she was speaking. Not a word reached Jane's ears, but as she looked at those beautiful lips, their movements spelt words to her, words and sentences. She would have drawn back or looked away, but the first sentence that she read riveted her attention too closely. "Are you satisfied about her, Geoffrey?" Ember must have spoken, but his head was turned away. Then Raymond spoke again. "Nor am I, not entirely. She seems intelligent and unintelligent by turns, unbelievably stupid in one direction and quick in another." They passed level with the window, and so on to the end of the terrace. Jane went round the table to the other side of the window and waited for them to come back. Ember's face was towards her when they turned, too far away for her to see anything, but as they came nearer she saw that he was speaking. Not easy to read from, however, with those straight, thin lips that moved so little. There was only one word she was sure of: overheard. It was too tantalizing. If she had to wait until they reached the far end of the terrace and turned again, what might she not miss? As the thought passed through her mind, Lady Heritage stopped, walked slowly to the grey stone wall and sat down on it, motioning to Ember to do the same. Jane could see both faces now, and Raymond was saying, "If she overheard anything, would she have the intelligence to be dangerous? That is what I ask myself." Ember's lips just moved, but the movements made no sense. "Perhaps you're right," said Lady Heritage. "Despise not thine enemy." She changed her position, leaned forward, displaying a statuesque profile, and appeared to be speaking fast and earnestly. Then Jane saw her lips again, and they were saying anything but Formula A. Jane gripped the curtain which she held until the gold galon which bordered it marked her hand with its acorn pattern. Formula A! Everything swam round her while she heard Renata's gasping voice. "He said with Formula A, you have the key. When Formula B is also complete, you will have the lock for that key to fit. Then the treasures of the world are yours." The mist cleared from her eyes, and she looked again. Raymond Heritage had risen to her feet. Ember and she looked out to sea for a moment, then crossed the gravel towards the house. They were talking of the sunshine and the spring air. "My bulbs have done well," Lady Heritage said. They passed out of sight. 2 days later, Jane, coming down the corridor to the library, was aware of voices in conversation. She opened the door and saw Geoffrey Ember with his back to her. He had pulled a deep leather chair close to the fire and was bending forward to warm his hands. Lady Heritage stood a yard or two away. She had a large bunch of violets in one hand. With the other she leaned against the black marble mantel. She and Ember were talking in German. Both glanced round, and Raymond asked, "What is it?" "The letters for the post," said Jane. "Which of us is the better judge of character? It comes to that." Speaking German, Lady Heritage's deep voice sounded deeper than ever. "Do we take different sides, then?" "I don't know. I thought your verdict was inclined to be guilty, but recommended to mercy, whereas mine," she hesitated, stopped rather, for there was no hesitation in her manner. Ember made a gesture with the hand that held his cigarette. "Expound." "I doubt the guilt, but if I did not doubt, I should have no mercy at all." Jane went out with the letters, and when she was in the corridor again, she put out her hand and leaned against the wall. It would be horrible enough, she thought, to be tried in an open court upon some capital count, but how far less horrible than a secret judgment, where whispered words made unknown charges, where the trial went on beneath the surface of one's pleasant daily life, and every word, every look, a turn of the head, an unguarded sigh, a word too little, or a glance too much, might tip the scale and send the balance swinging down. To what? Next day Lady Heritage was deep in her correspondence when she suddenly flashed into anger. Pushing back her chair, she got up and began to pace the room. There was a letter in her hand, and as she walked she tore it across and across, flung the fragments into the fire, and pushed a blazing log down upon them with her foot. Jane and Ember watched her, the former with some surprise and a good deal of admiration, the latter with that odd something which her presence always called out. She swung round, met his eyes, and burst into speech. "It's Allington. To think that I ever call that man my friend. I wonder if there's a single man on this earth who would translate professions of devotion to one woman into bare decent justice to all women." "What has Lord Allington done?" asked Mr. Ember with a slight drawl. Jane, with a thrill, identified the president of the Board of Trade. "Nothing that I might not have expected. It is only women that are different, Geoffrey. Men are all the same." "And still I don't know what he has done," said Geoffrey Ember. "Oh, it's a long story. I've been pressing for women inspectors in various directions. It seems inconceivable that anyone should cavil at a woman inspector wherever women are employed. You have no idea of what some of the conditions are. Stewardesses, for instance. I've a letter there from a woman who has been working on one of the largest liners, not a tramp steamer, mind you, but one of the biggest liners afloat. All the passengers' trays, all the cabin meals had to be carried up a perpendicular iron stair, like a fire escape, not a permanent stair, you understand, but a ladder that is let up and down. Those wretched women had to go up and down it all day with heavy trays. They said they couldn't do it, and were told they had to, and that's a little thing compared to some of the other conditions. I want an inspector for them." "And Allington?" Lady Heritage came to a halt by the long piled-up table. She struck it with her open hand. "Lord Allington is just a man," she said. "He stands for what men have always stood for, the sacred right of the vested interest. What man ever wants to alter anything, and why should he when the existing order gives him all he wants? It doesn't matter where you turn, what you do, how hard you try. The vested interest blocks the way. You are up against the established order of what has always been. My God, how I'd like to smash it all, the whole thing, the whole smug sham which we call civilization." Jane stared at her open-eyed. She had never dreamed that the statue could wake into such vivid life as this. The colour burned in Raymond's cheeks. The sombre eyes were sombre still, but they held sparks as if from inward fire. Ember touched the hand that was clenched at the table's edge. A sort of tremor passed over her from head to foot. The colour died. The fire was gone. With a complete change of manner, she said, "Allington was hardly worth all that, was he?" Then, without a change of key, but in German, "Thank you, Geoffrey." The child's eyes were nearly falling out of her head. "It was stupid of me. I forgot. These things carry me away." The door opened on her last words, and Sir William came in. He was frowning, and appeared to be in a great hurry. "Ridiculous business, ridiculous waste of time. These damned departments appear to think I've nothing to do with my time, except to answer their infernal inquiries, and entertain any interfering jackanapes that they choose to let loose on me." "What is it, father?" said Lady Heritage. "Government inspection?" "Nonsense," said Sir William slowly. "Henry March wants to come down for the night." Jane bent forward over her papers. No one was looking at her. No one was thinking of her, but she had felt her cheeks grow hot and was glad of an excuse to hide them. She did not know whether she was very much afraid or very glad. A feeling unfamiliar but overwhelming seemed to shake her to the depths. She was quite unconscious of what was passing behind her. At Henry's name, Raymond Heritage uttered a sharp, "Oh, no!" She came quickly forward as she spoke and caught the letter from Sir William's hand. "He can't come. I can't have him here. Put him off, father. You can make some excuse." "Nonsense," said Sir William again. "It's a nuisance, of course. It's an infernal nuisance. But he'll have to come. Confound him." Then, as she made a half-articulate protest, he went on with increasing loss of temper. "Good heavens! I can't very well tell the man I won't have him in what is practically his own house." It was Ember, not her father, who saw how frightfully pale Raymond became. In a very low voice she said, "No, I suppose not." Sir William was fidgeting. He looked at Jane's back. "Of course he's coming down on business." Then he broke off and stared at Jane again. Lady Heritage nodded. "Miss Malloy," she said, "you can take half an hour off." End of section 7. Section 8 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Henry arrived on the following day and was shown straight into Sir William's study. Half an hour later, Sir William rang the bell and sent for Lady Heritage. He hardly gave her time to shake hands before he burst out. "I said you must be told. I take all responsibility for your being told. After all, if I am conducting these experiments, something is due to me. Though the government appear to think otherwise, but I take all responsibility. I insist on your being told." He sat at his littered table, and all the time that he was speaking, his hands were lifting and shuffling the papers on it. At his elbow stood a tray with tantalus and glasses and a siphon. Only one glass had been used. "What is it?" said Raymond. Her eyes went from her father to Henry. Sir William's hand was shaking. Henry wore a look of grave concern. "What is it?" she repeated. "It's Formula A." Sir William's voice was just a deep growl. "He comes here, and he tells me that Formula A has been stolen. I've told him to his face, and I tell him again that it's a damned impossibility." The shaking hand fell heavily upon the table and made the glasses ring. "Formula A," said Raymond. "Stolen? Henry, you can't mean it." "I'm afraid I do," said Henry at his quietest. "I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. We have the most indisputable evidence that Formula A has been offered to, well, to a foreign power." The flush upon Sir William's face deepened alarmingly. Under the bristling grey brows his eyes were hard with anger. He began to speak, broke off, swept his papers to one side, and taking up the tantalus and the used glass, poured out a third of a glass of whisky. He let a small quantity of soda into it with a vicious jerk, and then sat with the glass between his hands, alternately sipping from it and interjecting sounds of angry protest. "The information is, I'm afraid, correct." Henry's tone, though studiously moderate, was extremely firm. "There is undoubtedly a leak, and in view of Formula B, it is vital that the leak should be found and stopped." He addressed himself to Lady Heritage. "Sir William tells me that all employees correspond with the list in my possession, that none of them leave the enclosure, and that all letters are censored. By the way, who censors them?" "Ember," growled Sir William. Lady Heritage elaborated the remark. "Mr. Ember, father's secretary." She and Henry were both standing, with the corner of the writing-table between them. She saw inquiry in Henry's face. He said, "Who does leave the premises? Father, once in a blue moon, I, when I have any shopping to do, and, of course, Mr. Ember. And when you go you drive, of course. What I mean is, a chauffeur goes too." Sir William made a sound between a snort and a laugh. Lady Heritage smiled. Both had the air of being pleased to catch Henry out. "The chauffeur is Lewis, who was your uncle's coachman here for 25 years. Are you going to suggest that he has been selling Formula A to a foreign power? I'm afraid you must think again." "Who is Mr. Ember?" Sir William exploded. "Ember's my secretary. He's been my right hand for 10 years. And if you're going to make insinuations about him, you can leave my house and make them elsewhere. Why, damn it all, March, why not accuse Raymond? Or me?" "I don't accuse anyone, sir." There was a pause, whilst the two men looked at one another. It was Sir William who looked away at last. He drained his glass and got up, pushing his chair so hard that it overturned. "You want to see all the men to Checkham by that infernal list of yours, do you? The sooner the better, then. Let's get it over." Later, as the men answered to their names in the long bare room which had once been the blue parlour, Henry was struck with the strangeness of the scene. Here his aunt had loved to sit, doing an interminable embroidery of fruits and flowers upon canvas. Here he and Anthony had lain prone before the fire, each with his head in a book and his heels waving aloft. Memories of Fenimore Cooper and Henty filled the place, when for a moment he closed his eyes. Then, as they opened, there was the room, all bare, the windows barred and uncurtained, the long stretcher tables with their paraphernalia of glass retorts, queer twisted apparatus, powerful electric appliances, and this row of men answering to their names, whilst he checked each from his list. "James Mallaby." He called the name and glanced from the man who answered it to the paper in his hand. A small photograph was followed by a description. 5 feet 7 inches, grey eyes, mole on chin, fair complexion, sandy hair. All correct. He passed to the next. Jacob Moss, 5 feet 5 inches, dark complexion, black hair and eyes, no marks. George Patterson, 5 feet 10 inches, sallow complexion, brown hair and beard, grey on temples, grey eyes, scar. The man who answered to the name of George Patterson stepped forward. He had the air of being taller than his scheduled height. His beard and hair were unkempt, and the scar set down against him was a red seam that ran from the left temple to the chin, where it lost itself in grizzled hair. He stooped and walked with a dragging step. Henry, who for the moment was speaking to Sir William, looked at him casually enough. He opened his list, and in turning the page, the papers slipped from his hand and fell. George Patterson picked them up. Henry went on to the next name. Jane had keyed herself up to meeting him at tea-time, but neither Henry nor Sir William appeared. "Captain March is an extremely conscientious person," said Lady Heritage. It was not a trait which appeared to command itself to her. "I should think he must have interviewed the very black beetles by now. Have you been passed, Geoffrey?" "I don't know," said Mr. Ember, "but it hasn't taken away my appetite for tea. In fact, it had not. It was Raymond who ate nothing." Jane and Henry did not meet until dinner time. As she dressed, Jane kept looking at herself in the glass. She was pale, and she must not look pale. She took a towel and rubbed her cheeks. That was better. Then a little later, when she looked again, her eyes were far too bright, her face unnaturally flushed. "As if anyone was going to look at you at all. Idiot," she said. After this, she kept her back to the mirror. In all the books that she had ever read, the secretary or companion invariably wore a dinner dress of black silk, made, preferably, out of one which had belonged to a grandmother or some even more remote relative. In this garb she outshone all the other women and annexed the affections of at least 2 of the most eligible men. Renata did not possess a black silk gown. Thank goodness, for I should look perfectly awful in it, was Jane's thought. With almost equal distaste, she viewed the white muslins sacred to prize-givings and school concerts. Attired in this garment, Renata had played the Sonata Pathétique amidst the applause of boarders and parents. With this pale blue sash about her waist, she had recited "How They Brought the Good News from Ghent to Aix." Jane tied it in a vicious knot. Her only comfort as she went downstairs was that it was impossible to look more like a schoolgirl and less like a conspirator. Sir William and Henry were in the hall, Mr. Ember too, close to the fire as usual. Sir William jerked his head in Jane's direction and grunted, "Miss Malloy, my daughter's secretary." Henry bowed. Jane inclined her head. Next moment they all turned to watch Raymond Heritage come down the stair. She wore black velvet. Her neck and arms were bare. A long rope of pearls fell to her knee. Jane wondered whether the world held another woman so beautiful, then looked quickly at Henry, and the same thought was visible upon Henry's face. Dinner was not a cheerful meal. Lady Heritage hardly opened her lips. Sir William sat hunched forward over the table. When addressed, the remark had to be repeated before he answered. He drank a good deal. Jane considered that a modest silence became her, and the conversation was sustained with some effect of strain by Captain March and Mr. Ember. They talked fitfully of politics, musical comedy, the weather, and the American exchange. It was a relief, to Jane at least, when she and Lady Heritage found their way to the drawing-room. Henry wondered at their using this large, formal room for so small a party. His aunt, he remembered, had kept it shut up for the most part. The sense of space was, however, grateful to Jane. The small circle of candlelight in the dining-room had seemed to shut them in, forcing an intimacy for which no one of them was prepared. The yellow drawing-room was a very stately apartment. The walls were hung with a Chinese damask, which 100 years had not robbed of its imperial colour. Beneath their pagoda-patterned blue linen covers, Jane knew that the chairs and sofas wore a stiff yellow satin, like a secret pride. Electric candles in elaborate sconces threw a cold, steady light upon the scene. Lady Heritage sat by the fire, the Revue des Deux Mondes in her hand. Her eyes were on the page and never left it, but she was not reading. In 15 minutes her glance had not shifted, and the page remained unturned. Then the door opened, and the 2 younger men came in. Lady Heritage looked up for a moment, and then went back to her review. She made no attempt to entertain Captain March, who, for his part, showed some desire to be entertained. "You are using the big rooms, I see. Aunt Mary always said they were too cold. You remember she always sat in the blue parlour, or the little oak room at the head of the stair." Raymond's lip lifted slightly. "I'm afraid the blue parlour would not be very comfortable now," she said, without looking up. Henry possessed a persevering nature. He produced, in rapid succession, a remark about the weather, an inquiry as to the productiveness of the kitchen garden, and a comment upon the pleasant warmth of the log fire. The first and last of these efforts elicited no reply at all. To the question about the garden produce, Lady Heritage answered that she had no idea. Mr. Ember's habitual expression of cynicism became a trifle more marked. Jane had the feeling that the pressure in the atmosphere was steadily on the increase. "Won't you sing something, Raymond?" said Henry. His pleasant ease of manner appeared quite impervious to snubs. Lady Heritage closed the Revue des Deux Mondes, and for the first time looked full at Captain March. If he was startled by the furious resentment of that gaze, he did not show it. "And what do you expect me to sing, Henry?" she said. "The latest out of the Jazz Girls?" I don't mind, whatever you like, but do sing, won't you? Raymond got up with an abrupt movement. Walking to one of the long windows which opened upon the terrace, she drew the heavy yellow brocade curtain back with a jerk. Beyond the glass the terrace lay in deepest shadow, but moonlight touched the sea. She bent, drew the bolt, and opened half the door. "The room is stifling," she said. "Geoffrey, it's your fault. They pile the fire up so. I wish you'd sometimes look at a calendar and realize that this is April, not January." Then turning, she crossed to the piano. "If I sing, it will be to please myself, and I shall probably not please anyone else." Ember came forward and opened the piano. He bent as he did so and said a few words very low. She answered him. Henry, left by the fireside with Jane, leaned forward conversationally, the last punch in his hand. "This is a good cartoon," he said. "Have you seen it, Miss Malloy?" And as she bent to look at the page, he added in that low, effaced tone which does not carry a yard, "Which room have they given you?" "I like the line," said Jane in her clear voice, "and that very black shadow." Then, in an almost soundless breath, "The end room, south wing." "Don't go to bed," said Henry. "Wonderful how they keep it up, week after week. I mean to say, it must put you off your stroke like anything, knowing you've got to come right up to time like that. Your department doesn't work by the calendar then? You don't have to bother about results?" Ember strolled back to his favourite place by the fire as he spoke, and Lady Heritage broke into a resounding chord. She played what Henry afterwards described as an infernal pandemonium of a thing. It appeared to be in several keys at once, and marched from one riot of discord to another, until it ended with a strident crash which set up a humming jangle of vibrations. "Like that, Henry?" said Lady Heritage. "No," said Henry, monosyllabic in his turn. "No one ever likes to hear the truth," said Raymond. "You all want something pleasant, something smooth, something like this." Her fingers slipped into the Blue Danube waltz. She played it exquisitely, with a melting delicacy of touch and a beautiful sense of rhythm. After a dozen bars or so, she stopped suddenly, leaned her elbow on the keyboard, and through the little clang of the impact said, "Well, that's topping," said Henry. He looked across at her admiringly, the long sweep of the ebony piano, the white keyboard with the black notes standing clear, Raymond in her velvet and pearls, and behind her the imperial yellow of China. "Soothing syrup," she said. "You're not up to date, Henry, I'm afraid. The moderns show us things as they are, and we don't like it, but the soothing syrups lose their power to soothe once you find out that they are just dope." "I wish you'd sing," said Henry. She looked across him at Ember, and an expression difficult to define hardened her face. "This isn't modern, but will you like it?" she said, and preluded. Then she began to sing in a deep mezzo. "The worldly hope men set their hearts upon turns ashes, or it prospers, and anon, like snow upon the desert's dusty face, lighting its little hour or two, is gone. Here in this battered caravanserai, whose portals are alternate night and day, how sultan after sultan with his pomp abode his destined hour and went his way." The notes came heavy and tragic. In her voice there seemed to be gathered all the tragedy, all the emotion of human life. The sound fell almost to a whisper. "The worldly hope men set their hearts upon turns ashes, or it prospers, and anon, like snow upon the desert's dusty face, lighting its little hour or two, is gone." Suddenly the voice rose, ringing like a trumpet. A great chord crashed out. "Waste not your hour." The deep octaves followed. Then she passed into modulating phrases and began to sing again. "Her voice is nearly as beautiful as she is," thought Jane, "but somehow she shakes one. Ah, love, could you and I with fate conspire to grasp this sorry scheme of things entire, would we not shatter it to bits and then remould it nearer to the heart's desire? With the last words she rose, turned from the piano and the room, and went out to the terrace. Henry got up, strolled casually across the room, and followed her. She was standing by the low parapet, looking over the sea. The night was still. The scent of hyacinths was heavy on the air, but every now and then a breath, something not to be called a wind, came up from across the water and brought with it cold and a tang of salt. The moon was still behind the house, but near to clearing it, and though they stood in the dusk, Henry could see Lady Heritage's features as though through a veil. Her icy mood was broken. The tears were rolling down her cheeks. She turned on him with a flame of anger. "Why did you come? Why did you come? Do you know what father said to me yesterday? I said I wouldn't have you here, and he said, good heaven, how can I keep the man away from what is practically his own house? Is it yours now? Have you come to see your property?" Henry looked at her gravely. "No, it is not mine yet," he said, "and I came for a very different reason, as I think you know." "And you expected me to welcome you? As if it wasn't enough to be here, to live here, without—" She broke off, gripping the rough stone of the parapet with both hands. "You ask me why I don't use the oak room? Do you forget how you and I and Tony used to roast chestnuts there and tell ghost stories till we were afraid to go to bed? If there were no worse ghosts than those. Do you know, every time you come into the room I expect to see Anthony behind you, and when you speak I catch myself listening for his voice. Do you still wonder why I don't use the oak room? What are men made of?" "I don't know," said Henry. "Did I hurt you, Raymond? I'm sorry if I did, but it wasn't meant." She sank down upon the parapet. All the vehemence went out of her. "You see," she said in a whispered voice, "you see, I can't forget. God knows how hard I've tried. Everyone else has forgotten, but I can't forget. If I could, I should sleep, but I can't. Henry, have you ever tried very hard to forget anything?" "Yes," said Henry. "Will you tell me what it was?" "I'm afraid I can't." "Oh, well, it doesn't matter, and if you really understand, you know that the more one tries, the more vivid it all becomes." "It's Tony?" asked Henry. "Yes, it's Tony," said Raymond in an odd voice, "but it's not because he's dead. I don't want you to think that. I could have borne that. I could have borne anything if I could have seen him once again, or if he had known that I cared. But he went away in anger, and he never knew." "I didn't know," said Henry. "I'm sorry." Lady Heritage looked away across the sea. The moonlight showed where the jagged line of rocks cut sharp through the sleeping water. "There's a verse in the Bible. Do you ever read the Bible, Henry?" "I don't, but I remember this verse. One was taught it as a child. 'Let not the sun go down upon your wrath.' I let the moon rise and go down on mine." She spoke very, very quietly. Anthony stood there, just by that urn. He said, "You'll have all the rest of your life to be sorry in." That was the last thing he said to me. He never forgave, and he never wrote. I don't think any man would let me go so easily, so I married John Heritage to show that I didn't care. And whilst we were on our honeymoon, I saw Anthony's name in the list of missing. Now do you wonder that I hate you for coming here, and for being alive, and taking Tony's place? And do you wonder that there are times when I hate everything so much that I'd like well enough to see this whole sorry scheme shattered to bits if it could be done? "I'm not so keen on this shattering business, Raymond," said Henry. "Don't you think there's been about enough of it? There are a lot of rotten things and a lot of good things, and they're all mixed up. If you start shattering, the odds are you bring down everything together." "Well?" said Raymond. Just one word, cold and still. There was a little pause. Then she laughed. "Is Henry also among the preachers?" she said mockingly. "You should take orders. A surplice would be becoming." Henry was annoyed to feel that he was flushing. "Shall I go on preaching?" he said, and as he spoke, Mr. Ember came through the open glass door with a cloak over his arm. "I am a relief expedition," he announced. "You must be frozen. Never trust a moonlight night." He put the wrap about Raymond's shoulders, but she did not fasten it. "I'm coming in," she said. She and Ember passed into the lighted room. Henry stood still for a minute, listening acutely. Then he followed them. There was a hedge of stiffly growing veronica bushes at the foot of the terrace wall. After Henry had gone in, the man called George Patterson came out from behind the bushes at the far end of the terrace. He walked slowly with a dragging step, keeping in the shadow of the house, and he made his way to the far end of the north wing. Inside the yellow drawing-room, Henry was bidding his hostess good night and announcing his intention of taking a moonlight stroll. Presently he emerged upon the terrace, descended the steps on the right, and made his way in the direction taken by George Patterson. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. When Jane reached her own room, she stood a long time in front of the glass, frowning at herself. It might be safe to look so exactly like a schoolgirl, but it was very, very humiliating. Henry had never glanced at her once. That, of course, was all in the line of safety, too. Also, why should Henry look at her? Why should she wish him to do so? She was not in love with him. She had, in fact, refused him. Could it be that there was a little balm in this thought? What did it matter to her how long he looked at Raymond Heritage? She took off the white muslin dress and put it away. The worst part of being Renata was, not the risk, but having to wear Renata's clothes. All the things were good, horribly good, and they were all quite extraordinarily dull. If your shoes want mending and your things are threadbare, everyone knows it's because you're poor, and not because you like being down at heel or out at elbows. But Renata's things must have cost quite a lot, and of course everyone thinks they are my choice. By some deflected line of reasoning, everyone meant Henry. Jane folded up the pale blue sash and shut it sharply into a drawer. Then she put on Renata's dressing gown. It was made of crimson flannel, very thick and soft, with scalloped edges to the collar and cuffs, exactly like one's grandmother's petticoat. She rumpled the bedclothes and disarranged the pillows. Then she put out the light, sat down on the window seat, and waited. The blind was up. She had slipped behind the chintz curtains. The terrace lay beneath her, only half in shadow now. There was no sound in the house, no sound from the sea. The line of shadow moved backwards, inch by inch. When Jane sat down to wait, she told herself that she would not listen and strain. She would just sit there quite peacefully, and if anything was going to happen, well, let it happen. But as she sat there, she became afraid against her will, aware once more of that sense of pressure which had come upon her in the drawing-room. It was as if something was steadily approaching, not her alone, but all of them, as if their thoughts and actions were being, at one and the same time, dictated by an outside force and scrutinized, watched, spied upon. With all her might she resisted this sensation and the fear that it suggested. But as the night passed to midnight and beyond, a strange feeling of being one watcher in a slumbering household detached itself from the general confusion, and she began to long with great intensity for something, anything, to happen. Once something moved in the foot-wide strip of shadow against the house. Jane caught her breath, and then saw that it was only a cat, a half-grown kitten rather, beloved of the cook. It came out into the moonlight and walked solemnly the entire length of the terrace with delicately taken steps and a high waving tail. It was as soundless and black as the shadow out of which it had come, and presently it was gone again, and second by second, minute by minute, slow, interminable, the night dropped away. In the hall a clock struck the quarters. The silence shattered for a moment, closed again. When the rapping came, it brought the oddest sense of interruption. Jane sprang to her feet, stood for a moment catching at her self-control, and then went noiselessly to the door. She listened before opening it, and could hear nothing, and as she listened, the knocking came again, but from behind her. Bewildered, she edged the door open and looked out. A shaded light burned far away to the left. A long, dim corridor was empty. She shut the door. Someone was knocking. Somewhere. But where? She turned and stood facing the windows. Up in the far corner, a large cupboard filled the angle and blunted it. Jane had hung her serge dress there hours and hours ago. The knocking seemed to come from the cupboard, just where the room was at its darkest, because next the lighted window. Jane crossed the floor very slowly, put both hands on the cupboard doors, and flung them wide. For a moment everything was quite black. Then, with a most unpleasant suddenness, a narrow white ray cut the dark, and Henry's voice said, "It's only me." Jane's hand went to her lips, pressing them firmly. She would not have admitted that this action alone saved her from screaming. After a moment she gave a little gasp and located Henry, or rather Henry's head, which was almost under her feet. In the cupboard floor there was a square black hole, and just above floor level Henry's face looked up at her, tilted at an odd angle, whilst his one visible hand manipulated a small electric torch. "Wait," said Jane in a whisper. She went quickly to the door, locked it, removed the key, and put it in one of the dressing-table drawers. She did not know quite what made her do this, only suddenly, when her eyes saw Henry, her mind had a vivid impression of that long corridor with its one faintly glimmering light. Then she sat down on the cupboard floor close to Henry's head and breathed out, "Henry, how on earth?" Henry, who appeared to be standing upon a ladder or something equally vertical, came up a few steps, sat down on the edge of the hole, and switched off his torch. "I had to see you," he said. "This was my room in the old days, and Tony and I found this passage. It leads down to another cupboard in the garden room where they keep the tennis and croquet gear. How are you? All right?" "Yes, quite all right." "That's good. Now, which of us is going to talk first?" "I think I had better," said Jane. "You see, I saw Renata, and she told me things, and I think, if you don't mind, Henry, that I had better tell you everything that she told me." "Yes, please." He hesitated. "1 minute, Jane. I just wanted to say, you don't mind talking to me like this, do you? I wouldn't have asked you to if there had been any other way. What I mean to say is—" Jane gave a very small laugh, which was instantly repressed. She reflected that it was pleasanter to suppress a laugh than a scream. "What you mean to say is there aren't any chaperones in this scene. You needn't apologize, Henry. Sleuths never have chaperones. It's simply not done. And anyhow, I'm sure you'd make a beautiful one. Shall I go on?" It may be doubted whether Henry really cared about being described as a chaperone. His tone was rather dry as he said, "Go on, please." As for Jane, who had prodded him on purpose just to see if anything would happen, she certainly felt a slight disappointment, accompanied by a sense of increased respect. "You saw Renata. What did she tell you?" "She told me what she overheard," said Jane, speaking slowly. "Henry, if I tell you what it was, will you promise me not to let anyone guess that you know? If they were certain that I knew, I shouldn't be alive tomorrow. And if they thought you knew the secret, you'd never get back to London alive." "Who is they, Jane?" said Henry. "I want to tell you about Renata first. She really did walk in her sleep, you know. She must have waked when she opened the door. She said the first thing she knew was the cold feel of the hall linoleum under her feet. The door was open, and she was standing just on the threshold. There was a screen in front of her, and beyond the screen a man talking. She heard every word he said, and I am sure that what she repeated to me was just exactly what she heard. The first words that she caught were Formula A." Henry gave a violent start. "Good Lord," he said under his breath. "You're sure?" "Quite." Then he went on, and this is what he said. "You all have Formula A. You will go to your posts, and from your directions you will prepare what is needful according to that formula, carrying out to the last detail the cipher instructions which each of you has received. As soon as the experiments relating to Formula B are completed, you will receive a summons in code. You will then assemble at the rendezvous given, and Formula B, with all instructions for its employment, will be entrusted to you. With Formula A you have the key. When Formula B is also complete, you will have the lock for that key to fit. Then the treasures of the world are yours. The annihilation of civilization and of the human race is within our grasp. When the key has turned in the lock, we only shall be left. And..." Just then Renata said someone else cried out, "The door, the door!" They pushed the screen away and pulled her in. She nearly fainted. When she revived a little, her father and Mr. Ember were trying to find out what she had heard. Fortunately for herself, she told me at first it was all confusion. The only thing that stood out clearly was that shout at the end, but afterwards, when she was alone, it all came back. She said it was like a photographic plate developing, hazy at first, and then everything getting clearer and sharper until each detail came out. She repeated the whole thing as if it were a lesson. "Wait," said Henry, "my head's going round. I want to sort things out." Jane waited. She had been prepared for Henry to be impressed or incredulous. What took her by surprise was the puzzled note in his voice. "Lord, what a mix-up," she heard him say. Then he addressed her again. "Did you ever play Russian Scandal, Jane?" he said. "Yes, of course, but if you had heard Renata, the sort of queer mechanical way she spoke, exactly like a gramophone record, why, the words weren't words she'd have used. And all that about Formula A, do you think that's the sort of thing that a schoolgirl makes up?" "No," said Henry, unexpectedly. "I think it is quite possible that she overheard something about Formula A, and I'd give a good deal to know just what she did hear." "I told you what she heard," said Jane. "Jimmy always said I had a photographic memory, and I said the whole thing over to myself until I had it by heart. You see, I didn't dare to write it down." "Can you say it again?" said Henry. "I'd like to get it down in black and white and have a look at it. At present, it makes me feel giddy." "You mustn't write it down," said Jane breathlessly. "Oh, you mustn't, Henry. It's not safe." Henry turned on his torch, propped it against the wall, and produced a notebook and a pencil. The cold, narrow beam of light showed his knee, the white paper, a pencil with a silver ring, and Henry's large brown hand. "He has a horribly determined hand," thought Jane. "Now," said Henry, "will you start at the beginning and say it all over again, please?" Jane did so meekly, but her inward feelings were not meek. Once more she repeated, word for word and sentence for sentence, the somewhat flamboyant speech of number 4. Henry's hand travelled backwards and forwards in the little lane of light, and word for word and sentence by sentence he wrote it down. When he had finished, he read over what he had written. If he had not a photographic memory, he was, at any rate, aware that Jane, in her repetition, had not varied so much as a syllable from her first statement. He went on looking at what he had written. At last he said, "Jane, I think I must tell you something in confidence. Sir William, as you know, is conducting important experiments for the government. How important you may perhaps have gathered from the extraordinary precautions which are taken to prevent any leakage of information. These experiments have resulted in 2 valuable discoveries represented, for purposes of official correspondence, by the terms Formula A and Formula B. Within the last week we have had indisputable proof that Formula A has been offered to a foreign power. That is the reason for my presence here. Now these are facts. Let them sink into your mind. Then read over what I have just taken down and tell me how you square those facts with Renata's statement." Jane picked up the notebook, stared at the written words, set Henry's facts in the forefront of her mind, and remarked candidly, "It does make your head go round rather, doesn't it?" Henry assented. They both sat silent. Then Jane put down the notebook. "Never mind about our heads going round," she said. "Let me go on and tell you the rest of it. It isn't only what Renata heard. It's the things that keep happening, little things in a way. But oh, Henry, sometimes I think they are more frightening just because they are little things. I mean, supposing you know you're going to be executed. You brace yourself up, and it's all in the day's work. But if you are out at a dinner party and you suddenly find poison in the soup or a bomb in the middle of the table decorations, it's unexpected and perfectly beastly." Jane's voice broke just for an instant. Henry's hand came quickly through the torchlight and rested on both hers. It was a satisfactorily large and heavy hand. She told him about her interview with Ember at the flat, and one by one she marshalled all the small happenings which had startled and alarmed her. Henry waited until she had quite finished. Then he said, "This lip-reading, you know, my dear girl, it's a chancy sort of thing. It seems to me that there are unlimited possibilities of mistake. Some people are much easier to read from than others. Lady Heritage is very easy. I'm sure I was not mistaken. She was saying, if she overheard anything, would she have the intelligence to be dangerous? That is what I ask myself. And she said, despise not thine enemy, and anything but Formula A. Now Mr. Ember is very difficult. I can't really make him out at all. His lips don't move. It's no use not believing me, Henry. Look here, I'll show you." She caught up the little torch and turned the light upon his face. "Say something," she commanded. Henry's lips formed the words, "Jane, I love you very much indeed," and Jane switched off the light. "Henry, you're a perfect beast. Play fair," she said in a low, furious whisper. "Sorry, wasn't it all right? Try again." Jane allowed the ray to light up Henry's mouth and chin. The hand that held the torch was not quite steady. This may have been the result of anger or of some other emotion. As a result, the light wavered a good deal. Henry's lips moved and Jane read aloud, "A sleuth should never lose its temper." Henry's hand caught the little shaking one that held the torch and gave it a great squeeze. "How frightfully clever you are! And oh, Jane, what a goose!" "I'm not," said Jane. "But don't you see that, with Renata's story in your mind, you would be looking out for things? You couldn't help it. What do you think, then, of Lady Heritage saying that Mr. Ember's verdict was inclined to be guilty, but recommended to mercy, whereas she said that she herself doubted the guilt, but that if she did not, she would have no mercy at all? Do you know, that frightened me almost more than anything. I don't know why. That wasn't lip reading. I heard the words with my own ears. But don't you see? He paused. Let's get back to facts. Formula A has been stolen and offered for sale. Renata, undoubtedly, overheard something relating to Formula A. Now, supposing Mr. Malloy or one of his friends to be the person who is doing the deal, don't you see that the possibility of Renata having overheard something compromising would be sufficient to account for a good deal of alarm? If Malloy and his friends had stolen Formula A and were trying to dispose of it, it would naturally be of the highest importance to them to find out how much Renata knew, and to take steps which would ensure her silence. They would almost certainly try and frighten her. That's how it seems to me. Then where does Mr. Ember come in? Said Jane. He was there. Are you sure? Renata described him, said Jane. She said he was the worst of them all. She knew him by name? No, but... A little chill breath of doubt played on Jane's certainty. She called him the man in the fur coat. The others spoke of him as number 2. But you don't know that it was Ember. For a moment Jane felt that she was sure of nothing. Then, with a swift revulsion, her old fears, suspicions, certainties received vigorous reinforcement. Henry, she said, listen. You're on the wrong scent, I know you are. I can't tell you how I know it, but I'm quite sure. If you were an anarchist and wanted to produce some horrible thing that would smash civilization into atoms, how would you set about it? Where would you go? Don't you see that the very safest place would be somewhere like this, somewhere where you could carry on your experiments under the cover of real experiments? It's like the caterpillars that pretend to be sticks. What do you call it? Protective mimicry. Jane, said Henry, I'm sure that's what they have done. I'm sure that there is something dreadful going on in this house. And if you can't square what Renata heard with what you know of Formula A, why, then I believe that there must be more than one Formula A. Don't you see how cunning it would be for them to take the name of a real government invention to cover up whatever horrible thing it is that they are working at? There was a dead silence. Another Formula A, said Henry slowly. Then, with an abrupt change of manner, leave it, all of it, and tell me some things I want to know. Sir William, for instance, he was put out at my coming down, I know, but what is he like as a rule? He does not always drink as much as he did tonight, does he? I think he does. Henry, I think he takes too much, I do, really, and he's frightfully irritable, but that's not what strikes me most. The thing I notice is that he doesn't seem to do any work. Mr. Ember is supposed to be his secretary, but he really does all his work with Lady Heritage. She goes on all the time. She spends hours in the laboratories. I believe she works there till ever so late, but Sir William just sticks in his study and broods. I thought how strange it was from the very first day. And Lady Heritage? Put all this mysterious business on one side and tell me what you make of her. Jane hesitated. She's disturbing. I think she has too much of everything, and it seems to upset the balance of everything she touches. She's too beautiful, for one thing, and she has too much intellect and far too much emotion. I think she is dreadfully unhappy too, with the sort of unhappiness that makes you want to hurt somebody else. You know what she sang this evening. I think she really feels like that, and would like to smash everything. That's why. Jane broke off suddenly. Her voice dropped to the least possible thread. Oh, what's that? What's that? As she spoke, her hand met Henry's on the switch of the torch. The light went out. Jane clung to one of the hard, strong fingers as she listened with all her ears. She heard a footstep, light and unmistakable, and it stopped upon the threshold. There were about 20 seconds of really terrifying silence, and then the handle of the door turned slowly. Jane heard the creak of the hinge, the minute rattle of the latch. Then the handle was released, but slowly and with the least possible noise. There was another silence. Jane pinched Henry as hard as she could, and though this, of course, relieved the strain, she felt dreadfully afraid that she would scream unless something broke through this dreadful quiet. Something did break through it next moment, for there came a low knocking on the door, and with the first sound of that knocking, Jane recovered herself. With an extraordinary quickness and lightness, she was on her feet and out of the cupboard. The cupboard was shut, and Jane, her shoes noiselessly discarded, was sitting on the side of a rumpled bed, a fold of the sheet across her mouth, inquiring in sleepy, muffled accents, "What is it? Who's there?" The knocking had gone on steadily. Now it stopped, and a voice said, "It is I, Lady Heritage. Open the door." Jane threw back the bedclothes so as to cover the chair at the bed foot, a chair upon which there should have been a neatly folded pile of clothes, pulled off her stockings, and took the key out of the dressing-table drawer. "Oh, what is it?" she said, and fumbled at the lock. Next moment the door was open, and she saw Lady Heritage in her white linen overall and headdress, the latter pushed back, showing her hair. Lady Heritage saw a startled girl in a red flannel dressing-gown. Between the moonlight and the light from the passage there was a sort of dusk. Lady Heritage put her hand on the switch, but did not pull it down. Instead, she said quickly, "I saw a light under the door. Are you ill?" Jane rubbed her eyes. "A light?" she said. Raymond crossed the room quickly and felt each of the electric bulbs. "A light," said Jane again. Lady Heritage went back to the door and turned all the lights on. "Do you always lock yourself in?" she said, "and why did you take the key out of the door? Was it wrong? They say that if you lock your door and put the key away, even if you walk in your sleep, you don't go out of the room. I shouldn't like to walk in my sleep in a big house like this, and perhaps wake up in a cellar or out on the terrace." Lady Heritage did an odd thing. Something flashed across her face as Jane was speaking, and she put both hands on the girl's shoulders and pulled her round so that she faced the light. Jane met for a moment a most extraordinary look. It did not seem to go through her as Mr. Ember's scrutiny had done, but it shook her more. She looked down and said shakily, "What is it? Oh, please tell me if I have vexed you. Oh, please." Lady Heritage took her hands away. "I had forgotten you walked in your sleep," she said. "I don't like locked doors as a rule, but I suppose you had better keep yours fastened. I shouldn't like you to walk into the sea and get drowned, or break your neck falling off the terrace. Get back to your bed. I'm just going to mine. I've been working late." She went out, and it was a long, long time before Jane, who had heard the soft footfalls die away in the distance, dared open the door and take a hasty look along the corridor. It was quite empty. Another pause. She went to the cupboard door and opened it. The flooring stretched unbroken. There was no square hole and no Henry. She sat down on the floor, hesitated, and then knocked lightly. Under her very hand a board rose with a little jerk. A line of light showed, and Henry's voice said softly, "All clear? Yes, be quick. I daren't wait." "Who was it?" "Lady Heritage." "What did she want?" "I don't know. She said she saw a light. Henry, she frightens me. She really does." The board rose a little higher. "A sleuth who gets frightened is no earthly," said Henry firmly. "Now, look here, Jane. I can get you out of this quite easily if you want to come. You are the only person in the house whom I haven't interviewed. Mr. Ember said that of course I shouldn't want to see you, as you did not get here until after the leakage must have taken place. I made no comment at the time, but it is perfectly open to me to insist on seeing you, to say that I am not satisfied with the interview, and to take you back to London for further interrogation." Henry had opened the trapdoor about a foot. His face, lighted from below, looked very odd with the chin almost resting on a board at Jane's feet, and the trap held up by one hand and only just clearing his hair. Jane would have wanted to laugh if his last suggestion had appalled her less. "Oh, you mustn't," she said. "If you do that, it's all up. Mr. Ember would never, never, never allow you to interview me. He'd be afraid of what I might say, and he'd find some awful way of keeping me quiet. As to letting me go off to London with you, well, if we started, we'd certainly never get there. And oh, Henry, please, please go away. I'm sure they suspect something, and if she comes again, or if he comes, oh, Henry, do go." "All right," said Henry. "Now, Jane, look here. I'm off before breakfast, but I can make an excuse to come down at any time if you want me. If anything is going wrong, or if you get frightened, or if you want to get out of it, write for patterns. Write for patterns of jumper wool to the Mrs. Kent, Hermione Street, South Kensington. It's a real wool shop, and they'll send you real patterns, but Miss Kent will ring me up the minute she gets your letter. I'll come down straight away, and you look out for me here." "Do you mean you'll come and stay? Won't they suspect something?" "They won't know," said Henry. "Don't ask me why, but send for me if you want me, and be very sure that I shall come. Got that address all right?" "Yes." "Then I'll be off." "Yes, please go." As a preliminary to going, Henry came up a step higher, set the torch on the floor, and took Jane by the hand. "Don't get frightened, Jane," he said. "I hate you to be frightened." "I'm not really." Henry came up another step. The trap now rested on his shoulders. "Oh, Henry, please." "I'm going," said Henry. He continued to hold Jane's hand and appeared immovable. Jane could of course have taken her hand away and left the cupboard, but this did not occur to her till afterwards. Quite suddenly Henry kissed her wrist and a piece of the red flannel cuff. The next minute he was really gone. Perhaps it had occurred to him that he was a chaperone. Jane lay awake for a long time. End of section 9. Chapter 10 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Henry went away by an early train, and Jane came down to what, as a child, she had once described as a crumpled kind of day. She remembered darling Jimmy looking at her in a vague way and saying in his gentle, cultivated voice, "Crumpled, my dear? Crumpled? My dear Jane, what do you mean by crumpled?" And Jane, frowning and direct, "I mean a thing that's got crumps in it, Jimmy darling." And when Mr. Carruthers did not appear to find this a sufficient explanation, she had burst into emphatic elucidation. "I was cross, and Nurse was cross, and you were cross. Yes, you were, and I had only just opened the study door ever so little, and I didn't mean to upset the milk or to break the soap dish. And oh, Jimmy, you must know what a crump is, and this day has just been chock full of them. That's why I said it was crumpled." The day of Henry's departure was undoubtedly a crumpled day. To start with, a letter from Mr. Malloy awaited Jane at the breakfast table. It began, "My dear Renata," and was signed, "Your affectionate father, Cornelius R. Malloy." Mr. Ember remarked at once upon the unusual circumstance of there being a letter for Miss Malloy, and Jane, acting on an impulse which she afterwards regretted, replied, "It's from my father. Do you want to see what he says?" "Thank you," said Geoffrey Ember. He glanced casually at the bald sentences in which Mr. Molloy hoped that his daughter was well, and expressed dislike of the climatic conditions which he had encountered on the voyage. His eyes rested for a moment upon the signature, and quite suddenly he cast a bombshell at Jane. "What does the R stand for?" he said. Jane had the worst moment of panic with which her adventure had yet provided her. She was about to say that she did not know, and take the consequences, when Mr. Ember saved her. "Is it Renatus?" he asked. Jane broke into voluble speech. "Oh, no," she said. "My name has nothing to do with his. I was called Renata after an aunt, my mother's twin sister. They were exactly alike and devoted to each other, and I was called after my Aunt Renata, and her only daughter was called after my mother." Here Jane bit the tip of her tongue and stopped, but she had not stopped in time. Mr. Ember's eyes had left Molloy's signature and were fixed upon her face. "And your mother's name?" he said. "Jane," faltered Jane. "And are you and your cousin as much alike as your mothers were?" Jane stared at her plate. She stared so hard that the gilt rim seemed to detach itself and float like a nimbus above a half-finished slice of buttered toast. I don't know," she replied. "I don't remember my mother, and I never saw my aunt." Once again she bit her tongue, and this time very hard indeed. She had been within an ace of saying, "My Aunt Jane." "But you have seen your cousin, by the way. What is her surname?" "Smith. Jane Smith." "You have seen your cousin, Jane Smith. Are you alike?" "I have only seen her once." Jane grasped her courage and looked straight at Mr. Ember. He either knew something or this was just idle teasing. In either case, being afraid would not serve her. A spice of humour might. "You're frightfully interested in my aunts and cousins," she said. "Do you want to find another secretary just like me for someone? But I'm afraid my cousin Jane isn't available. She's married to a man in Bolivia." At this point, Lady Heritage looked over the edge of the Times with a frown, and the conversation dropped. Jane finished her buttered toast and admired herself because her hand did not shake. Lady Heritage seemed to be in a frowning mood. This, it appeared, was not one of the days when she disappeared behind the steel grating with Ember, leaving Jane to pursue her appointed tasks in the library. There was a general sorting of correspondence and checking of work already done, with the result that Jane found herself being played upon, as it were, by a jet or spray of hot water. The temperature varied, but the spray was continuous. A letter to which Lady Heritage particularly wished to refer was not to be found. A package of papers wrongly addressed had come back through the dead letter office, and an unanswered invitation was discovered in the answered file. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, Jane had been made to feel that it was possible that the world might contain a person duller, more inept, and less competent than herself. Possible, but not probable. "I think you had better go for a walk, Miss Molloy," said Lady Heritage. "Perhaps some fresh air." She did not finish the sentence, and Jane, only too thankful to escape, made haste from the presence. Ember had been right when he said that the grounds were extensive. Jane skirted the house and made her way through a space of rather formally kept gardens to where a gravel path followed the edge of the cliff. For a time it was bordered by veronica and fuchsia bushes, but after a while these ceased and left the bare down with its rather coarse grass, tiny growing plants, tangled brambles, and bright yellow clumps of gorse. The path went up and down, Sometimes it almost overhung the sea. Always a tall hedge of barbed wire straggled across the view and spoilt it. The fact that a powerful electric current ran through the wire and made it dangerous to touch added to the dislike with which she regarded it. It was a grey afternoon with a whipping wind from the northwest that beat up little crests of foam on the leaded coloured waves and made Jane clutch at her hat every now and then. She thought it cold when she started, but by and by she began to enjoy the sense of motion, the wind's buffets, and the wide, clear outlook. At the farthest point of the headland she stopped, warm and glowing. The path ran out to the edge of the cliff. On the landward side the rock rose sharply, naked of grass and heaped with rough boulders. A small cave or hollow ran inwards for perhaps 4 feet. In front of it, in fact, almost within it, stood a stone bench, pleasantly sheltered by the overhanging rock and curving sides of the hollow. Jane felt no need of shelter. Instead of sitting down, she climbed upon the back of the bench and, steadying herself against a rock, looked out over the wire and saw how the cliff fell away, sheer at first, and then in a series of jagged, tumbled steps until the rocks went down into the sea. After a time Jane scrambled down and was hesitating as to whether she would turn or not, when a sound attracted her attention. The path ended by the stone bench, but there seemed to be quite a practicable grassy track beyond. The sound which Jane had heard was the sound made by a stone which has become displaced on a hillside. It must have been a very heavy stone. It fell with a muffled crash. Then came another sound which she could not place. She looked all round and could see nothing. Something frightened her. All at once she realized that she was a long way from the house and quite out of sight. Turning quickly, she began to walk back along the way that she had come. But she had not gone a dozen paces before she heard scrambling footsteps behind her. Looking over her shoulder, she saw the man George Patterson standing beside the stone seat which she had just left. He made some sort of beckoning sign with his hand and called out, but a puff of wind took away the words, and only a hoarse and, as she thought, threatening sound reached her ears. Without waiting to hear or see any more, she began to run, and with the first flying step that she took, there came upon her a blind, driving panic, which sent her racing down the path as one races in a nightmare. George Patterson started in pursuit. He called again twice, and the sound of his voice was a whip to Jane's terror. After, at the most, a minute, he gave up the chase, and Jane flew on, pursued by nothing worse than her own fear. Just by the first fuchsia bush she ran, blind and panting, into the very arms of Mr. Ember. The impact nearly knocked him down, and it may be considered as certain that he was very much taken aback. Jane came back to a knowledge of her whereabouts to find herself gripping Mr. Ember's arm and stammering out that something had frightened her. "What?" inquired Ember. "I don't know," said Jane, half sobbing, but already conscious that she did not desire to confide in Geoffrey Ember. "But you must know." "I don't." With a little gasp, Jane let go and wished ardently that her knees would stop shaking. Ember looked at her very curiously. Jane had often wondered what his queer, cold eyes reminded her of. Curiously enough, it was now, in the midst of her fright, that she knew. They were like pebbles, the greeny-grey ones which lie by the thousand on the seashore. As a rule, they were dull and hard, just as the pebbles are dull and hard when they are dry. But sometimes when he was angry, when he cross-questioned you, or when he looked at Lady Heritage, the dullness vanished, and they looked as the pebbles look when some sudden wave has touched them. Jane did not know when she disliked them most. They brightened slowly now as they fixed themselves upon her, and Ember said, "Do you know, I was hoping I might meet you. We haven't had a real talk since you came." "No," said Jane. Her manner conveyed no ardent desire for conversation. "Shall we walk a little?" pursued her companion. "The wind's cold for standing. I really do want to talk to you." Jane said nothing at all. If Ember wished to talk, let him talk. She was still shaky, and not at all in the mood for fencing. "Well, how do you like being here? How do we strike you?" Ember spoke quite casually, and Jane thought it was strange that he and Henry should both have asked her the same question. Her reply, however, differed. "I don't know," she said. "Don't you? My dear Miss Renata, what a really extraordinary number of things you don't know. You don't know what frightened you, and you don't know whether you like us or not." Jane's temper carried her away. "Oh, yes, I do," she said viciously, and looked full at the bright pebble eyes. Ember laughed. "What do you think of Lady Heritage? Wonderful, isn't she?" "Oh, yes," said Jane. "She's the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Too beautiful, don't you think?" If she desired to interest Geoffrey Ember, it appeared that she had succeeded. His attention was certainly arrested. "Why too beautiful?" Jane had an impulse towards frankness. "I think she's too everything. She has so many gifts it does not seem as if there could be scope for them all." Ember looked at Jane for a moment. Then he looked away. In that moment Jane saw something. She could not really tell what. The nearest that she could get to it was triumph. Yes, that was it. Triumph. As he looked away, he said, very low, "She will have scope enough," and there was a little tingling silence. He broke it in an utterly unforeseen manner. With an abrupt change of voice, he asked, "Ever learn chemistry?" "No," said Jane, and then wondered whether she was telling the truth about Renata. Know what a formula is?" Jane put a dash of ignorant conviction into her voice. "Oh, I think so. Oh, yes, of course." "Well, what is it?" She looked puzzled. "It's difficult to explain things, isn't it? Of course I know formulate and formal, but it's something learned, isn't it?" Ember's sarcastic smile showed for a moment. With a horrid inward qualm, Jane wondered whether she had overdone Renata's ignorance. "A formula is a prescription," said Ember slowly. "If you remember that, I think you'll find it all quite simple. So that Formula A is simply a prescription for making something up, labelled A, for convenience sake." Jane let her eyes become quite round. "Is it?" she said in the blankest tone at her command. But what is Formula A, Mr. Ember?" "That, my dear Miss Renata, is what a good many people would like to know." "Would they? Why?" "They would. In fact, some of them, person or persons unknown, wanted to know so much that they have gone to the length of stealing Formula A. That, at least, is Captain March's opinion, and the reason for his visit here. So I should be careful, very careful indeed, about betraying any knowledge of Formula A." Jane whisked round, stared blankly, and said in largest capitals, "Me?" Then, after a pause, she burst out laughing. "What do you mean?" "You either know or you don't know," said Geoffrey Ember. "If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you. If you do, I have just given you a warning. A very valuable government secret has been stolen, and if Captain March were to suspect that you were in any way involved, well, I suppose I need not tell you that the consequences would be serious beyond words." Jane gazed at him in a breathless delight, which she hoped was not apparent. The day had been singularly lacking in pleasantness, but it was undoubtedly pleasing to receive a solemn warning of the dreadful fate that might overtake her if Henry should suspect that she knew anything about Formula A. "But I haven't the slightest idea what Formula A can be," she said. "It sounds frightfully exciting. Do tell me some more. Was it stolen? And how could anything be stolen here?" "Who frightened you?" he said suddenly. Jane caught her breath. "It was a stone," she said. "I don't know why it frightened me so. It fell over the edge of the cliff and gave me a horrid, nightmarish sort of feeling. I started running, and then I couldn't stop. It was frightfully stupid of me." They walked on a few paces. Then Ember said, "Captain March will probably come down here again. I managed to save you from an interview with him this time, but if he comes again, and if he sees you, remember there is only one safe way for you. You know nothing. You never have known anything. As far as you are concerned, there is nothing to know. You shouldn't find that difficult. You have quite a talent for not knowing things. Improve it." He paused, smiled slightly, and went on. "You said just now that it was frightfully stupid of you to be frightened. Sometimes, Miss Renata, it is a great deal more stupid not to be frightened. Believe me, this is one of those times." They walked home in silence. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Whilst Jane was running away from fear down the gravel path of the cliff's edge, Captain March was about midway through an interview with his chief. Henry's chief was a large man who strongly resembled a clean and highly intelligent pig. A very little hair appeared to grow reluctantly on his head. His face was pink and clean-shaven. He had inherited the patronymic of Le Mesurier. His parents, in his baptism, had given him the romantic name of Julian, and a grateful government had conferred upon him the honour of knighthood. It is perhaps unnecessary to add that, from the moment that he emerged from the nursery and set foot within the precincts of his first preparatory school, he had been known exclusively as Piggy. There is a story of a debutante who, at a large and formal dinner party, was discovered during a sudden silence to be addressing him as Sir Piggott. The dinner party waited breathlessly. Piggy smiled his benign smile, and explained that it had not been his good fortune to be called after his aunt, Miss Piggott. "I expect you have heard of her. She left all her money to a home for cats, whereas, if my parents had done their duty and invited her to be my godmother, I should be paying at least twice as much income tax as I do now. Never undervalue your relations, my dear Miss Brown." The aunt was, of course, apocryphal, and after dinner each of the older ladies in turn took the debutante aside and told her so, as a kindness. To each of them she made the same reply, which was to the effect that Piggy was a darling. She married him 2 years later, but all this has nothing to do with Henry's interview with his chief. Sir Julian was speaking. "It's very unsatisfactory. You say they have been complying with all the suggestions in the original government instructions?" "Yes, sir." Sir Julian frowned. "It's very unsatisfactory," he repeated. "Sir William, well, it's 6 months since I saw him, and he looked all right then." "He looks all right now," said Henry. "He is all right, except on his own particular subject. He'd discuss politics, unemployment, foreign affairs, or anything else, and you wouldn't notice anything. But the minute he comes to his own subject, everything worries and irritates him. He's lost grip." As far as I can make out, he leaves everything to his daughter and the secretary. They are competent enough, but Henry did not finish his sentence. "Ah, yes, the secretary," said Julian. "What's his name?" "Yes, Ember, Geoffrey Ember." He turned an indicator under his hand and spoke rapidly into the telephone beside him. "As soon as possible," he concluded. "This girl now," he said, looking at Henry. "I don't see how this statement of hers can be squared with any of the facts as we know them." As he spoke, he picked up the notes which Henry had taken in the dark cupboard. "She made a suggestion herself," said Henry. He paused and looked with a good deal of diffidence at Sir Julian. "Well, it is just within the bounds of possibility that the government experiments are being used as a blind. That was her suggestion, sir." Sir Julian was busily engaged in drawing on his blotting paper. He drew in rapid succession cats with arched backs and bottle-brushed tails, always beginning with the tail and finishing with the whiskers, 3 on each side. Henry rightly interpreted this as a sign that he was to continue. The conversation, which was overheard at Malloy's flat, referred to a Formula A, which cannot possibly be the Formula A which we know. There may be a Formula A of which we know nothing, and it may constitute a grave danger. Ember, Henry paused. Ember is not only in a position of great responsibility with regard to the official Formula A, but he also appears to be mixed up with this other unofficial and possibly dangerous Formula A. The question to my mind is, what about Ember? Sir Julian continued to draw cats. Suddenly he looked up and said, "How long has Patterson been there?" "A fortnight," said Henry. "We recalled Jameson, you remember, and sent him down. Then, if there were unofficial experiments, they would be before his time." "Yes," said Henry. "Would it be possible?" "No, I'll put it another way. Officially, Luttrell Marches is impregnable, but unofficially— Come, March, the place practically belongs to you. Is there any way in which there might be coming and going that would defy detection? You see, your hypothesis demands either wholesale corruption of government workmen or the introduction of other experiments." There was a pause. Then Henry said, "In confidence, sir, there is a way, but to the best of my knowledge, it is only known to myself and one other person. It might be discovered." "I don't think so. It never has been." "Well, I would suggest your ascertaining, in conjunction with the other person, whether there is any evidence to show that the secret has been discovered and the way made use of." The telephone bell rang. Sir Julian lifted the receiver and listened. "Yes," he said. "Yes." Then he began to take notes. "Spell the name, please." "Yes, 1905. Is that all? Thank you." He hung up the receiver and turned to Henry. "Ember's dossier," he said. "Not much in it at first sight. Born 1880. Son of Charles Ember, partner in Jarvis and Ember, manufacturing chemists. Firm liquidated in 1896. Education till then at Harrow, and subsequently at Heidelberg, where he took degrees in medicine and science. From 1905 to 1912 at Chicago, USA, as personal assistant to Eugene K. Blumfield of Nitrates Limited, engaged as secretary by Sir William Carr Magnus during his American tour in autumn of 1912. Total exemption during war on Sir William's representations. Blameless as a blancmange at first sight. We wouldn't have him here at all if we hadn't been told to get the record of everyone employed at Luttrell Marches. Well, March?" Henry looked up with his candid, diffident air. "Heidelberg, Chicago, nitrates," he said, with a little pause after each word. "Then, I wonder if it was in Chicago that he met Malloy. Malloy was a leading light of the IWW there in 1911. Piggy looked up for a moment. Yes, he said. Did you get on to the subject of Malloy at all? I had to be very careful, said Henry with a worried air. I was introduced to Miss Malloy, so I felt that it would look odd if I asked no questions. On the other hand, I was afraid of asking too many. You see, sir, if there's really some infernal underground plot going on with the general smash-up of civilization as its object, that girl is in the most awfully dangerous position. I wish to heaven she was out of it, but I'm not at all sure that she isn't right when she says that the most dangerous thing of all would be for her to give the show away by bolting. Yes, said Piggy. Your concern for the young lady's safety does you credit. Attractive damsel in distress, eh? Pretty young thing and all that. Henry blushed furiously and said with some stiffness, As I told you, sir, we are old friends, and I think it's natural. Entirely, Piggy waved a large fat hand with a pencil in it. But to get back to Ember, what did you ask him? Well, I said I had known one or two Malloys, and asked whether Miss Malloy was the cricketer's daughter. Ember was quite forthcoming. Rather too forthcoming, I thought. Said he met Malloy in the States, and that he was a queer card, but good company. Explained how surprised he was when he ran into him at Victoria Station, after not seeing him for years. Then, quite casually and naturally, gave me to understand that Malloy had put him up for a couple of nights. He really did it very well, said the daughter was a nice little thing just from school, that he thought she would suit Lady Heritage, and how grateful Malloy was, as he was just off to the States and didn't know what to do with the girl. The impression I got was that he was taking no chances, not leaving anything for me to find out afterwards. Henry hesitated for a moment and then said, The thing that struck me most was this. I didn't ask to interview Miss Malloy because I didn't want to make her position more dangerous than it already is. That is to say, I assumed that there was danger, which really means assuming a criminal conspiracy. Now, if there were no danger and no criminal conspiracy, why on earth did everyone make it so easy for me not to interview Miss Malloy? It seems a little thing, but it struck me. It struck me awfully, sir. You see, I took a roll call of the employees first and checked them by the official list. Then I went down to the stables with Sir William, and we went through all the outdoor servants, and I finished up in Sir William's study, where I saw the domestic staff and Mr. Ember. From first to last, no one suggested that I should see Miss Malloy. In the end, I thought it would be too marked not to bring her in at all, so I said to Lady Heritage, What about your secretary? And she said, Why, she's only just come. You don't need to see her. I got nervous and left it at that. I think now that I ought to have seen her. With Lady Heritage and Ember in the room, then they couldn't have suspected her of telling me anything. Piggy looked up from his cats and looked down again. Very carefully he gave each cat a fourth whisker on the left-hand side. Then he fixed his small, light eyes on Henry and said, They? 9:30 that evening, Sir Julian marked a place in his book with a massive thumb, glanced across the domestic hearth at his wife, and observed, Dear? Lady Le Mesurier raised her charming blue eyes from the child's frock which she was embroidering. I have news to break to you, news concerning the lad Henry. Prepare for a shock. He is another's. You have lost him, my poor Isabel. I never had him, said Isabel placidly. His mamma thought you had. She did her very best to warn me. I rather think she considered that your young affections were also entangled. I said to her solemnly, My dear Mrs. March, I beg your pardon. My dear Mrs. de Loutrell, March. Of course he is in love with Isabel. I expect young men to be in love with her. I'm in love with her myself." "Piggy, you didn't." "No, my dear, but I should have liked to. She is so very large and pink that the temptation to say it and to watch the pink turn puce was almost more than I could resist. But you have interrupted me. I was about to break to you a portentous fact. Our Henry is in love." "Oh, Piggy," said Isabel. "Yes," continued Henry's chief. "Henry is undoubtedly for it. Another lost soul. It's always these promising lads that are snatched by the predatory sex. Piggy, we're not—" Dear, you are. It's axiomatic, beyond cavil or argument, like the python in the natural history books. You fascinate us first, and then engulf us." Isabel allowed a fleeting smile to lift the corners of her very pretty mouth. "Oh, Piggy, what a mouthful you would be," she murmured. "Henry," pursued Sir Julian, "Henry is in the fascinated stage. He blushed one of the most modestly revealing blushes I have ever beheld. The whole story is of the most thrillingly romantic and intriguing nature, and I regret to say, my dear, that I cannot tell you a single word of it." Lady Le Mesurier took up a blue silk thread. "Oh, Piggy," she said reproachfully. Sir Julian beamed upon her. "My official duty forbids," he said with great enjoyment. "Dismiss the indecent curiosity which I see stamped upon your every feature. Upon Henry's affair my lips are sealed. I am a tomb. I merely wish to have a small bet with you as to whether Henry's mamma will queer his pitch or not." "But, Piggy, darling, how can I lay odds if I don't know anything? Tell me, is she pretty?" "Isabel, is that the spirit in which to approach this solemn subject? As an old married woman, you should ask, is she virtuous? Is she thrifty? Is she worthy of Henry? And to all these questions I should make the same reply: I do not know." Isabel leaned forward, and still with that faint, delightful smile, she pricked the back of Sir Julian's hand sharply with the point of her embroidery needle. "The serpent's tooth," he said, and opened his book. "Isabel, you interrupt my studies. I merely wish to commend 3 aspects of the case to your feminine intuition. First, Henry is in love. Second, he has yet to reckon with his mamma. Third, I may at any time ring you up and instruct you to prepare the guest chamber for Henry's girl." Lady Le Mesurier began to work a blue ribbon bow round the stalks of some pink and white daisies. "You're rather a lamb, Piggy," she said. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. It was next morning, whilst Jane was sorting and arranging the papers for the library table, that she caught sight of Henry's first message. She very nearly missed it, for the folds of the paper cut right across the agony column, and what caught her eye was the one word that passed as a signature: Thursday. It startled her so much that she dropped the paper, and in snatching at it, knocked over a pile of magazines. Lady Heritage looked over her shoulder with a frown, tapped with her foot, and then went on with her writing in a silence that uttered more reproof than words could have done. Jane picked everything up as silently as possible. As she put the papers on the table, she laid the Times out flat, and bending over it, read the message: "You will receive a letter from me. Trust the bearer. Thursday." She put all the papers neatly in their places and went to her writing table with an intense longing to be alone, to be able to think what this might mean, and to wonder who would be the bearer of Henry's letter. She hoped ardently that Lady Heritage would have business in the laboratories, and whilst these thoughts and hopes and wonderings filled her mind, she had to write neat and legible replies to the apparently inexhaustible number of persons who desired Lady Heritage to open bazaars, speak at public meetings, subscribe to an indefinite number of charities, or contribute to the writer's support. When at last she was alone in her own room, she was tingling with excitement. At any moment someone, some unknown friend and ally, might present himself. It was exciting, but, she thought, rather risky. For instance, supposing Henry's letter came, by any mischance, into the wrong hands, and letters were mislaid and stolen sometimes, what a perfectly dreadful chapter of misfortunes might ensue. She frowned and decided that Henry had been rash. It was with a pleasant feeling of superiority that she put on her hat and went out into the garden to pick tulips. The weather had changed in the night, and it was hot and sunny, with the sudden dazzling heat of mid-April. In the walled garden, the south border was full of violet-scented yellow tulips, each looking at this new hot sun with a jet-black eye. A sheet of forget-me-nots repeated the sheer blue of the sky. Jane picked an armful of tulips and a sheaf of leopard's bane. Strictly speaking, she should then have gone in to put the flowers in water for the adornment of the yellow drawing-room. Instead, she made her way to the farthest corner of the garden and basked. At first she looked at the flowers, but after a while her eyelids fell. Jane has never admitted that she went to sleep, but if she was thinking with her eyes shut, her thoughts must have been of an extremely engrossing nature, for it is certain that she heard neither the opening nor the shutting of a door in the wall beside her. She did feel a shadow pass between herself and the sun, and opening her eyes quickly, she saw, standing beside her, the very man from whom she had fled in terror yesterday. The sunlight fell from upon him, showing the shabby clothes, the tall stooping figure, the grizzled beard, and that disfiguring scar. With a great start Jane attempted to rise, only to discover that a wheelbarrow may make a very comfortable chair, but that it is uncommonly difficult to get out of in a hurry. To her horror, the man, George Patterson, took her firmly by the wrist and pulled her to her feet. She shrank intensely from his touch, received an impression of unusual strength, and then, to her overwhelming surprise, she heard him say in a low, well-bred voice, "I have a letter for you, Miss Smith." "Oh, hush," said Jane. "Oh, please, hush." "All right, I won't do it again. Look here, I want to say a few words to you, but we had better not be seen together. Here's your letter. Stay where you are for 5 minutes, and then come down to the potting shed. Don't come in. Stay by the door and tie your shoelace." He went off with his dragging step and left Jane dumb. There was a folded note in her hand, and in her mind so intense a shock of surprise as to rob her very thoughts of expression. After what seemed like a long, paralysed month, she opened the note, which bore no address, and read, pencilled in Henry's clear and very ornamental hand, "The bearer is trustworthy. H.L.M." When she had looked so long at Henry's initials that they had blurred and cleared again, not once but many times, she walked mechanically down the path until she came to the shed. Beside it was a barrel full of rain-water. Into this she dipped Henry's note, made sure that the words were totally illegible, poked a hole in the border, and covered the sodden paper with earth. Then, at the potting shed door, she knelt and became occupied with her shoelace. "Henry saw me after he saw you," said George Patterson's voice. "He thought it might be a comfort to you to know there is a friend on the spot. but I'm afraid I gave you a fright yesterday." "You did," said Jane, "but I don't know why. I was a perfect fool, and I ran right into Mr. Ember's arms." "Did you tell him what frightened you?" said Patterson quickly. "No, I wasn't quite such a fool as that." "Please, who are you?" "My name is George Patterson. I'm a friend of Henry's. If you want me, I'm here." "If I want you," said Jane, "how am I to get at you?" Mr. Patterson considered. "There's a wide sill inside your window." "And how on earth do you know that?" thought Jane. "If you put a big jar of, say, those yellow tulips there, I'll know you want to speak to me, and I'll come here to this potting shed as soon as I can. You know they keep us pretty busy with roll calls and things of that sort. I only got back yesterday by the skin of my teeth. I had to bolt." You didn't pass me?" "No, I didn't pass you." There was just a trace of amusement in Mr. Patterson's voice. Jane pulled her shoelace undone and began to tie it all over again. "Hush," she said very quick and low. "Someone is coming." Just where the path ended, not a half-dozen yards away, the red brick wall was pierced by a door. 2 round Scotch rose bushes, all tiny green leaf and sharp brown prickle, grew like large pincushions on either side of the interrupted border. Bright pink nectarine buds shone against the brick like coral studs. The ash-coloured door, rough and sun-blistered, was opening slowly, and into the garden came Raymond Heritage, pushing the door with one hand and holding a basket of bulbs in the other. She was looking back over her shoulder at something or someone beside her. From inside the potting shed came Patterson's voice, just a breath. "Who?" "Lady Heritage." Jane was up as she spoke and moving away. She reached the door just as Raymond closed it and, turning, saw her. "Oh, Miss Malloy, I was really looking for you. Is Garstin anywhere about?" "I haven't seen him," murmured Jane, as if the absent gardener might be blooming unnoticed in one of the borders. "He's not in the potting shed. I'll just look in and see. I want to stand over him and see that he puts these black irises where I want them to go. They come from Palestine, and the last lot failed entirely because he was so obstinate. I'll get a trowel and mark the place, I think." She moved forward as she spoke, and Jane, horror-struck, stammered, "Let me look. It's so dusty in there." She was back at the door of the shed, but Lady Heritage was beside her. "I want a trowel too," she said, and Jane felt herself gently pushed over the threshold. They were both just inside the door. It seemed dark after the strong light outside. There was a row of windows along one side and a broad deal shelf under them. There were piles and piles of pots and boxes. There were hanks of bass and rolls of tools. There were watering cans. There was a length of rubber hose. But there was no George Patterson. Jane put her hand behind her, gripped the jamb of the door, and moved back a pace so that she could lean against it. The pots, the tools, the bass, and the rubber hose danced before her bewildered eyes. Lady Heritage put her basket of bulbs down on the wide shelf and said, "Garstin ought to be here. He's really very tiresome. That's the worst of old servants. When a gardener has been in a place for 40 years, as Garstin has, he owns it." "Shall I find him?" said Jane. "No, not now. I really want to talk to you. I've just been speaking to Geoffrey Ember, and he tells me you had a fright yesterday. What frightened you?" "Nothing. My own silliness." Jane felt as if she must scream. George Patterson had disappeared as if by a conjuring trick. Where had he gone to? Where was he? It was just like being in a dream. Raymond Heritage seemed to tower before her in her white dress. Her uncovered head almost touched the low beam above the door. "Geoffrey said you were blind with fright, that you ran right into him. He said you were as white as a sheet and shaking all over. I want to know what frightened you." "A stone," It fell into the sea. What made it fall? A man? What man? Jane leaned against the doorpost, her breath coming and going, her eyes held by those imperious eyes. A stone, she said. It fell. I ran away. Miss Malloy, said Lady Heritage, you walked to the end of the headland out of sight of the house. Whilst you were there, something gave you a serious fright. Something or somebody. This is all nonsense about a stone. Whom did you see on the headland? For you certainly saw somebody. No, don't look away. I want you to look at me, please. I don't know why I was so frightened, said Jane. It just came over me. Lady Heritage looked at her very gravely. If you saw any stranger on the headland, it is your absolute duty to tell me. Where secrets of such value are in question, it is necessary to watch every avenue and to neglect no suspicious circumstance. If you are trying to screen anyone, you are acting very foolishly indeed. I warn you, and I ask you again, what frightened you? I don't know, said Jane in a little whispering voice. Why? Why do you think there was anyone? I don't think, said Lady Heritage briefly. I know. Mr. Ember went up to the headland after he met you, and there were footmarks in the gravel. Some man had undoubtedly been there, and you must have seen him. Mr. Ember made the entire round and saw no one, but someone had been there. Now, will you tell me what you saw? Oh, said Jane. Rather to her own astonishment, she began to cry. Oh, that's why I was frightened then. The stone fell so suddenly, and I didn't know why. Why? The sobs choked her. Lady Heritage stood looking at her for a moment. Are you just an arrant little fool, she said in a low voice, or... Oh, I'm not, sobbed Jane. Oh, I've never been called such a thing before. I know I'm not clever, but I don't think you'd call me a fool. Lady Heritage pressed her lips together and walked past Jane and out into the sunshine. She stood there for a moment, tapping with her foot. Then she called rather impatiently, Miss Malloy, dry your eyes and come here. Jane came, squeezing a damp handkerchief into a ball. Bring your flowers in. I see you've left them over there to die in the sun. I'm driving into Withstead this afternoon, and you can come with me. I have to see Mrs. Cottingham about some university extension lectures. And she telephoned just now to say, would I bring you? She has a girl staying with her who thinks she must have been at school with you, or one of your cousins. Her name is Daphne Todhunter. Jane stood perfectly still. Daphne Todhunter? Arnold Todhunter's sister Daphne? Renata's friend? But Daphne must know that Arnold was married. Question was, whom had Arnold married? Had his family welcomed, by letter, Jane Smith or Renata Malloy to its bosom? If Renata Malloy, how in the world was a second Renata to be explained to Miss Daphne Todhunter? Miss Malloy, what's the matter with you? Said Lady Heritage. Jane could not think quickly enough. Supposing Lady Heritage went to Mrs. Cottingham's without her, and supposing Daphne Todhunter were to say that her brother Arnold had married a girl called Renata Malloy. It was too much to hope that Arnold had carried discretion to the point of telling his own family that he had married an unknown Jane Smith. Jane suddenly threw up her chin and squared her shoulders, the colour coming back into her cheeks. Nothing, she said with a little caught breath. I'm sorry I was so silly, and for crying, and if I was rude to you, it's most awfully kind of you to take me into Withstead. If there were any music to be faced, Jane was going to face it. At least the tune should not be called behind her back. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. A feeling of exhilaration amounting to recklessness possessed Jane as she put on the white serge coat and skirt sacred to the Sabbath crocodile. Attired in it, Renata, side by side with Daphne Todhunter, had, doubtless, walked many a time to church and back. In front of her, 2 white serge backs. Behind her, more white serge, and more, and more, and more. Jane's head reeled. She detested this garment, but considered it appropriate to the occasion. They drove into Withstead across the marshes. The sun blazed, and all the tiny marsh plants seemed to be growing and stretching themselves. Mrs. Cottenham lived in a villa on the outskirts of the town, and was ashamed of it. She had married kind little Dr. Cottingham, but imagined that she had condescended in doing so. Her reasons for thinking this were not apparent. Jane followed Lady Heritage into the dark, rather stuffy drawing-room and beheld a middle-aged woman with a rigidly controlled Victorian figure, a tightly netted grey fringe, and a brown satin dress with a good many little gold beads upon it. She had a breathless sense of the extraordinary way in which the room was overcrowded. Every inch of the walls was covered with photographs, fans, engravings, and china plates. Almost every inch of floor space was covered with small ornamental tables, crowded with knickknacks. There was a carved screen and an ebonized overmantel with looking-glass panels. There was a Japanese umbrella in the fireplace. Jane's eyes looked hastily into every corner. There were more things than she had ever seen in one room before, but there was no Daphne Todhunter. Mrs. Cottingham was shaking hands with her. She had a fat hand and squeezed you. "Are you Daphne's Miss Malloy?" she said. She was wildly excited at the prospect of meeting you, and I said at once, I'll just ring up Luttrell Marches and ask Lady Heritage to bring her here this afternoon. I thought I might do that. You see, I only happened to mention your name this morning, and Daphne was so excited, and she goes away tomorrow, so it was the only chance. So I thought I would just ring up and ask Lady Heritage to bring you. I said to Daphne at once, Lady Heritage is so kind. Jane saw Lady Heritage's eyebrows rise very slightly. She moved a step, and instantly Mrs. Cottingham had turned from Jane. "Why, Lady Heritage, you're standing. Now, I always say, this is the most comfortable chair." Her voice went flowing on. But Jane suddenly ceased to hear a word she said, for a door at the far end of the room was flung open. On the threshold appeared Miss Daphne Todhunter. In common with most other Daphnes, Cynthias, and Ianthes, she was short and rather heavily built. Her brown hair was untidy. She wore the twin coat and skirt to that which was adorning Jane. With an exclamation of rapture, she rushed across the room, dislodging a book from one little table and an ashtray from another. Her eyes are exactly like gooseberries which have been boiled until they are brown, thought Jane, and I know she's going to kiss me. She not only kissed Jane, she hugged her. 2 stout arms and a waft of white rose scent enveloped Jane's shrinking form. After a moment in which she wondered how long this embrace would last, Jane managed to detach herself. Mrs. Cottingham's voice fell gratefully upon her ears. "Daphne, Daphne, my dear, come and speak to Lady Heritage. She's wildly excited, as I told you. The natural enthusiasms of youth. Dear Lady Heritage, so beautiful, so quickly lost. I'm sure you agree with me. Daphne, my dear. Daphne came reluctantly and thrust a large hand at Lady Heritage without looking at her. Raymond looked at it for a moment, and after a perceptible pause, just touched the fingertips. Mrs. Cottingham never stopped talking. So, it is your friend, and you're just so excited for words. Take her away and have a good gossip. Lady Heritage and I have a great deal to talk about. You were saying? I was saying, said Lady Heritage wearily, that you must write at once if you want Masterson to lecture for you next winter. Daphne dragged Jane to the far end of the room. Oh, Renata, how perfectly delicious! But how did you come here? And what are you doing? And where's Arnold? And why aren't you with him? She made a pounce at Jane's left hand and felt the third finger. Oh, where's your ring? She said. Hush, said Jane. They reached a sofa and sank upon it. Immediately in front of them was an octagonal table of light-coloured wood, profusely carved. Upon it, amongst lesser portraits, stood a tall photograph of Mrs. Cottingham in a train and feathers and a tiara. The sofa was low, and Jane felt that fate had been kinder than she deserved. Oh, Renata, aren't you married? Breathed Daphne. She breathed very hard, and Jane was reminded of Arnold on the fire escape. Oh, Renata, tell me, when she, Mrs. Cottingham, said, Miss Renata Malloy, I nearly died. I said, Miss Malloy, and she said, yes, Miss Renata Malloy. And oh, I very nearly let the cat out of the bag. She grasped Jane's hand and pressed it violently. But I didn't. Arnold told me not to, and I didn't. But, of course, I'm simply dying to know all about everything. Now, darling, tell me everything. Never in her life had Jane felt so much aloof from any human creature. There was something so inexpressibly comic in the idea of pouring out her heart to Daphne Todhunter that she did not even feel nervous, only aloof and cool. She looked earnestly at Daphne and said, What did Arnold tell you? It was the greatest shock, said Daphne, and such a surprise. 1 minute there he was, moving about at home and not knowing when he would get a job, and perfectly distracted with hopelessness about you, and the next he rushed down to say goodbye because he was going to Bolivia, and his heart was broken because you wouldn't go too. She stopped for breath and squeezed Jane's hand even harder than before, and then she continued, You can imagine what a shock it was to get the letter card. Yes, said Jane, it must have been. What did it say? Daphne opened her eyes and her mouth. Didn't he show it to you? How perfectly extraordinary of him. Well, he didn't, said Jane. What did he say? I know it by heart, said Daphne ardently. I could repeat every word. Well, for goodness sake, do. Renata, how odd you are, not a bit like yourself. Fear stabbed Jane. Tell me what he said. Tell me what he said, she repeated. With an effort, she pressed the hand that was squeezing hers. What? Arnold in the letter card? But I think it was just too weird of him not to have shown it to you. Too extraordinary. Jane felt that she was becoming dazed. What did he say? I know it all by heart. I could say it in my sleep. He said, Just off we sailed together. We were married this morning, and I'm the happiest man in the world. Don't tell anyone at present. If you love me, not a word to a soul. We will write from Bolivia. Arnold, P.S. On no account. Tell Aunt Ethel. So you see why I nearly died when she said Miss Renata Malloy, for of course I thought you were in Bolivia with Arnold. And oh, Renata, where is he and what has happened? Tell me everything. She flung her arms about Jane's neck as she spoke and gave her a long, clinging kiss. Jane endured it under pressure of that. You are not a bit like yourself." When she had borne it for as long as she could, she drew back. "Listen," she said. Tell me the worst. Tell me everything. Where is Arnold?" "Arnold is in Bolivia," said Jane. "And why aren't you with him?" Jane produced a pocket handkerchief. It was a very little one, but it sufficed. In her own mind, Jane described it as local colour. "We have parted," she said, and dabbed her eyes. "Renata! But you're married to him." "No," said Jane, quite truthfully. An inward thankfulness that she was not married to Arnold supported her. Daphne stared at her with bulging eyes. "You're not? But he said we were married this morning. I read it with my own eyes, and I could repeat it in my sleep. I know it by heart." Jane checked her with a look that held so much mysterious meaning that the flood of words was actually stemmed. "He didn't marry me," said Jane in a tense whisper. She looked straight into the boiled gooseberry eyes and then covered her own. "He didn't marry you?" repeated Daphne, gasping. "No," said Jane from behind the handkerchief. "But he's married." Yes," said Jane. "Oh, Renata!" Miss Todhunter cast herself upon Jane's neck and burst into tears. The impact was considerable, and her weight no light one. "Daphne, please, please! Lady Heritage is looking at us. Do sit up. I can't tell you anything if you cry. There's really nothing to cry about." Daphne sat up again. She also produced a handkerchief, a very large one, with Daphne embroidered across the corner in coral pink. A terrific blast of white rose emerged with the handkerchief. "But he was so much in love with you," she wailed. "I don't understand it. How could he marry anyone else and break your heart?" "My heart is not broken," said Jane. "Then it was your fault, and you've broken his, and he's got married just to show he doesn't care, like people do in books. I don't believe you love him a bit." Jane looked modestly at the carpet, which was of a lively shade of crimson. "I'm afraid I don't," she said in a very small voice. An unbecoming flush mounted to Daphne's cheeks. "I don't know how you've got the face," she said. Much to Jane's relief, she withdrew from her to the farthest corner of the sofa and then glared. "Poor Arnold! Aunt Ethel always did say you were sly. She always said she wouldn't trust you a yard." She paused, sniffed, and then added, in what was meant for a tone of great dignity, "And please, whom has Arnold married?" Her name is Jane, I believe," said Jane with a tremor. At this moment she became aware that Lady Heritage had risen to her feet. Mrs. Cottingham's voice clamoured for attention. "Oh, Lady Heritage, not without your tea. It won't be a moment. Indeed, I couldn't dream of letting you go like this. Just a cup of tea, you know, so refreshing. Indeed, it would distress me to think of your facing that long drive without your tea." Raymond stood perfectly still, her face weary and unresponsive. "I'm afraid my time is not my own," she said, and crossed the room to where the two girls were sitting. They both rose, Daphne with a jerk that dislodged a photograph frame. "I'm afraid I must interrupt your talk," said Lady Heritage. "Were you living school triumphs over again? I suppose you swept off all the prizes between you." If there was irony in the indifferent voice, Miss Todhunter was unaware of it. She laughed rather loudly and said, "Renata never won a prize in her life." "Oh," said Raymond with a lift of the brows. "I'm surprised. I pictured her always at the head of her class and winning everything." Daphne laughed again. She was still angry. I'm afraid she's been putting on side, she said. Why, Miss Basing would have fainted with surprise if she had found Renata anywhere near the top of anything. Or me either, she added with reluctant honesty. Miss Malloy, said Raymond, ask Mrs. Cottingham if she will let Lewis know that we are ready. And as Jane moved away, she continued, I should have thought her languages now. Daphne's mouth fell open. Oh, my goodness, she said. She must have been piling it on. Why, her languages were rotten, absolutely rotten. Why, Mademoiselle said that I was enough to break her heart, but when it came to Renata, it was just mon Dieu the whole time, and then they were roused because Miss Basing thought it was profane. Only somehow it seems different in French, don't you think? Lady Heritage looked at Daphne as though she had some difficulty in thinking about her at all. I see, she said gravely, and then Mrs. Cottingham bore down upon them. Tea should have been ready if I had known, she said. Her colour had risen, and her voice shook a little. If I could persuade you, I'm sure it won't be more than a moment. But of course, if you must. But if I had only known. You see, I thought to myself we would have our talk first, and then enjoy our tea comfortably, and indeed it is, just coming in. But of course, if you are obliged to go. Thank you very much. I am obliged to go. Goodbye, Mrs. Cottingham. You'll write to Masterson and let me know what the answer is. I think I hear the car. Miss Todhunter, who had embraced her friend so warmly half an hour before, parted from her with a tepid handshake. But if neither Daphne nor Mrs. Cottingham considered the visit a success, Lady Heritage seemed to derive some satisfaction from it, and Jane told herself that not only had a danger been averted, but a distinct advantage had been gained. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Jane ran straight up to her room when they got back, but she was no sooner there than it came into her mind to wonder whether she had put away the files which she had been working on just before she went into the garden. Think as she would, she could not be sure. She ran down again and went quickly along the corridor to the library. The door was unlatched. She touched the handle, pushed it a little, and stood hesitating. Lady Heritage was speaking. It's a satisfaction to know just where one is. Sometimes I've been convinced she was a fool, and then again... Well, I've wondered. I wondered this afternoon in the garden. That man on the headland gives one to think furiously. Who on earth could it have been? I don't know. But I don't believe she saw him. I don't believe she saw anything or knew why she was frightened. She just got a start, a shock, began to run without knowing why, and ran herself into a blind panic. She looked quite idiotic when I was questioning her. Oh, thought Jane, it's horrible to listen at doors, but what am I to do? What she did was to go on listening. She heard Lady Heritage's rare laugh. Then this afternoon, my dear Geoffrey, it would have convinced you or anyone, the friend, this Daphne Todhunter. Well, only a fool could have made a bosom friend of her, and, as I told you, even she had the lowest opinion of her adored Renata's brains. I don't know, said Ember again. You say she's a fool. I say she's a fool. Her friend says she's a fool. But something, some instinct in me protests. Womanly intuition, said Lady Heritage with a mocking note. There was silence. Then, these girls, were they alone together? No, they conducted what appeared to be a curiously emotional conversation at the other end of Mrs. Cottingham's dreadful drawing-room, which always reminds me of a parish jumble sale. Ember's voice sounded suddenly much nearer, as if he had crossed the room. "Emotional? What do you mean?" he said quickly. Lady Heritage laughed again. "Mean," she said. "Does that sort of thing mean anything?" "What sort of thing? Please. It's important." On hand-holding and a tearful embrace or two, the usual accompaniments of schoolgirl schwärmerei. Jane could hear that Ember was moving restlessly. Her own heart was beating. She knew very well that in Ember's mind there was just one thought. Suppose she had told Daphne Todhunter. "Which of them cried?" said Ember sharply. "I think they both did. Miss Todhunter most. And you couldn't hear what they were saying?" "Not a word." "I must know. Will you send for her and find out? It's of the first importance." "You think?" "She may have told this girl what we've been trying to get out of her. I must know. Look here, I'll take a book and sit down over there. She won't notice me. Send for her and begin about other things. Then ask her why her friend was so distressed." Jane heard Ember move again and knew that this time it was towards the bell. She turned and ran back along the way by which she had come. 5 minutes later she was entering the library to find Lady Heritage at her table and Ember at the far end of the room, buried in a book. "I want the unanswered letter file." Lady Heritage's voice was very businesslike. Jane brought it over and waited whilst Raymond turned over the letters, frowning. "I don't see Lady Manning's letter." "You answered it yesterday." "So I did. Miss Malloy, why did your friend cry this afternoon?" "Daphne?" "Yes, Daphne. Why did she cry?" "Oh, she does, you know. But I suppose not entirely without some cause." "She was angry with me," said Jane, very low. "Yes, I noticed that she did not kiss you when you went away." "No, she's angry. You see," Jane hung her head, "you see, I'm afraid she thinks that I didn't treat her brother very well." "Her brother?" "Yes, she wanted me to be engaged to him, but he's married someone else, so I think it's rather silly of her to be cross with me, don't you?" "I really don't know." Out of the tail of her eye, Jane saw Mr. Ember nod his head just perceptibly. Lady Heritage must have seen it too, for she pushed the letter file over to Jane. "Put this away. No, I don't want anything more at present." Tea came in as she spoke. Afterwards, in her own room, Jane sat down on the broad window ledge, with her hands in her lap, looking out over the sea. The lovely day was drawing slowly to a lovelier close, the sun-drenched air absolutely still, absolutely clear. The tide was low, the sea one sheet of unbroken blue, except where the black rocks, more visible than Jane had ever seen them, pierced the surface. Jane did not quite know what had happened to her. Her moment of exhilaration was gone. She was not afraid, but she felt a sense of horror which she had not known before. She had thought of this adventure as her adventure, her own risk. Somehow she had never really related it to other people. For the first time, she began to see Formula A not as something which threatened her, but as something that menaced the world. It was ridiculous that it was Mrs. Cottingham and Daphne Todhunter who had caused this change. It is one thing to think vaguely of civilization being swept away, and quite another to visualize some concrete, humdrum, Tom, Dick, or Harry being swept horribly out of existence. Jane's imagination suddenly showed her Formula A, the process, whatever they chose to call the horrible thing, in operation, showed it annihilating fussy Mrs. Cottingham, with her overcrowded drawing-room and her overcrowded talk, showed it doing something horrible to fat, common Daphne Todhunter. The romance of adventure fell away. The glamour that sometimes surrounds catastrophe shriveled and was gone. It was horrible, only horrible. Jane kept seeing Mrs. Cottingham's ugly room, and Raymond Heritage standing there as she had seen her that afternoon, like a statue that had nothing to do with its surroundings. All at once she knew what it was that Lady Heritage reminded her of. Not Mercury at all, but Medusa, with the lovely tortured face, stone and yet suffering. As she looked out over that calm sea, she had before her all the time the vision of Medusa, and of hundreds and hundreds of quite ordinary, vulgar, commonplace Mrs. Cottinghams and Daphne Todhunters being turned to stone. A tremor began to shake her. It kept coming again and again. Then all at once the tears were running down her face. It was then it came to her that she could not bear to think of Daphne as she had seen her at the last, with that hurt, angry, puzzled look. She's a fat lump, but Arnold is her brother, and Renata is her friend, and she thinks they've failed each other and been horrid to her. I can't bear it. At that moment Jane hated herself fiercely, because Daphne's tears had amused her. You've got a brick instead of a heart, and if you get eliminated, it'll serve you right. She dabbed her eyes very hard, straightened her hair, and ran downstairs to the library again. Ember was the sole occupant, and Jane addressed him with diffidence. "Mr. Ember, do you think Lady Heritage would mind? I mean, may I use the telephone?" "What for?" said Ember, looking at her over the edge of his paper. "I thought perhaps I might," said Jane. I wanted to say something to my friend, the one who is staying with Mrs. Cottingham." "Ah, yes, why not?" "Then I may?" "Oh, yes, certainly. Do you want me to go?" Jane presented a picture of modest confusion. It was concern for Daphne Todhunter that had brought her downstairs. Concern and the prickings of remorse. But at the sight of Ember, she experienced what she would have described as a brain wave. "If you wouldn't mind," she said, "I'm so sorry to disturb you, but I did rather want to talk privately to her." "Oh, by all means." Ember's tone was most amiable. His departure was courteously prompt. Jane would have been prepared to bet the 18 pence which constituted her sole worldly fortune to a brass farthing that upon the other side of the door his attentive ear would miss no word of her conversation. She gave Mrs. Cottingham's number and waited in some anxiety. The voice that said hello was unmistakably Miss Todhunter's, and Jane began at once. "Oh, Daphne, is that you? I want to speak to you so badly. Are you alone? Good, I'm so glad." At the other end of the line, Daphne was saying grumpily, "I don't know what you mean. There are 3 people in the room. I keep telling you so." "Good," said Jane with a little more emphasis. "I want to speak to you most particularly. I've been awfully unhappy since this afternoon. I really have. And I wanted to say... to ask you not to be upset about Arnold. It's all for the best, really. Please, please don't think badly of him. It's not his fault, and I know you'll like his wife very much indeed. He'll tell you all about it some day, and you'll think it ever so romantic. So you won't be unhappy about it, will you? I hate people to be unhappy." Without waiting for Miss Todhunter's reply, Jane hung up the receiver. After a decent interval, she opened the door. Mr. Ember was at the far end of the passage, waiting patiently. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Jane waked that night and did not know why she waked. After a moment it came to her that she had been dreaming. In her dream, something unpleasant had happened, and she did not know what it was. She sat up in the darkness with her hands pressed over her eyes, trying to remember. The vague feeling of having passed through some horrifying experience oppressed her far more than a definite recollection could have done. She got up, switched on the light, and began to pace up and down, but she could not shake off that feeling of having left something, she did not know what, just behind her, just out of sight. She looked round for the book she had been reading, but she remembered now that she had left it downstairs. She looked at her watch. It was 3 o'clock. The house would be absolutely still and empty. It would not take her 2 minutes to fetch the book from the drawing-room. She slipped on Renata's dressing gown, put out her light, and opened the door. With a little shock of surprise, she saw that the corridor was dark. Someone must have put out the light, which always burned at the far end. Instead of the usual faintly rosy glow, there was darkness thinning to dusk, and just at the stairhead a vivid splash of moonlight. After a moment's hesitation, Jane slipped out of her room, leaving the door ajar. Somehow she had not reckoned upon having to cross that brightly lighted space. She came slowly to the head of the stairs and looked down into the hall. It was like looking into the blackness and silence of a vast well. She could see nothing at all. The moon was shining in through the rose window above the great door. There was a shield in the window, a shield with the Luttrell arms, and the light came through the glass in a great beam shot with colour, and struck the portrait of Lady Heritage and the vine leaves and grapes on the newel just below. The window and the portrait were on the same level, and the ray seemed to make a brilliant cleavage between the silvery dusk above and the dense gloom below. Jane descended the stairs, walking carefully so as to make no noise. At the foot she turned sharply to the left and passed the study door, the fireplace, and the steel gate which shut off the north wing. The door of the yellow drawing-room was straight in front of her. She opened it softly and went in. The book would be on the little table to the right of the fireplace, because she remembered putting it there when Lady Heritage made an unexpectedly early move. She stood for a moment visualizing the arrangement of the chairs, and then walked straight to the right place. The book was where she had left it, put down open, a bad habit for which Jimmy had often rebuked her. She was back at the door with it, and just about to pass the threshold when she heard a sound. Instantly she stood still, listening. The sound came from the other end of the hall, where the shadows lay deepest round the massive oak door. "But there can't be anyone at the door at this hour," said Jane. There can't possibly." The sound came again, something between a rustle and a creak, but so faint that no hearing less acute than Jane would have caught it. "It's on the left of the door, underneath Willoughby Luttrell's picture." Jane suddenly pressed her hand to her lips and made an involuntary movement backward, for there was an unmistakable click, and then, slow and faint, a footfall. Jane stood rigid, staring into the darkness of the corner. She thought she heard a sigh, and then the footsteps crossed the hall, coming nearer. At the stair-foot they paused, and then began to ascend. Jane gazed into the deeply shadowed space where the footfall sounded, but nothing, not the slightest glimpse of anything moving, came to her straining sight. She looked up and saw the level ray of moonlight overhead. Whoever climbed the stair must pass up into the light and be visible, but from where she stood she could only see the side of the stair like a black wall. But she must see, she must. If someone had come out of the darkness where there was no door, she must know who it was. Her bare feet made no sound as she moved from the sheltering doorway. Step by step she kept pace with those slow, mounting footsteps. She passed the steel gate, and feeling her way along the wall, came to a standstill by the cold, black hearth. Then, with her whole body tense, she turned and looked up. There was a darker shadow among the shadows, a shadow that moved upwards towards the beam of moonlight. Jane watched, breathless, and from where the portrait hung, the sombre eyes of Raymond Heritage seemed to watch too. Out of blackness into dusk, a something emerged. One step more, and the moonlight fell on a dark hood. Up into the light came a cloaked figure, draped from head to foot, shapeless. On the top step it turned. Jane caught her breath. It was Lady Heritage. She stood there for a long minute, her left hand just resting on the newel post with its twining tendrils and massive overhanging grapes. The light shone full upon her, and her face was sharpened, blanched and sorrowful. Her eyes seemed to look into unfathomable depths of gloom. The amber, the rose, and the violet of the stained glass fell in a hazy iridescence upon the black of her cloak. In front the cloak fell away and showed the straight white linen of an overall, and the cloak and overall were deeply stained with dull wet smears. A piece of the stuff hung jagged from a tear. Jane looked and could not take her eyes away. "Oh, she's so unhappy," she said to herself. With a quick movement, Raymond Heritage pushed the hood back from her hair. Then she turned, faced her own portrait for a moment, and passed slowly out of sight. Jane heard a door close very softly. She stood quite still and waited, gathering her courage. She would have to mount the stair and pass through that light before she could reach the safely shadowed corridor. Just for a moment it seemed as if she could not do it. Her feet seemed to cleave to the ground. 5 minutes passed, and another 5. Jane felt herself becoming rigid, and with a tremendous effort she took one step forward, but only one, for as her foot touched a new cold patch of floor, someone moved overhead. For an instant a little pencil of electric light jabbed into the darkness and went out again. The next moment Mr. Ember stepped into the moonlight. He too wore a linen overall, and in his left hand he carried the mask-like headdress which was in use in the laboratories. His right hand held a torch. He came down the stairs, walking with astonishing lightness. Halfway down, the torch came into play again. He sent the little ray in a sort of dazzled dance about the hall. With every leaping flash, Jane's heart gave a jump, and she only stopped her teeth from chattering by biting hard upon the cuff of Renata's dressing gown. She had covered her face instinctively and peered, terror-stricken, between her fingers. The light skimmed right across her once, and, but for the crimson flannel, she would certainly have screamed aloud. If Mr. Ember had been looking, he could have seen a semicircle of white forehead, 2 clutching hands, and a quivering chin, but his eyes were elsewhere, and the dancing flash passed on. Ember crossed the hall to the far corner out of which Lady Heritage had come. Suddenly the light went out. Jane heard again the very, very small creaking noise which she had heard before. It was followed by a faint click, and then unmitigated silence. The seconds added themselves together and became minutes, and there was no further sound. The minutes passed, and the beam of moonlight slipped slowly downwards. Now the portrait was in darkness. Now the newels were just 2 black shadows. It was a long, long time before Jane moved. She climbed the staircase with terror in her heart. At the edge of the moonlight she waited so long that it moved to meet her. When the edge of it touched her bare, hesitating foot, She gave a violent start and ran the rest of the way. The dark corridor felt like a haven of refuge. She came panting to her own door, and suddenly there was no haven of refuge anywhere. The door was shut. She had left it ajar. It was shut. Jane stood with her outstretched hand flat on the panel of the door. She kept saying over and over to herself, "I left it open, but it's shut. I left it open, but it's shut." Once she pushed the door as if it could not really be shut at all, but it did not yield. The latch had caught. It was shut. At last she turned the handle slowly and went in. A gust of wind met her full. Perhaps it was the wind that had shut the door. She left it ajar, moved to the middle of the room, and waited. For a moment there was a lull. Somewhere in the house a clock struck 4. The sound came just over the edge of hearing, with its 4 tiny distant strokes. Then the wind rushed in again through the open window, and the door fell to with a click. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. By next morning the wind had brought rain with it. A southwest gale drove against the dripping window panes and covered the sea with crests of foam. Jane, rather pale, wrote a neat letter to the Mrs. Kent, Hermione Street, South Kensington, mentioning that she would be much obliged if they would send her patterns of jumper wool by return. She hesitated and then underlined the last 2 words. "I always think big shops do you better," was Lady Heritage's comment. And Mr. Ember added, "Do you knit, Miss Renata? I thought you were the only girl in England who didn't." To which Jane replied, "I want to learn." It was after the letter had been posted that she found Henry's second message, "Hope to see you today, Friday." She could have cried for pure joy. At intervals during the day, the thought occurred to her that Henry was a solid comfort. She wasn't in love with him, of course, but undoubtedly he was a comfort. She had plenty of time to think, for she spent the entire day by herself. Sir William had gone to town for 3 or 4 days. Lady Heritage disappeared into the north wing at 11 o'clock, and very shortly after Mr. Ember followed her. Neither of them appeared again until dinner time. Jane went to sleep over a book and awoke refreshed and with a strong desire for exploration. If only last night's mysterious happenings had taken place anywhere but Imber Hall, the dark corner from which Raymond had emerged and into which Mr. Ember had vanished, drew her like a magnet, but not until everyone was in bed and asleep would she dare to search for the hidden door. "If I were just sitting here and reading," she thought to herself, "probably no one would come into the hall for hours. But if I were to look for a secret passage, all the servants would begin to drift in and out, and the entire neighbourhood would come and call." When the lights had been turned on, she wandered round, looking at the Luttrell portraits. This, she thought, was safe enough, and if not the rose, it was at least near it. Willoughby Luttrell's picture hung perhaps 5 feet from the ground, and about halfway between the hall door and the corner. Jane had always noticed it particularly because Henry undoubtedly resembled this 18th century uncle. Mr. Willoughby Luttrell had been painted in a court suit of silver-grey satin. He wore Mechlin ruffles and diamond shoe buckles. He had the air of being convinced that the court of St. James could boast no brighter ornament, but his face was the face of Henry March, and Henry's grey eyes looked down at Jane from beneath a Ramillies wig. After an interval, Jane stopped looking at Mr. Luttrell's eyes and reflected that the click which she had heard the night before came from a point nearer the corner. She did not dare go near enough to feel the wall, and no amount of staring at the panelling disclosed any clue to the secret. Jane went back to her book. By sunset the rain had ceased to fall, or rather to be driven against the land. The wind, lightened of its burden of moisture, kept coming inland in great gusts, fresh and soft with the freshness and softness of the spring. The entire sky was thickly covered with clouds, which moved continually across its face, swept on by the currents of the upper air, but these clouds were very high up. Anyone coming out of an enclosed place into the windy night would have received an impression of extraordinary freedom, movement, and space. Henry March received such an impression as he turned a pivoting stone block and came out of the small sheltering cave behind the seat on the headland above Luttrell Marches. At the first buffet of the gale he took off his cap and stuffed it down into the pocket of the light ulster which he wore, and stood bareheaded, looking out to sea. His eyes showed him blackness and confused motion, and his ears were filled with the strange singing sound of the wind and the endless crash and recoil of the waves against a shingly beach. He stood quite still for a time, and then turned his wrist and glanced at the luminous dial of the watch upon it, after which he passed again behind the stone seat, and was about to re-enter the blacker shadows, when a tall figure emerged. "Have you been here long?" said a voice. "No, I've only just come. How are you, Tony?" "All right. I didn't think you'd be down here again so soon. It was touch and go whether I could get here." "Piggy's orders," said Henry. "Look here, Tony, don't let's go inside. It's a topping night, and that passage I've just come along smells like a triple extract of vaults, perfectly beastly. I don't suppose our friend Ember is addicted to being out late. He doesn't strike me as that sort of bird somehow." "All right," said Anthony Luttrell. He sat down on the stone seat as he spoke, and Henry followed his example. "Piggy sent you down, did he? What for?" Henry was silent. It seemed like quite a long time before he said, "Tony, who knows about the passages beside you and me?" "No one," said Anthony shortly. "Uncle James told me when he thought the Boche had done you in. He said then that no one knew except he and I. He drew out a plan of all the passages and made me learn it by heart. When I could draw it with my eyes shut, he burned every scrap of paper I had touched. I've been into the passages exactly 3 times, once that same week to test my knowledge, again the other day, and tonight. I'll swear no one saw me go in or come out, and I'll swear I've never breathed a word to a soul." "Are you rehearsing your autobiography?" inquired Anthony Luttrell with more than a hint of sarcasm. "No, I'm not. I want to know who else knows about the passages." "And I have told you." "Tony, it is no good. I had my suspicions the other night, but tonight I've got proof. The passages have been made use of. Unfortunately, there's no doubt about it at all. I want to know whether you have any idea. Hang it all, Tony, you must see what I'm driving at. Wait a minute. Don't go through the roof until you've heard what I've got to say. You see, I know that Uncle James gave you the plan when you were only 16, because he thought he was dying then, and I've come down here to ask you whether anyone might have seen you coming and going as a boy, or whether—" "Tony, did you ever tell anyone?" "I thought you said that it was Piggy's orders that brought you down here." "Yes, it was," said Henry. "Am I to gather, then, that Piggy has suggested these damned impertinent questions?" Mr. Luttrell's tone was easy to a degree. Henry, on the verge of losing his temper, rose abruptly to his feet, walked 6 paces with his hands shoved well down in his pockets, and then walked back again. "Tony, what on earth's the good of quarrelling?" Anthony Luttrell was leaning back, his head against the back of the stone seat, his long legs stretched out in front of him. He appeared to be watching the race of clouds between the horizon and the zenith. He said something, and the wind took his words away. Henry sat down again. "Look here, Tony," he said, "you've not answered my question. Did you ever tell anyone?" "Damn it all, Tony, I wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. Did you ever tell Raymond?" A great gust swept the headland. Another and more violent one followed it, battered against the cliff, and then dropped suddenly into what, after the tumult, seemed like a silence. "Piggy speaking or you?" said Anthony Luttrell quite lightly. "Both," said Henry. "You sounded heated, Henry. Now I should have thought that you would have been my role. Instead, I merely repeat to you, and you in your turn, of course, repeat to Piggy that I have told no one about the passages. And after you have admired my moderation, perhaps we might change the subject." "I'm afraid it can't be done," said Henry. "Tony, do you mind sitting up and looking at this?" As he spoke, he placed this on the seat between them, and turned a light upon it, holding the torch close down onto the seat so that the beam did not travel beyond its edge. Mr. Luttrell turned lazily and saw a small handkerchief of very fine linen with an embroidered R in the corner. He continued to look at it, and Henry continued to hold the torch so that the light fell upon the initial. Then quite suddenly Anthony Luttrell reached sideways and switched off the light. His hand dropped to the handkerchief and covered it. "No, I don't want it," said Henry, "but I thought you ought to know that I found it in the passage behind us, just where one stoops to shift the stone." "It's one I found and dropped," said Anthony, putting it into his pocket. Henry said nothing at all. A somewhat prolonged silence was broken by Luttrell. "I'm chucking my job here," he said. "I've written to Sir Julian. Here's the letter for you to give him." He pushed it along the seat as he spoke, and Henry picked it up reluctantly. "I've asked to be replaced with as little delay as possible. You might urge that on him, if you don't mind. I want it made perfectly clear that under no circumstances will I stay on more than 3 days. I will, in fact, see the whole department damned first." He spoke without the slightest heat, in the rather cold, drawling manner which Henry had known as a danger signal from the days when he was a small boy, and Anthony a big one, and his idol. "Are you giving any reason?" "No, there's no reason to give." "Piggy," said Henry thoughtfully, "will want one. It's all very well for you, Tony, to write him a letter and say you're going to chuck your job without giving a reason. I've got to stand up on the other side of his desk and stick out a cross-examination on the probable nature of the reasons which you haven't given. You're putting me in an impossible position. It's that damned conscience of yours, I suppose. I cannot tell a lie and all that sort of thing. Not to Piggy about this." "All right," said Anthony, getting to his feet. "Tell him the truth. Why should I care? I suppose, in common with everybody else, he is perfectly well aware that I once made a fool of myself about Lady Heritage. Well, I thought I could stick being down here and seeing her, but I can't. It just comes to that. I can't stick it." "Does she know you're here?" "No, she doesn't. She sees me in an overall and a mask. She has been pleased to commend my skill. This afternoon she leaned over my shoulder to watch what I was doing. Well, I came away and wrote to Piggy. I can't stand it, and you can tell him so with the utmost circumstance." Henry was leaning forward, chin in hand. He looked past Anthony at the black, moving water. "Why don't you see Raymond?" he said. No, Tony, you've just got to listen to me. What you've been saying is true as far as it goes, but it doesn't go very far. You wouldn't chuck your job just for that. You know and I know that you're chucking it because you are afraid that Raymond is involved. If you know it, and I know it, don't you think Piggy will know it too? That's why I say, see Raymond. If she's let herself get mixed up with this show, it's because she's had a rotten time and wants to hit back. She said as much to me. Oh, not apropos of this, of course. We were just talking. I heard her, said Anthony Luttrell. He paused and added with a distinct sneer, You displayed an admirable discretion. Thank you, Tony. Now what's the good of you clearing out? If you do, Piggy will send someone else down here, and if Raymond has got mixed up with any of Ember's devilry, she'll get caught out. For the Lord's sake, Tony, see her. Let her know you're alive. I believe she'd chuck the whole thing and go to the ends of the earth with you. Nobody would press the matter. We should catch Ember out, and you and Raymond could go abroad for a bit. I don't see any other way out of it. You seem to me to be assuming a good deal, Henry, said Anthony Luttrell. I'm not assuming anything. Henry's tone was very blunt. I know 3 things. Yes? 1. Henry ticked his facts off on the fingers of his left hand. The passages are being used. 2. They've been wired for electric light. 3. Raymond has been through them, and quite lately. Those 3 facts, taken in conjunction with a deposition stating that something of a highly dangerous and antisocial nature is being manufactured on these premises and under cover of the government experiments. Well, Tony, I don't suppose you want me to dot the I's and cross the T's. It never occurred to you that my father might have had the place wired, I suppose. He didn't, said Henry. It's no good, Tony. You can't bluff me, and I hate your trying to. There's only one way out of this. You've got to see Raymond. Anthony made an impatient movement. You assume too much, he said, but I'll put that on one side. From the cold official standpoint, where does my interview with Lady Heritage come in? Wouldn't it rather complicate matters? You appear to assume that there is a conspiracy, and then to suggest that I should warn one of the conspirators. No, I do not. I ask you to let Raymond know that you are alive, nothing more. In my view, nothing is more necessary. She'll naturally think you are here to see her, and you can let her think so. As to the cold official standpoint, the last thing that the department would want is a scandal about a woman in Raymond's position. Piggy would say what I say. For the Lord's sake, get her out of it, and let us have a free hand. She's an appalling complication. Women always are, said Anthony Luttrell in his bitter drawl. He moved a pace or 2 away and then turned back again. You're not a bad sort in spite of the conscience, Henry, he said. From your standpoint, what you've just said is sense, good, plain, common sense. In fact, exactly the thing which one has no use for in certain moods. Scrap the moods, Tony, said Henry in an expressionless voice. Anthony laughed rather harshly. My good Henry, he said, there was affection as well as mockery in his tone. Does one ask for one's temperament? Look here, I haven't seen Raymond because I haven't dared. I don't know what I might do or say if I did see her. Now that is the plain, unvarnished truth. When I was in Petrograd, I once hid for 3 days in a cellar with a temperamental Russian lady. There was nothing to do except talk, and we talked endlessly. She told me a lot of home truths, said my nature was like a glacier, cold and slow, and that once I had got going, I had to go on, even if I ground all my dearest hopes to powder in doing so. In other words, if you've got a grouch, you're a devil to keep it, said Henry. It's quite true, you always were, but look here, Tony, why all this to my address? Why not get it off your chest to Raymond? And if, And if you will deal in geological parallels, well, she's rather in the volcano line, or used to be, and I don't mind betting she'll blow your glacier to smithereens." Henry looked at his watch. "I must go," he said. "Think it over, Tony, and same place tomorrow, same time." He turned without waiting for an answer and walked into the darkness of the cave. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Jane went to her room that night, but she did not undress. Two entirely opposite lines of reasoning had ended in inducing one and the same decision. On the one hand, it might be argued that Lady Heritage and Mr. Ember, having passed the greater part of last night abroad upon their mysterious business, would be most unlikely to spend a second sleepless night so soon, and Jane might, therefore, count on finding the coast clear for a little exploring on her own account. On the other hand, an equally logical train of thought suggested that these midnight comings and goings might be part of a routine, and that Jane, if on the watch, might acquire some very valuable information. She therefore locked her door and proceeded to consider the question of what she should wear with as much attention as if she had been going to a ball. Neither barefoot nor with only stockings would she go into any passage which had left those unpleasant dark stains upon Lady Heritage's overall. A really heartfelt shudder passed over her at the very idea. No, Renata possessed slippers of maroon felt. Misguided talent had stencilled upon the toe of one a Dutch boy in full trousers, and upon the toe of the other a Dutch girl in full petticoats. Jane had a fierce loathing for the slippers, but they had cork soles and would at once keep out the damp and be very silent. She therefore placed them in readiness. Prolonged hesitation between the claims of the crimson flannel dressing-gown and an aged blue serge dress resulted in a final selection of the latter. She decided that it would flap less, and that if it got stained and damp, the housemaids would be less likely to notice it. "Of course, on the other hand," said Jane to herself, "if I'm caught, it absolutely does in any excuse about walking in my sleep, but I don't think that's an earthly anyhow. If I'm caught, they'll jolly well know what I was doing. The thing is, not to be caught." At 11:30 precisely, she made her way down to the hall. Tonight there was no patch of moonlight to pass through, only a vague greyness which showed that the moon had risen and that the clouds outside were thin enough to let some of the light filter through. Jane felt her way downstairs and across the hall to Sir William's study. The study door afforded the nearest point from which she could watch what she called Willoughby Luttrell's corner without exposing herself to detection. She made up her mind that she would wait until she heard 12 strike, and then explore the corner. She had so thoroughly planned a period of waiting that it was with a feeling of shocked surprise that she became aware, even as she reached and crossed the threshold of the study, that someone was coming down the stairs behind her. If she had been 1 moment later, if she had stayed, as she very nearly did stay, to look out of the window and see whether the night was fair, they would have walked into one another at the top of the stairs. As it was, she had escaped by the very narrowest margin. The door opened inwards, and she had just time to get behind it and close all but a crack, when through that crack she saw Raymond Heritage pass, wrapped in the same black cloak which she had worn the night before, only this time she wore beneath it not her linen overall, but the dress she had worn for dinner. She held an electric lamp in her left hand. As soon as she had passed the door, Jane opened it a little wider and came forward a step. Lady Heritage went straight to the corner of the hall. She put the torch down upon a chair which stood immediately under Willoughby Luttrell's portrait. Then she went quite close to the wall and reached up. With her arms stretched out widely, her right hand touched the bottom left-hand corner of the portrait, and her left rested in the angle of the corner. Jane heard the same click which she had heard the night before. Lady Heritage stepped back, took up her light, and going to the corner, pushed hard against the wall. Jane watched with all her eyes and saw a section of the panelling turn on some unseen pivot, leaving a narrow door through which Raymond passed. For a moment she stared at the lighter oblong in the wall. Then there was a second click and the unbroken shadow once again. Tingling with excitement, Jane stepped from her doorway and came to the corner. She must find the spring and find it in time to follow. Raymond stood here and reached up, but she was tall, much taller than Jane. She stood on her tiptoes and could not reach the lowest edge of the portrait. With the very greatest of care, she moved the chair that was under the picture a yard or two to the left. It weighed as though it were made of lead instead of oak, and she was gasping as she set it down, but she had made no noise. Renata's cork soles slipped as she climbed onto the polished seat, but she gripped the solid back and did not fall. Raymond had pressed something in the wall with both hands at once. Jane began to feel carefully along the lower edge of the portrait until she came to the massively foliated corner with its fat gilt acanthus leaves. A crosspiece of the panelling came just on the same level. She felt along it with light, sensitive fingertips. There was a knot in the wood, but nothing else. If there is another knot in the corner, I'll try pressing on them, she thought to herself, and on the instant her left hand found the second knot. She pressed with all her might, and for the third time that evening she heard the little, scarcely audible click. This time it spelt victory. In a curiously methodical manner, Jane got down, put the chair carefully back into its place, and pushed against the wall as she had seen Lady Heritage do. The panelling yielded to her hand and swung inwards. There was a black gap in the corner. Jane passed through it without any hesitation and pulled the panelling to. She meant to leave it just ajar, but her hand must have shaken, or else there was some controlling spring, for as she stood in the black dark, she heard the click again. She drew a long breath and stood motionless for a moment, but only for a moment. She had come there to follow Raymond Heritage, and follow her she would. She put out a cautious foot, and it went down, so far down that for a sickening instant she thought that she must overbalance and fall headlong. Then, just in time, it touched a step, the first of 10, which went down very steeply. At the bottom she felt her way round a corner, and then with intensest thankfulness she saw, a good way ahead, a moving figure with a light. The passage that stretched before her was about 6 feet high and 4 feet wide. The air felt very damp and heavy. At intervals there were openings on the left-hand side, where other passages seemed to branch off. Jane began to have a growing horror of these other passages. If she lost Lady Heritage, how would she ever find her way back? And, yet more horrid thoughts, who or what might at any moment come out of one of those dark tunnels behind her? It was at this point that she began to run, only to check herself severely. "She'll hear you, you fool! Jane, I absolutely forbid you to be such a fool, and Renata's slippers will come off if you run, nasty, sloppy things. And then you'll tread in green slime and get it between all your toes. It will squelch." The horror of the black passages was eclipsed. Jane stopped running immediately, but she took longer steps and diminished the distance between herself and her unconscious guide. The passage had begun to run uphill. Jane wondered where they were going. At any moment, Lady Heritage might turn. If she did so, Jane must infallibly be caught, unless she were near enough to one of the side tunnels. She went on with her heart in her mouth. A line from one of Christina Rossetti's poems came into her head. "Does the road wind uphill all the way?" "Yes, to the very end." The sort of cheery thing one would remember, thought Jane to herself, and she continued to climb the endless slope, her eyes fixed on the dark, moving silhouette of Lady Heritage. At last there was a pause. The light ceased to move. Jane crept closer, but dared not come too near. Next moment she saw what looked like a slab of stone in the passage wall swing round on a pivot as the panelling had done. Lady Heritage passed out of sight through the opening, and at the same moment a great breath of wind from the sea drove into the passage. Clear, fresh, exquisite. Jane hurried to the opening and looked out. She saw first the dark curving walls of a small cave, and immediately in front of her the black outline of a bench. Beyond that a stretch of uneven ground, a tangle of wire, and the black movement of the sea. The moon behind the clouds made a vague, dusky twilight, and the wind blew. Lady Heritage was standing just on the other side of the stone seat. It startled Jane to find that she was so near. She stood quite still, looking at the shadowed water and the cloudy sky. Then, without any warning, a tall, dark figure came into sight. To Jane, it seemed as if it rose out of the ground. Afterwards, she thought that if anyone had been sitting on the grass and then had risen, it would, of course, have looked like that. At the time, she leaned against the rock for support and had much ado not to scream. It was Lady Heritage who called out with an inarticulate cry that mingled with the wind and was carried away. The dark figure stood still, just where it had so suddenly appeared, and in an instant Raymond had turned her light upon it. In the circle of light Jane saw a man, a tall man, bareheaded. He had thrown up his arm as if to screen his face, but it only hid the mouth and chin. Over it his eyes looked straight at Raymond Heritage, and Raymond gave a great cry of "Anthony!" The light dropped from her hand, fell with a crash on the stones, rolled over, and went out. Anthony Luttrell did not stir, but Raymond began to move towards him after a strange, rigid fashion, and as she moved, she kept saying his name over and over. "Tony, Tony, Tony, Tony." Her voice fell lower and lower. As she reached him, it was nearly gone. Jane turned from the stone wall where she was leaning and stumbled back along the dark passage with the tears running down her face. At that last whisper of his name, Anthony spoke. I'm not a ghost, Raymond. Did you think I was? They were so close together that if she had stretched out those groping hands another inch, they would have touched him. Something in his tone set a barrier between them, and Raymond's hands fell empty. The world was whirling round her. Life and death, love and hate, their parting and this meeting were merged in a confusion that robbed her of thought and almost of consciousness. It seemed to her as if they had been standing there for a long, long time, or rather as if time had nothing to do with them, and they had been cast into a strange eternity. Out of the turmoil of her thought arose the remembrance of the last time she and Anthony had trysted in this place, a sky almost unbearably blue, and the sea brilliant under the noonday sun. Now there was no light anywhere. Anthony was alive. That should have been joy unbelievable. All through the years since she had read his name in the list of missing, with what an overwhelming surge of joy would her heart have lifted to the words, "Anthony is alive." Now she said them to herself and felt only a deeper, more terrible sense of separation than any that had touched her yet. They stood together, and between them there was a gulf unpassable, and no light anywhere. Raymond moved very slowly back along the way that she had come. She came to the stone seat, caught at the back of it with a hand that suddenly began to shake, and sat down. A few slow moments passed. Then she bent and began to grope for the torch which she had dropped. Anthony came towards her. "What is it?" he said, and she answered him in a low, fluttering voice. "My light. I dropped it. It's so dark. I want the light." The strong, capable hand, groping without aim, stirred something in Anthony. He said almost roughly, "I'll find it." Then a moment later he had picked it up, found it intact save for a crack in the glass, and, switching it on, put it down on the seat beside her. He was not prepared for her immediately flashing the light onto his face. An exclamation broke from him, and to cover it he said, "I am changed out of knowledge. Changed, yes. Tony, that scar." Her voice trembled away into silence. Her hand fell. The dusk was between them. "Ugly, isn't it? But I haven't the monopoly of change, have I? You, I think, have changed also." "Yes." With an impulse she hardly understood, she raised the light and turned it until her face and her bare throat were brilliantly illuminated. The dark cloak fell away a little. The dark eyes looked at him with defiance and appeal. Her beauty, seen like that, had something that startled. It was so devoid of life and colour, and yet so great. After a long, breathless minute, Anthony said in his slow voice, "You have changed more than I have, Lady Heritage, for you have changed your name." He saw the last vestige of colour leave her face. She put the lamp down, and her silence startled him. "No one would have known me," he said after a pause that was all strain. "I knew you," said Raymond, very low. "Only because the lower part of my face was hidden. You'd have passed me in daylight. You'd have passed me." She winced at that, turned the light full onto him again, and said, "You are working in the laboratory. That's why." She broke off for a minute and went on with a sort of violence. "You say that I didn't know you, but I did. All this week I've been tormented with your presence. All this week I've felt you just at hand, just out of reach. I kept saying to myself, Tony's dead, and expecting to meet you round every corner. It was driving me mad." "It sounds most uncomfortable," said Anthony dryly. Raymond saw a mocking look pass over his face. She turned the light away and set it down. If she had not felt physically incapable of rising to her feet, she would have left him then. This was not Anthony at all, only the anger, the bitterness, the cold resentment which she had hated in him. These, not Anthony, had come back from the grave. He was speaking again. "Perhaps I shouldn't ask, but are you expecting to meet anyone here? Am I in the way?" She answered him with a sort of heartbroken simplicity, quite beyond pride. "I don't know what I expected. You were haunting me so. I came here because—" "Oh, Tony, don't you remember at all?" "I remember something that you appear to have forgotten, Raymond, when, like a fool, and a dishonourable fool at that, I gave you the secret of these passages. I remember very well the rather enthusiastic terms in which you asserted your conviction that the secret was a sacred trust, and one that you would keep absolutely inviolate. As, however, I broke my own trust in giving you the secret, I can, I suppose, hardly complain because you have imitated my lack of discretion." Raymond did rise then. "Tony, what do you mean?" she cried. "My dear Raymond, you know very well what I mean." "I do not." Her voice had risen. This was more the Raymond of their old quarrels, a creature quick to passionate anger, vehement and reckless. "I say you know very well. And I say that I do not, that I haven't the shadow of an idea, and that you must explain. Tony, explain." "Oh, I'll explain all right." The last word was almost lost in a battering gust of wind. He waited for it to die away, and then— "How soon did you give away the secret to Ember?" he said, and heard her gasp. "To Geoffrey? You think I told Geoffrey?" Anthony laughed. It needed only her use of Ember's name. "I know that you told Ember," he said in a voice like ice. Raymond put her hands to her head. She pressed her throbbing temples and stared at the shadow of Anthony. It was beyond any nightmare that they should meet like this. She made a very great effort and came up to him, touching his wrist, trying to take his hand. "Tony, I don't know what you're thinking of. I don't know how you can speak to me like this. I don't know what you mean. I don't indeed. Since you went, I have only been into the passages twice, last night and tonight. I went there because— oh, why do people go and weep upon a grave? I had no grave to go to, but I thought that if I came here, where we used to meet, perhaps the you that was haunting me would take shape so that I could see it, or else leave me. I felt driven, and I didn't know what was driving me." In the breathless silence that followed, she heard him say, "I know that you told Ember," and quite suddenly all the strength went out of her. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. When Jane turned and ran back down the passage, she had just the one thought, to get away out of earshot. That she, or anyone but Anthony Luttrell, should have heard that breaking tone in Raymond's voice shocked her profoundly. She felt guilty of having intruded upon the innermost sacred places of another woman's life. It shocked and moved her very deeply. Tears blinded her, and she ran into the dark without a thought for herself. It was only when, looking back, she could not see even a glimmer of outside twilight that she halted and began to think what she must do. The practical was never very long in abeyance with Jane. She began to plan rapidly. Even whilst she dried her eyes, she would feel her way to the foot of the stairs. If she kept touching the left-hand wall, there would be very little risk of losing her way. Only one passage had led off in that direction, and that one diverged at right angles, so that she would not run the risk of going down it unawares. When she came to the foot of the stairs, she would turn back again and wait in the first cross passage until Raymond passed. Then she would follow her up the steps and watch to see how the door opened on this side. Jane was very much pleased with her plan when she had made it. It made her feel very intelligent and efficient. She began to put it into practice at once, walking quite quickly with her right hand feeling in front of her and the left just brushing the wall. Of course, the stone was horrid to touch, cold, damp, slimy. She was sure the slime was green. Once she jabbed her finger on a rock splinter, and once she touched something soft which squirmed. The dark seemed to get darker and darker, and the silence was like a weight that she could hardly carry. Her little glow of self-satisfaction died down and left her coldly afraid. Then quite suddenly she came to the cross passage. Her fingers slid from the stone into black air, groped, stretched out, and touched something warm, alive. Jane's gasping scream went echoing down the dark. A hand came up and caught her wrist. Another fell upon her right shoulder. "Jane, for the Lord's sake, hush," said Henry's voice. Jane caught her breath as if she were going to scream again. "Henry, you utter beast," she said, and incontinently burst into tears. Henry put his arms round her, and Jane wept as she had never wept in her life, her face tightly pressed against the rough tweed of his coat sleeve, her whole figure shaking with tumultuous sobs. Presently, when she was mopping her eyes and feeling quite desperately ashamed, she exclaimed, "I had just touched a slug, and you were worse. I didn't think anything could be worse than a slug, but you were." Henry had kissed the back of her neck twice while she was crying. Now he managed to kiss a little bit of damp cheek. "You're not to," said Jane in a muffled whisper. "Why not?" said Henry with the utmost simplicity. "You don't mind it, you know. You don't." He did it again. "Jane, if you had minded, you wouldn't have clung to me like that. Jane, darling, you do like me a little bit, don't you?" "Oh, I don't, and I didn't cling. I didn't." "You did. Take it from me, you did." Jane made a very slight effort to detach herself. It was unsuccessful because Henry was a good deal stronger than she was, and he held her firmly. "Henry, I really hate you," she said. "Anyone might cling if they thought it was a slug or Mr. Ember and then found it wasn't." Then, after a pause, "Henry, when a person says they hate you, it's usual to let go of them." "My book of etiquette," said Henry firmly, "says page 163, para 2, a profession of hatred is more compromising than a confession of love. A woman who expresses hatred in words has love in her heart. And I really did see that in a book yesterday, so it's bound to be true, isn't it? Isn't it, darling?" "Henry, I told you to stop," said Jane. "I simply won't be kissed by a man I'm not engaged to." "Oh, but we are," said Henry. "I mean, you will, won't you?" Jane came a very little nearer. "We should quarrel," she said, quite dreadfully. "You know there are some people you feel you'd never quarrel with, not if you lived with them 100 years. And there are others, well, you know from the very first minute that you'd quarrel with them and keep on doing it." "Like we're doing now," said Henry hopefully. Jane nodded. Of course, Henry could not see the nod, but he felt it because it bumped his chin. "All really happily married people quarrel," he said. "The really hopeless marriages are the polite ones. And you know you'll like quarrelling with me, Jane. We'll make it up in between whiles, and there won't be a dull moment." "Will you?" "I don't mind promising to quarrel," said Jane. No, Henry, you're positively not to kiss me any more. I'm here on business, if you're not. How did you get here, and why were you lurking here, pretending to be a slug? Suppose you tell me first, said Henry. How did you get here? I followed Lady Heritage. I've got an immense amount to tell you. She leaned against Henry's arm in the darkness and spoke in a soft, eager voice. It really began yesterday. I woke up and couldn't go to sleep again. So I came down for a book, and just as I was at the drawing-room door, I saw Lady Heritage come out of the corner by Willoughby Luttrell's picture. Did you know there was a door there, Henry? Yes, go on. She went upstairs, and I was trying to screw up my courage to cross the hall when Mr. Ember came down the stairs and disappeared into the same corner. Of course, then I knew there must be a door there, so I made up my mind to come down tonight and look for it. Jane, wait, said Henry. You say Ember came down the stairs and went through the door. Do you think Lady Heritage left it open, or do you think he watched her come out and then found the way for himself? No, said Jane, neither. I mean, I'm quite sure it wasn't like that at all. She shut the door, for I heard it, and it certainly wasn't the first time Mr. Ember had been that way. Why, he even put his light out before he came to the wall, and anyone would have to know the way very well to find it in the dark. Yes, then what happened? I went back to bed. Henry, you simply haven't any idea how much I hated going up those stairs. There was a perfectly fiendish patch of moonlight, and I felt as if I couldn't go through it and perhaps be pounced on by someone just around the corner. If it hadn't been for the housemaids finding me in the morning, I believe I should have just stuck where I was. Henry's arm tightened a little. Well, tonight I hid in the study quite early, but I had hardly got there when Lady Heritage came down. I watched to see what she did, and as soon as she had gone through the door and shut it, I hauled that great heavy chair along and climbed onto it and found the spring. Your old secret door was made for much taller people than me, and I was just dreadfully frightened that someone would come and find me standing on the chair in the corner and looking like a perfect fool. Oh, I was thankful when I really got into the passage and found that Lady Heritage was still in sight. I think it was frightfully clever of you, said Henry. Frightfully clever and frightfully brave, but you're not to do it again. You might have run into Ember or anyone. Then you do believe there's something dreadful going on, said Jane quickly. I don't know about what I believe, but I know that the passages are being used and that they've been wired for electric light. I haven't explored them yet, but people don't do that sort of thing for nothing. Now go on. I may say that I saw Raymond pass and you after. What happened next? Jane hesitated. I'll tell you, she said. She opened another door and went out. Why, it's been puzzling me, but of course I know now. The passage leads to the headland, and the other day when I was so frightened, Mr. Patterson must have come out of it, and he was there tonight. Yes, go on. Did they meet? Yes, said Jane in a queer, shy voice. I couldn't help hearing. I ran away at once, but I couldn't help hearing her call him Tony. It's your cousin, Anthony Luttrell, isn't it? Yes, it's Tony, said Henry. Thank the Lord they've met. I'd just left him there after jawing him about seeing Raymond. Oh, I hope they've made it up, said Jane. She looked so dreadfully unhappy last night that I felt I simply couldn't bear it. It's so dreadful to see people hurt like that and not be able to do anything. Do you think they'll make it up? I hope so, said Henry, not very hopefully. Tony's a queer sort of fellow, you know, frightfully hard to move, and a perfect devil for hugging a grievance. He's had a rotten time of it, too. What with Raymond marrying someone else, and then getting knocked out himself, and coming round to find himself a prisoner. Well, there wasn't much to take his mind off it. He escaped 3 times before he actually got away, and then he went to Russia and had the worst time of the lot. so that he's got a good deal of excuse for sticking to his grouch. Jane suddenly pinched Henry very hard, put her lips quite close to his ear, and breathed, "Someone's coming." As she spoke, Henry drew her noiselessly back a yard or two. The faint glow which Jane had seen brightened until it seemed dazzling. The arched entrance to the tunnel in which they stood became sharply defined. The light struck the opposite wall, showing it rough and black, with patches of dull green slime. Instantly, Jane felt that her fingertips would never be clean again. As the thought shuddered through her mind, the light went by. That's what it looked like, the passing of a light. Raymond's dark figure hardly showed behind it. The lighted archway faded. The darkness spread an even surface over everything again. Jane laid her face against Henry's sleeve, pressed quite close to him, and said in a little voice that trembled, "Oh, they haven't made it up. They haven't. He'd have come with her if they had." "I'm afraid so." "Of course he'd have come with her. You wouldn't have let me go by myself. You know you wouldn't. No, they haven't made it up. They can't have. And oh, Henry, why do people quarrel like that? You won't with me, will you, ever? I mean that dreadful world without end sort. I couldn't bear it. You won't, will you?" Jane was shaking all over. Henry put his arms round her very tight, laid his cheek against hers, and said, "Not much. It's a mug's game." After a little while, Jane said, "I must go. You know she came to my room before, and last night when I got back, I found the door shut. I had left it open so as not to make any noise, but it was shut when I got back. That frightened me more than anything, but now I think it must have been the wind that shut it. I think so, only I'm not sure. It might have been the wind, or it might have been somebody. It's much more frightening not to be sure, so I'd better go, hadn't I?" "Yes, you must go," said Henry. "I'll come with you and show you how to get out. And you must promise me, Jane, that you won't come down here by yourself." "How can I promise? I might have to." "Why?" "I don't know why," said Jane, "but I might have to. Supposing they were murdering someone and I heard the screams, or suppose I knew that they were just going to blow the house up." "Well," said Henry with strong common sense, "I don't see what good you do by getting murdered and blown up too, which is what it would come to. You really must promise me." "I really won't." Henry gave her an exasperated shake. "Look here, Jane," he said, "the whole thing's most infernally complicated. Tony's chucking his job here, says he can't stand it, and I must go back to town and see Piggy after that." "Who on earth is Piggy?" said Jane. "Sir Julian Le Mesurier, my chief. Everyone calls him Piggy. I must see him about Tony, and I also want to report what I told you about the passages being wired and in use. I'll try and see Tony again before I go. You see, the thing is, I don't know how far Raymond is involved, and I want to get her out of the way. Tony's the only man who can get her out of the way. I suppose I ought to go through all the passages tonight, but I'm not going to. I shall tell Piggy why. As a matter of fact, he'll be just as keen as I am on getting Raymond out of it. Once she's clear, we can come down on Ember like a cartload of bricks and smash up any devilry he may have been contriving. Now do you see why you must keep clear? I can't possibly do my job if I'm torn in bits about your running into danger. And next time you went feeling along these passages, you might really run into your friend Ember, you know." "I won't unless I've got to," said Jane. "You don't imagine I like green slime and slugs and the pitch dark, do you? But I won't promise. Now I'm going. Goodbye, Henry." "You're an obstinate little devil, Jane," said Henry. Jane gave a gurgling laugh. "We haven't made an assignation yet," she said. "When are you coming back?" "Well, I've made an appointment with Tony for tomorrow night, but I'll try and catch him now and put that off for 24 hours. If, for any reason, I have to come down sooner, I will come and tap on your cupboard door. If I'm not there by midnight tomorrow, don't expect me, but I'll be there for certain the following night. Let me see, that's Sunday. But if you don't come, I will. Well, just supposing something prevented you. It won't, said Henry cheerfully. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Henry found Anthony Luttrell sitting on the stone bench and so oblivious of his surroundings that it needed a hand on his shoulder to rouse him. Then he said vaguely, "Oh, you're back. Rouse up a bit, Tony. It might have been Mr. Geoffrey Ember, you know. He was in the passages last night, and for all I know, he may be there every night. I came back to say that I shan't be down tomorrow. Make our appointment Sunday night instead." "I want to be out of this by then," said Anthony. "I'll go sick if there's no other way. Stay here another 48 hours. I cannot and will not. I tell you I can't answer for myself." Henry gave an inward groan. Jane had evidently been entirely right. They had not made it up. "You've seen Raymond. I saw her pass." "I've seen Lady Heritage." "Henry, will you tell me what the devil women are made of?" She seemed to expect to take things up exactly as if the last 7 years had never been at all, exactly as if there had been no breach, no war, no John Heritage, and no Geoffrey Ember. Oh, damn Geoffrey Ember. And I suppose you stood there and fired off sarcastic remarks at the poor girl, instead of thanking heaven for your luck. What's the good of brooding over the past, Tony, and letting it spoil everything for you now? Raymond cares a heap more for you than you deserve, and if she's got into a mess, it's up to you to get her out of it. After all, you don't want a scandal, do you? I've got to get away. It's no good, Henry. I'll give Piggy your letter, Henry went on, and tell him how you feel. He'll recall you all right, but I know he's very strong on your coming to life again. You ought to have done it ages ago, when you came back from Russia, in fact. Look here, Tony, be a reasonable being. Shave off your beard and take the artistic colour off that scar. Turn up in London as yourself and wire Raymond to come up and meet you. I want her got away from here. Then get Piggy to wire to her or her father. There are a dozen ways in which it can be done. I refuse quite definitely to have anything to do with it. If Piggy hasn't recalled me by Monday, I shall simply go. You can tell him that if you like, and you can tell him that I shall probably kill someone if I stay here. Without another word he got up, walked round the seat, and disappeared into the passage. A little later Henry emerged from a cave upon the seashore. There were a number of these caves, some large, some small, under the far side of the headland. The boundary of Luttrell Marches lay 1/4 of a mile behind. Henry walked briskly along the shore, keeping close to the cliff, so that he might walk on rock instead of shingle. Presently he left the beach and climbed a steep, zigzagging path. 20 minutes' walk brought him to a small inn where he picked up his car and drove away. Next day in Sir Julian's room he unburdened himself and delivered Anthony's letter. Yes, I'll recall him," said Piggy, frowning. "He's no good where he is, if that's his frame of mind. But it's a pity. A pity. It bears out exactly what I've always said. He has extraordinary abilities. I suppose he might have made a brilliant success in almost any profession. But he's impayable. I don't think we've got a word for it in English. He lacks the vein of mediocrity, which I maintain is indispensable, the faculty of being ordinary, which, for instance, you possess." Henry blushed a little, and Sir Julian laughed. "I think I'll send him abroad again. Of course it's high time he came to life, as you say, if it's only for the sake of getting you out of what must be an extremely awkward position. My wife tells me that matchmaking mammas of her acquaintance regard you with romantic interest as the owner of Luttrell Marches. Well, I'll see him when he comes up. Meanwhile, I've had Simpson's report. He says that, according to reliable information, 2 men were concerned in the sale of Formula A. One is a man called Belkovich. The other, who seems to have kept in the background, is described as a big, good-looking man, florid complexion, blue eyes, either English or American, though he passed under the name of Bernier and professed to be Swiss. Does that fit your friend Ember by any chance? No, said Henry, but it sounds very much like Malloy. Malloy was supposed to have gone to the States, wasn't he? Piggy had been drawing a neat brick wall at the foot of a sheet of foolscap. He now sketched in rapidly 2 fighting cats. It was a spirited performance. Each cat had wildly upended fur and a waving tail. Well, he and Ember told Miss Smith that he was going to the States. I don't know that goes for very much. No, said Piggy. Well, Bernier passed through Paris yesterday and is in London today. Belkovich has gone to Vienna. Now, if Bernier is Malloy, he'll probably communicate with Ember. I was having him shadowed. I'm hoping to pick him up again. But meanwhile... Piggy was putting in the cat's claws as he spoke, his enormous hand absolutely steady over the delicate curves and sharp points. There's nothing more about Ember, said Henry. Sir Julian shook his head and went on drawing. He wore the white flower of a blameless life in Chicago and was absolutely unknown to the police, he said. There's a 3-volume novel about Malloy, though. You better have it to read. Now, you go off and have some sleep. And, by the way, if Miss Smith... What's her other name? Jane, said Henry. Well, if she wants to get away at any time, my wife will be very pleased to put her up. Thank you awfully, sir, said Henry. When he had gone, Sir Julian asked the exchange for his private number. He sat holding the receiver to his ear and touching up his cats until Isabel's voice said, Yes, who is it? Then he said, My dear, in the matter of Henry. Yes, has anything happened? In the matter of Henry, said Piggy firmly, I should say, from his conscious expression, that he has brought it off. Her name is Jane Smith. And I mayn't ask any questions? Not one. I just thought you'd better know her name, in case she suddenly arrived to stay with you. That's all. I shall be late. He rang off. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. It was not till next day that Jane missed her handkerchief. When she reached her room after saying goodbye to Henry, she had rolled the serge dress, the wet felt slippers, and the damp stockings into a bundle and pushed them right to the back of her cupboard. She was so sleepy that she hardly knew how she undressed. The instant her head touched the pillow, she slept, a pleasant, dreamless sleep, and only woke with the housemaid's knock. It was when she was drinking a very welcome cup of tea that she began to wonder whether she was engaged to Henry or not. On the one hand, Henry undoubtedly appeared to think that she was. On the other, Jane felt perfectly satisfied that she had pledged herself to nothing more formidable than a promise to quarrel. A small but very becoming dimple appeared in Jane's cheek as she came to the conclusion that Henry was possibly engaged to her, but that she was certainly not engaged to Henry. It seemed to her to be a very pleasant state of affairs. It was, in fact, with great reluctance that she transferred her thoughts to more practical matters. Having dressed, she extracted the bundle of clothes from the cupboard and decided that the serge dress might be hung up. There were 1 or 2 damp patches and several green smears. but the former would dry and the latter, when dry, would brush off. "But the slippers are awful," she said. They were, the cork soles sopping wet, the felt drenched and slimy. She made a brown paper parcel of them and put it at the extreme back of the cupboard. The stockings she consigned to the clothes basket. "I can wash them out later," she thought. It was at this point that she missed her handkerchief. She had had a handkerchief the night before, she was sure of that, because she remembered drying her eyes with it after she had cried. A little colour came into her face at the recollection of how vehemently she had wept on Henry's shoulder, with Henry's arm round her. But it died again at the insistently recurring thought, "I had a handkerchief. I dried my eyes with it. Where is it?" Not only had she dried her eyes with it, but after that she remembered scrubbing the fingertips that had touched the slug. The handkerchief must be horribly smeared and wet. It was one of Renata's, of course, white with a blue check border, and R. Malloy 12 in marking ink across one corner. Imagine buying 12 horrors like that. Mercifully, Renata must have lost most of them, for Jane had only inherited 4. She brought her thoughts back with a jerk. Where was it? If she had dropped it in the house, it would have been either in the hall, on the stairs, or in the corridor, and one of the housemaids would have brought it to her by now. It must have fallen in the cross passage where she had stood with Henry, and if it were found... Jane moved a step or two backwards and sat down on the edge of the bed. Of all the first-class prize, idiots, she said, and there words failed her. If she had dropped it in the cross passage, it might lie there until Sunday night, when she could get Henry to retrieve it, or it might not. Ember, Lady Heritage, Anthony Luttrell, any one of these 3 people might have business in that cross passage, in which case a handkerchief, even if stained, was just the most unlikely thing in the world to pass unnoticed. Even if no one went up that passage, it might be seen from the main tunnel. Of course, if it were Anthony Luttrell who found it, it would not matter, but it was so very much more likely to be one of the others. At intervals during the morning, Jane continued to argue the question, or rather, 2 questions. First, the probabilities for and against the handkerchief being discovered, and second, should she or should she not go and look for it herself in defiance of Henry's prohibition. She had spoken the truth, but not the whole truth, when she told Henry that she hated the idea of going into the passages alone. She hated going, but she wanted to go. Most ardently she desired to find things out before Henry found them out. It would be nice and safe to sit with her hands in her lap whilst Henry explored secret subterranean caverns and unravelled dangerous conspiracies, safe but hideously dull. When Henry had finished exploring and unravelling, he would come along frightfully pleased with himself and want her to be engaged to him, and he would always feel superior and convinced that he had done the whole thing himself. It was a most intolerable thought, more intolerable than green slime and being alone in the dark. It was at this point that Jane made up her mind that she would go and look for her handkerchief herself, without waiting for Henry. Having made her decision, she found an unlooked-for opportunity for carrying it out, for at lunch Lady Heritage announced her intention of putting in several hours of laboratory work whilst it transpired that Ember was going out in the 2-seater car which he drove himself, and that he was quite uncertain when he would be back. Jane at once made up her mind that, as soon as the coast was quite clear, she would slip down into the passages. She would wait until lunch had been cleared and the servants were safely out of the way. No one was likely to come into the hall, and the whole thing would be so much less terrifying than another midnight expedition. Ember excused himself before lunch was over, and she heard him drive away a few minutes later. But Lady Heritage sat on, her untasted coffee beside her. She sat with her chin in her hand, looking out of the window, and it was obvious enough that her thoughts were far away. She was probably unconscious of Jane's presence, certainly undesirous of it, and yet, for the life of her, Jane could not have risen or asked if she might go. Once or twice she looked from under her lashes at Raymond's still, white face. There was a new look upon it since yesterday. She was sadder, and yet softer. She looked as if she had not slept at all. After a very long half-hour, she turned her eyes on Jane. There was a flash of surprise, and then a frown. "You needn't have waited," she said in a cold voice, and then got up and went out without another word. Jane took a book into the hall and sat there. Presently she caught a glimpse of Raymond's white overall in the upper corridor, and heard the clang with which the steel gate closed behind her. She sat quite still and went on reading until all sounds from the direction of the dining room had ceased. Silence settled upon the house, and she told herself that this was her opportunity. She ran up to her room, changed into the serge dress, and put on a pair of outdoor shoes. She did not possess an electric torch, and the question of a light had exercised her a good deal. The best she could do was to pocket a box of matches and one of the bedroom candles, which was half burnt down. She then went downstairs, and after listening anxiously for some moments, she once more moved the heavy chair, and climbing on it, began to feel for the knots on the panelling. As her fingers found and pressed them, she heard, simultaneously with the click of the released spring, a faint thudding noise. With a spasm of horror she knew that someone had passed through the buyer's door that shut off the servants' wing. The sound she had heard was the sound of the door falling back into place, and at any other moment it would have gone unnoticed. Fortunately for herself, Jane was accustomed to a rapid transition from thought to action. She was off the chair, across the hall, and sitting with a book on her lap when the butler made his usual, rather slow entrance. She had recognized at once that it would be impossible for her to replace the chair and escape discovery. It stood in the shadow, and she hoped for the best. Blotson crossed the hall and disappeared into Sir William's study. Jane gazed at a printed page upon which the letters of the alphabet were playing General Post. After some interminable minutes, Blotson reappeared. He shut the study door, approached Jane, and in a low and confidential voice inquired would she have tea in the hall, the drawing-room, or the library. "Oh, the library," said Jane. "The library, Blotson," and with a majestic "Very good, miss," Blotson withdrew. Blotson's "very good" always reminded Jane of the royal assent to an Act of Parliament. It was doubtless a form, but how stately, how dignified a form. When the chill superinduced by the presence of Blotson had yielded to a more natural temperature, Jane went on tiptoe across the hall and replaced the chair. It was a comfort to reflect that it had escaped Blotson's all-embracing eye. With a hasty glance she swung the panel inwards, slipped through, and closed it again. She descended all the steps before she ventured to light her candle, and she was careful to put the spent match into her pocket. Renata's dress really did have a pocket, which of course made the dropping of the handkerchief quite inexcusable. The passage was much less terrifying when one had a light of one's own, instead of the distant glimmer of somebody else's, and the horrid possibility of being left at any moment in total darkness, with no idea of one's whereabouts, or of how to get out. Jane's spirits rose brightly. To dread a thing, and then to find it easy, provides one with a pleasant sense of difficulty overcome. In great cheerfulness of spirit, Jane walked along until she came to the cross passage on her right. She turned up it, walked a few steps holding her candle high, and there, a couple of yards from the entrance, lay the handkerchief, rolled into a wet and very dirty ball. She picked it up gingerly and put it into her convenient pocket. And I suppose I ought to go back at once, but what a waste, when everyone is safely out of the way, and I've got through the really horrid part, which is opening the abominable spring. Jane hesitated, weighing the duty of a swift return against the pleasure of exploring, and perhaps getting ahead of Henry. The recollection that Henry had forbidden her to explore turned the scale towards pleasure. She had 4 inches of candle and a whole box of matches. She had at least 2 hours of liberty, and most important of all, she felt herself to be in a frame of mind which invited success. The question was, where to begin? On the right-hand side there was only this single passage. Jane did not feel attracted by it. She was almost sure that it must lead to the potting shed, and to descend from conspiracies to garden lumber would indeed be an anticlimax. On the left there were 4 passages. Jane walked back along the way she had come. The first passage left the main tunnel at an acute angle, which obviously carried it back under the main block of the house. Jane decided to explore it. She held her candle high in one hand and her skirts close with the other. The passage was low, and she had to bend a little. After 6 yards, she came to a flight of steps. They were wet, slippery, and very steep. Jane stood on the top step and looked down. The walls oozed moisture. The candlelight showed her a pale slug about 5 inches long. Jane said 6 to start with, but under pressure from Henry, retreated as far as 5 and would not yield another ½ inch. She also said that the slug waved its horns at her and was crawling in her direction. Right there, as the Americans say, she made up her mind that this would be a good passage to explore with Henry later on. She caught a glimpse of another slug on a level with the 5th step, whisked round, and ran. The one point about slugs is that they can't run, she said, as she came back into the main corridor. Without giving herself time to think, she plunged into the next opening on the left. It ran at right angles to the central passage, and was comparatively dry. It kept on the same level too, and Jane, trying to make a mental plan, thought that it must run under the house, cutting across the north wing. It occurred to her that there might be vaults of some kind under the terrace, and that this passage would perhaps lead to them. If this were so, it must soon either curve gradually to the left or take a sudden sharp turn. She wished she had thought of counting her steps, but it was difficult to pace regularly on a slippery floor and in such a poor light. Just as she had begun to think that the passage must run out to sea, she came to the sharp turn which she had expected. A wall of black rock faced her. To her right, a tunnel ran in at a sharp angle, and to her left there was a dark stone arch. A few feet of a new sort of tunnel built of brick, and then a steel gate exactly like the gates which shut off the laboratories in the house above. Jane stared at the gate as if she expected it to dissolve into the surrounding darkness. The candlelight danced on the steel. It was rusty, but not so very rusty, and therefore it could not have been for very long in its present position. She came closer and touched it. It was real. Her amazing good fortune almost overcame her. What a thing to tell Henry! What a justification for flouting his orders! What a score! Jane transferred the candle to her left hand, put out a right hand which trembled with excitement, and tried the gate. It was open. For a moment she drew back, like the child who sits looking at a birthday parcel, the mere sight of which provides it with so many thrills that it cannot bring itself to cut the string and unwrap the paper. Jane stood and looked at her gate, her discovery, hers, not Henry's. As she looked, her eyes were caught by a small knob on the right-hand wall. It was about 4 feet above the floor and quite close to the steel bars. It was made of some dull metal and looked exactly like an electric light switch. By going quite close to the gate and looking through, she could see that a cased wire ran along the bricks on the same level, and she remembered that Henry had said the passages were wired. Had Henry been first on the field after all? She turned, held her light high, and looked back. The wire went up to the roof and ran along until she lost it in the darkness. She reflected hopefully that Henry might have seen the wire much farther along and turned back again. Her fingers were on the switch when a really dreadful thought pricked her. Suppose the switch controlled some horrible explosive. It might turn on a light, most likely it did, but, on the other hand, it might let loose a raging demon of destruction that would blow the whole place to smithereens. It was an unreasonable thought, the sort of thought that one dismisses instantly in the daylight, but which by candlelight in an underground tunnel assumes a certain degree of credibility. The question is, am I going on or not? The silence having failed to supply her with an answer, she said viciously, "You're a worse rabbit than Renata," shut her eyes, held her breath, and jerked the switch down. Through her closed lids came a red flash. She clung to the switch and waited. A drop of boiling wax guttered down upon her left forefinger. She opened her eyes and saw the steel gate like a black tracery against a lighted space beyond. With a quickly drawn breath of relief, she pushed the steel gate, took one step forward, and then stood rigid, listening to the muffled yet insistent whir of an alarm bell. After one horrified moment, she pulled the door towards her again. The sound ceased. Jane considered. As a result of her consideration, she turned out the electric light, opened the gate, slipped through, and closed it again so quickly that the bell was hardly heard. She did not allow it to latch, and, stooping, set a piece of broken brick to hold it ajar. The candlelight seemed very inadequate, but she decided that she must make it do, and holding it well up in front of her, she came through a brick arch into a long chamber with walls of stone. Jane looked about her with ignorant, widely opened eyes. She had never been in a laboratory, but she knew this must be one. The printed page does not exist for nothing. The vague yellow light flickered on strange cylindrical shapes and was flung back by glass jars and odd twisted retorts. A great many appliances, for which she could find no name, emerged from dense shadow into the uncertain dusk. It's like a medieval torture chamber, only worse, colder, more calculating. It's a sort of torture chamber. I hate it. It gives me the grooves, said Jane. She moved slowly down the room. It was quite dry in here. There was no slime, and there were no slugs. I hate it 1,000 times more than the passages, she said. Her feet moved slowly and unwillingly. In the far corner there were 2 more arches. She thought she would just see what lay beyond them and then return. She took the one on the right hand first. It ran along a little way and then terminated in a small round chamber which was full of packing cases. She returned and went down the second passage. She was just inside it when, with startling suddenness, she found herself looking at her own shadow. It lay clear and black on the brick floor in front of her. Someone had turned on the electric light. Jane's candle tilted and the wax dropped. Her horrified eyes looked about wildly for a place of refuge. The light showed her one. Within a yard of the entrance there was an arched hollow. With a sort of gasp, she blew her candle out and bolted for the shelter. The whir of the electric bell sounded as she gained it, sounded, and then ceased. She heard Ember say, "Quite a good run, wasn't it?" And a voice which she did not expect answer, "Well enough." The voice puzzled her. It was a pleasant voice, deep and rich. It had something of a brogue and something of a twang. "Well enough?" A most unpleasant light broke upon Jane. It was the voice of the anarchist uncle. It was the voice of Mr. Malloy. Jane got as far back into her hollow as she could. It was not very far. There had evidently been a tunnel here, but the roof had fallen in, and the floor was rough and uneven with the debris. She heard the two men moving in the room beyond, and she experienced a most sincere repentance for not having attended to the counsels of Henry. "You've got the cash?" "Not with me," said Mr. Malloy. "Why not?" "Oh, just in case." A not unmelodious whistle completed the sentence. "They paid the higher figure?" "They did," said Mr. Malloy. "Belkovich was for taking their second bid, but I told him no. Belkovich has his points, but he's not the bold bargainer. I told him no. I told him it's this way. If they want it, they'll pay our price. And pay it they did. I don't know that I ever handled that much money before, and all for a sheet or two of paper. Well, well. You should have brought the money with you. Why didn't you?" In the now brightly lighted laboratory, Malloy sat negligently on the end of a bench and lifted his eyebrows a little. "Well, I didn't," he said. "Where is it?" "In a place of safety." Ember shrugged his shoulders. "Well, we've pulled it off," he said. "By the way, the fact of the sale is known. We've had an interfering young jack in office down here, making inquiries. And Sir William has gone up to town in a very considerable state of nerves." "The anarchist uncle," said Jane to herself, "has been selling the government Formula A. He doesn't trust Mr. Ember enough to hand the money over. Pleasant relations I've got." Malloy whistled again, a long-drawn note with a hint of dismay in it. "I wonder who let the cat out of the bag," he said. "These things always leak out. It doesn't really signify. With this money at our command, we can complete our arrangements at once and be ready to strike within the next few weeks. You and Belkovich had better keep out of the way until the time comes. He should be here in 4 days' time, travelling by the route we settled. Then you'll have company. You must both lie close here." "That's the devil of a plan now, Ember," said Malloy. "We'll be no better than rats in a drain." "Well, it's for your safety," said Ember. "They're out for blood over this business of Formula A, I can tell you, and there's nowhere you'd be half so safe." Jane was listening with all her ears. She decided that Mr. Ember's solicitude was not all on Malloy's account. He thinks that if Malloy and Belkovich are arrested, they'll give him away over the big thing in order to save themselves. I expect they'll be able to make a pretty good bargain for themselves, really. She heard Malloy give a sulky assent. Then Ember was speaking again. "I want to check the lists with you. Not the continental ones. I'll keep those for Belkovich, but those for the States and here. I've got them complete now, but I'm not very sure about all the names. Hennessy now, he's down for Chicago, but I don't know that I altogether trust Hennessy." "It's late in the day to say that," said Malloy. Well, what about hailing Taylor? Jane listened and heard name follow name. Ember appeared to be reading from a list. He would name a large town and follow it with a list of persons who apparently acted as agents there. Sometimes these names were passed with an assenting grunt by Malloy. Sometimes there was a discussion. There are a great many large towns in the United States of America. Jane became stiffer and stiffer. At last she could bear her constrained half-crouching position no longer. Very gingerly, moving half an inch at a time, she let herself down until she was sitting on the pile of broken bricks which blocked the tunnel. The names went on. It was dull and monotonous to a degree, but behind the dullness and the monotony there was a sense of lurking horror. "It's like being in a fog," said Jane, "the sort you can't see through at all, and knowing that there's a tiger loose somewhere." One thing became clearer and clearer to her. Those lists that sounded like geography lessons must be got hold of somehow. Henry must have them. After what seemed like a long time, Ember folded up one paper and produced another. If Jane had been able to watch Mr. Malloy's face, she would have noticed that every now and then it was crossed by a look of hesitation. He seemed constantly about to speak, and yet held his peace. "I'd like you to check the names for Ireland too," said Ember. "Grogan sent me the completed list 2 days ago. You'd better look at it." Malloy took the paper and ran his finger down the names, mumbling them only half audibly. His finger travelled more and more slowly. All at once he stopped and threw the paper from him along the bench. "What is it?" said Ember in his cool tones. Malloy frowned, got up, walked to the end of the room, and came back again. He appeared to have something to say, and to experience extreme difficulty in saying it. His words, when he did speak, seemed irrelevant. "That's a big sum they've paid us for Formula A," he said. "Did you ever handle as much money as that, Ember?" "No," said Geoffrey Ember, short and sharp. "Nor I. It's a queer thing, the feeling it gives you. I tell you, I came across with fear upon me, not knowing for sure whether I'd get away with it. But there was a lot besides fear in it. There was power, Ember. I tell you, power. Whilst I'd be sitting in the train, or walking down the street, or lying in my bed at an hotel, I'd be thinking to myself, I've got as much as would buy you up, and then there would be leavings." "What are you driving at, Malloy?" said Ember. Malloy's florid colour deepened. He narrowed his lids and looked through them at Ember. "Maybe I was thinking," he said, "that there's a proverb we might take note of." "Well?" "It's just a proverb," said Mr. Malloy. "It's been in my mind since I had the handling of the money. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush." Ember's eyes lost their dull film. They brightened until Mr. Malloy was unable to sustain their glance. He shifted his gaze, and Ember said very quietly, "Are you thinking of selling us?" Malloy broke into an oath. "And that's a thing no one shall say of me," he said, with a violence that sent his voice echoing along through the open arches. "Then may I ask what you meant?" "Why, just this." Malloy dropped to an ingratiating tone. "There's the money, safe, certain, in our hands now. What's the need of all this?" He came forward with 2 or 3 great strides, picked up the list from where he had thrown it, and beat with it upon his open hand. "All this," he repeated, "this and what it stands for. You may say there's no risk, but there's a big risk. It's a gamble, and what's the need to be gambling when we've got the money safe? In plain English, you want to back out at the last moment." "I do not, and I defy you to say that I do." "Then what's come to you?" Here's the thing that's come to me. It came to me when I ran me eye down this list. See there, that'll tell you what has come to me. He thrust the list in front of Ember. It's Galway you've got set down there. Well, and what of it? Said Ember. What of it? Said Mr. Molloy. I was born in Galway, and the only sister I ever had is married there. 4 sons she has, decent young men by all the accounts I've had of them. If I hadn't been in Galway for 30 years, that's not to say that I've no feeling for me own flesh and blood. Why, the first girl I ever courted lived out Barna way. Many's the time I've met her in the dusk on the seashore, and she half crying for fear of what her father would do. Katie Blake her name was. They married her to old Timmy Dolan before I'd been 6 months out of the country. A fistful of gold he had, and a hard fist it was. I heard tell he beat her, poor Katie. But you see now, Ember, it's the same way with your native place and your first love. You can't get quit of them. Now, I hadn't been a month in Chicago before I was courting another girl. But to save my neck I couldn't tell you what her name was, and you may blow Chicago to hell tomorrow, and I'll not say a word. But not Galway. Mr. Ember's tone was very dry indeed. You've said it. Not Galway. I'll not stand for it. Ember laughed. It was a laugh without merriment, cool, sarcastic. Molloy, the man of sentiment, he said. Now, doesn't it strike you that it's just a little late in the day for this display of feeling? May I ask why you never raised the interesting subject of your birthplace before? Is it sentiment that you're sarcastic about? Said Molloy. If it is, I'd have you remember that I've never let it interfere with business yet, and I wouldn't now. Many's the time I've put my feelings on one side when I was up against a business proposition. But I tell you right here that when I see my way to good money and to keeping what I call my sentiment too, it looks pretty good to me. And I say to myself, what I say to you, what's the sense of going looking for trouble? Ember laughed again. I will translate, he said. From the sale of the government formula, you see your way to deriving a competency. You become, in a mild way, a capitalist. Luxuries before undreamed of are within your grasp. Romantic sentiment, childhood memories, the finer feelings, in fact. As a poor man you could not dream of affording them, though I dare say you'd have enjoyed them well enough. Is it a correct translation? It is, said Molloy. Molloy the capitalist. Ember's voice dropped just a little lower. Molloy, the man of sentiment. Molloy the traitor. No, you don't, Molloy. I've got you covered. Why, you fool, you don't suppose I meet a man twice my own size in a place that no one knows of without taking the obvious precautions? Molloy had first started violently, and next made a sort of plunge in Ember's direction. At the sight of the small automatic pistol he checked himself, backed a pace or two, and said, "You'll take that word back. It's a damned lie." He breathed hard and stared at the pistol in Ember's hand. "Is it?" said Ember coolly. "I hope it is, for your sake. I'd remind you, Molloy, that no one would move heaven and earth to find you if you disappeared, and that it would be hard to find a handier place for the disposal of a superfluous corpse. Now listen to me." He set his left hand open on the lists. "This is going through. It's going through in every detail. It's going through just as we planned it." He spoke in level, expressionless tones. He looked at Molloy with a level, expressionless gaze. A little of the colour went out of the big Irishman's face. He drew a long breath and came to heel like a dog whose master calls him. "Have it your own way," he said. "It was just talk, and to see what you thought of it. If you're set on the plan, why, the plan it is." "We're all committed to the plan," said Ember. "You were talking a while ago as if you and I could do a deal and leave the rest of the council out. Setting Belkovich on one side, weren't you forgetting to reckon with number one?" "Maybe I was," said Malloy. "And come to that, Ember, when are we to have the full council meeting you've been talking of for months past? Belkovich and I had a word about it, and he agrees with me. We want a full meeting and number one in the chair, instead of getting all our instructions through you. It's reasonable." "Yes, it's reasonable." Ember paused and then added, "You shall have the full council when Belkovich comes." Jane, on her pile of debris, leaned forward to catch the words. Ember's voice had dropped very low. She was shaking with excitement. Her movement was not quite a steady one. A small piece of rubble slid under the pressure she placed on it. Something slipped and rolled. "What's that?" said Ember sharply. "Some more of the passage falling in," said Malloy, "by the sound of it. Just take a light and see." "It might have been a rat," said Malloy carelessly. There was a pause. Jane remained absolutely motionless. If they thought it was a rat, perhaps they would not come and look. She stiffened herself, wondering how long she could keep this cramped position. Then, with a spasm of terror, she heard Malloy say, "I'll have a look round. We don't want rats in here," heard his heavy footfall, and saw a brilliant beam of light stream past the entrance of her hiding place. Before she had time to do more than experience a stab of fear, Malloy walked straight past. She heard him go up the passage, heard him call out, "There's nothing here." Then he turned. He was coming back. Would he pass her again? It was just possible. She tried to think he would, and then she knew that he would not. The light flashed into the broken tunnel mouth. It flashed on the sagging roof, the damp walls, and the broken rubble. It flashed onto Jane. Jane saw only a white glare. She knew exactly what a beetle must feel like when it is pinned out as a specimen. The light went through and through her. It seemed to deprive her of thought, volition, power to move. She just stared at it. Mr. Malloy used his flashlight cheerfully, and much relieved at a break in his conversation with Ember, received one of the severest shocks of his not unadventurous life. One is not a terrorist for 30 years without learning a little elementary self-control in moments of emergency. He did not therefore exclaim. He merely stared. He saw a sagging roof and damp walls. He saw a muddled heap of broken bricks, unnaturally clear-cut and distinct. He saw the shadows which they cast, unnaturally black and hard. He saw Jane, whom he took to be his daughter Renata. His brain boggled at it. He passed his hand across his eyes and looked again. His daughter Renata was still there. She was half sitting, half crouching on the pile of rubble. Her body was bent forward, her elbows resting on her knees, her hands, one on either side of her colourless cheeks. Her face was tilted a little, looking up at him. Her mouth was a little open. Her eyes stared into the light. Jane stared, and Mr. Malloy stared. Then, with a sudden turn, he swung round and passed back into the laboratory. As he went, he whistled the air of the Cruiskeen lawn. Jane remained rigid. The beetle was unpinned. The light was gone, but the darkness was full of rockets and Catherine wheels. Her ears were buzzing. From a long way off she heard Ember speak and Malloy answer. The rockets and the Catherine wheels died away. She put her head down on her knees, and the darkness came back restfully. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Astonishing Adventure of Jane Smith by Patricia Wentworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The clang of the steel gate was the next really distinct impression which Jane received. In a moment she was herself. It was just as if she had been asleep, and then, to the jar of a striking clock, had come broad awake. She listened intently. That clang meant that the gate had been shut. One of the men had gone, probably Ember. One of them certainly remained, for she could see that the lights in the laboratory were still on. If it were Malloy, he would come and find her, but it was just possible that it was Geoffrey Ember who had remained behind, so she must keep absolutely still. She knew. At this moment, Jane felt that she had really had as much adventure as she wanted for one day. She thought meekly of Henry and soulfully of her tea. Blotson would be laying it in the library. There would be muffins. She was dreadfully thirsty. Jane could have found it in her heart to weep. The thought of the slowly congealing muffins unnerved her. She would almost have admitted that woman's place is in the home. There is no saying what depths she might not have arrived at, had the return of the anarchist uncle not distracted her thoughts. The heavy tread convinced her that it was not Mr. Ember, but she did not stir until he came round the corner and flashed the light upon her face. Jane blinked. "Holy Niagara," said Mr. Malloy. "It was the fright of my life you gave me." Jane scrambled to her feet. She was not quite sure what the situation demanded of her in the way of filial behaviour. Did one embrace one's anarchist parent, or did one just lean against the wall and look dazed? She thought the latter. Malloy turned the light away and then flashed it back again with great suddenness. Jane shut her eyes. Mr. Malloy pursed his lips and emitted a whistle which travelled rapidly up the chromatic scale and achieved a top note of piercing intensity. Without a word, he took Jane by the arm and brought her out of her hiding place into the lighted laboratory. He then pushed her a little away, took a good look at her, and repeated his former expletive. "Holy Niagara," he said, in low but heartfelt tones. Jane felt a little giddy, and she sat down on the bench. Her right hand went out, feeling for support, and touched a sheaf of papers. Through all the confusion of her thought, she recognized that these must be the lists from which Ember had been reading. "What is it?" she said faintly. Malloy put down his electric torch, came quite close to her, bent down with a hand on either knee until his face was on a level with hers, and said, in what he doubtless intended for a whisper, "And where is me daughter, Renata?" Jane leaned back so as to get as far away from the flushed face as possible. She opened her mouth without knowing what she was going to say, and quite suddenly she began to laugh. She leaned her head against the brick wall behind her, and the laughter shook her from head to foot. "Glory be to God! Is it a laughing matter?" said Mr. Malloy. "Wisht, I tell you, wisht, or you'll be having Ember back." He straightened himself and made a gesture in the direction of the roof. "It's crazy she is," he said. Jane put her hand to her throat, gasped for breath, and stopped laughing. "I'm sorry," she said. What did you say?" "I said, where is me daughter, Renata?" said Malloy in his deepest tones. Jane gulped down a gurgle of laughter. "Your daughter Renata," she said. "Me daughter Renata," repeated Mr. Malloy sternly. "Where is she?" Jane felt herself steadying. What makes you think that you're not my daughter?" They say it's a wise child that knows its own father, but it's the damn fool father that wouldn't know his own daughter." "How do you know?" said Jane. Malloy laughed. "That's telling," he said, "but I don't mind telling you. You're my niece Jane Smith and not my daughter Renata Malloy. And even if I wasn't her father, I'd always know you from Renata, the way I could always tell your two mothers apart when no one else could. Your mother had a little mole on her left eyelid, just in the corner where it wouldn't show unless she shut her eyes. My wife hadn't got it, and that's the way I could always tell her from her sister. And my daughter Renata hasn't got it. But you have, and when you blinked in yonder, I got a glimpse of it, and when I flashed the light onto you again, and you shut your eyes, I made sure. And now, perhaps, you'll tell me where in all the world is Renata." Jane's gaze rested intelligently upon Mr. Malloy. The corners of her mouth lifted a little. The dimple showed in her left cheek. "Renata," she said in a very demure voice, "is in a safe place, like the money you went abroad for." Malloy looked at her uncertainly. In the end he laughed, meaning, "You won't tell me," he said, "meaning that I'm not sure whether I'll tell you or not. Maybe it would be better if I didn't know. That's what you're thinking." "Yes, that was what I was thinking." "Well, well," said Mr. Malloy. Then he laughed again. "I've the joke on Ember anyhow," he said. "He thinks he's got a patent for most of the brains in the country, and here he's been led by the nose by the slip of a girl just out of school. And what's more, he was taken in and I wasn't. He'll find that hard to swallow, will Mr. Geoffrey Ember. You'd not have taken me in, you know, even if I'd not had the mole to go by. Any one of these fine days I shall twit Ember with that." "Are you so sure you'd have known me?" said Jane. "Why?" "My dear girl," said Mr. Malloy, "if you knew your cousin Renata, you'd not be asking me that. If I find a girl in an underground passage, all in the dark, well, that girl is not my daughter Renata, and if, by any queer sort of chance, Renata had been in that hole where I found you, she'd have screamed blue murder when I turned the light on her. Then, at an easy guess, I should say you had Renata beat to a frazzle in the matter of brains. I'm not saying, mind you, that I'm an admirer of brains in a woman. It's all a matter of opinion, and there's all sorts in the world. But you've got brains and Renata hasn't, and Ember's had you under his nose all this time, without ever knowing the difference." Jane laughed. "Perhaps I didn't exactly obtrude my superior intelligence on Mr. Ember," she said. Her eyes danced. "You've no idea how stupid I can be when I try, and I've been trying very hard indeed." "The devil you have," said Mr. Malloy. "Well, you had Ember deceived, and that's a grand feather in your cap, I can tell you. He's a hard one to deceive, is Ember." Jane gurgled suddenly. "As a matter of fact," she said, "I deceived you too. Yes, I did. I really did. You know, the morning you went off to America, or rather the morning you went off not to America, at the flat, you said goodbye to me, not to Renata." "And where was Renata then?" Jane twinkled. "In the safe place," she said. "I'll swear it was Renata the night before," said Malloy. "Yes, that's clever of you." "It was." Malloy was thinking hard. "And which of you was it the night when we thought the roof had fallen in and came into Renata's room to look out of the window? I'd my heart in my mouth, for I thought it was a bomb. Was it you or Renata sitting up in bed like a ghost?" "That was me," said Jane. "You couldn't have been nearly so frightened as I was." "Then you changed places between 8 and 11 that night?" "We changed places," said Jane, "just as you and Mr. Ember came home. I shut Renata's door just as you opened the door of the flat. I was in the hall when the lift stopped." "Then I think I know how you did it," said Malloy. He seemed interested. "But I'd like to know who put you up to it, and I'd like to know who gave the back entrance away, and I'd like to know how Renata, who hasn't the nerve of a mouse, got down that blamed fire escape alone." Jane dimpled again. "You do want to know a lot, don't you?" she said. There was a pause. Then Jane said, "And now, what happens next, please?" "That," said Malloy, "is just what I'm wondering." "I ought to be getting back, I think," said Jane. "Ah, ought you now?" said Mr. Malloy, thoughtfully. There was another pause. Jane thought she would leave Mr. Malloy to break it this time. She sat considering him. Her eyes dwelt upon him with a calm scrutiny which he found extremely embarrassing. The longer it continued, the more embarrassing he found it. In the end, he said, "You want me to let you go?" Jane nodded. "And not tell Ember?" Jane gave another nod, cool and brief. "Oh, the devil's in it," said Malloy with sudden violence. "You don't need the devil. You've got Mr. Ember," said Jane. "Ah, that's true enough, for it's the very devil and all he is. And if I let you go, I'll have him to reckon with some day. I'd rather face the day of judgment myself." "I tell you what I think," said Jane. "I think Mr. Ember is mad. That is to say, I think he is the sort of fanatic who sees what he wants and sets out to get it, without knowing half the difficulties and obstacles that block the way. When he doesn't begin to know them, he doesn't care. He just goes along blind. Where a reasonable man would alter his plan to suit the circumstances, this sort of fanatic just goes on because he's made his plan and will stick to it whatever happens. He isn't governed by reason at all. He doesn't care what risks he runs or what risks he makes other people run. He goes right on, whatever happens. If the next step is over a precipice, he'll take it. He must go on. Mr. Ember is like that. I think he is mad." Mr. Malloy stared hard at Jane, then he nodded slowly 3 times. "Now, you're not like that," said Jane. "You're reasonable. You don't want to run appalling risks when there's absolutely nothing to be gained by it. Of course, everyone's willing to run risks if it's worthwhile. I'm sure you are. I'm sure you've done awfully dangerous things." "I have," said Mr. Malloy with a simple pride. "There's no one that's done more for the cause or run greater risks. I could tell you things, but there, maybe I'd better not." Jane clasped her hands round her knees. She leaned back against the wall and regarded Mr. Malloy with what he took to be admiration. "Now do tell me," she said, "when you speak of the cause, what do you mean?" In her heart of hearts, Jane had a pretty firm conviction that, to Mr. Malloy, the cause stood for whatever promoted the wealth, welfare, and advancement of himself, the said Malloy. "Ah," said Mr. Malloy reverentially. He spread out his hands with a fine gesture. "That's a big question." "Well, what I mean," said Jane, "is this. What do you really call yourself? You know, I always used to call you the anarchist uncle. But the other day someone said that there were no anarchists any more. So I wondered what you really were. Are you a socialist, or a communist, or a Bolshevist, or what?" A doubtful expression crossed Mr. Malloy's handsome face. "Well now," he said, "it would depend on the company I was in." Jane had a struggle with the dimple and subdued it. "You mean," she ventured, "that if you were with socialists you would be a socialist, and if you were with Bolshevists you would be a Bolshevist?" "Well, it would be something like that," admitted Mr. Malloy. "I see," said Jane. "And of course, whatever you were, you'd naturally want to be sure that it was going to be worth your while. I mean, you'd want to get something out of it." She waited a moment, and then went on with a complete change of voice and manner. "What are you going to get out of this?" She spoke with the utmost gravity. "If you don't know, I can tell you. Disaster. At best, a long term of imprisonment. At the worst, death. The sort of death one doesn't care about having in one's family. The question is it worth it? You're not in the least mad. You're not a fanatic either. You are a perfectly sane and reasonable person. And you know that what I'm saying is the sane and reasonable truth, isn't it?" "Faith, and wasn't I saying so to Ember myself," said Molloy, in gloomy agreement. "We've got money enough. We can live on it retired, so to speak. The life's all very well when you're young, but a man of my age isn't just so keen on taking chances as he was, and that's the truth. Then there's the old times come over him, and he thinks of the place where he was born, and he thinks maybe he'd like to see it again. Why, with the money I've got," said Mr. Molloy, "it's a fine house I could have in Galway, and a car, and a horse or two. That's what I'd like." Jane saw his face light up. "It's a fine town, Galway," he said, "and there are people I'd like to see there, and places too. The people would be changed, I'm thinking, but not the places. I'd like well enough to go up the river past Menlo again. It's the grand woods there are there, and then there's a place where you'd see nothing but reeds, and no way at all for a boat. But let you push through the reeds and away there is, and you come out to the grey open water, and the country round it just as bare as if you'd taken sandpaper to it. They used to say that the water went down to hell, but I'm not saying that I believe it. But deep it is, for no one's ever touched the bottom. Many's the stone I've dropped in there, and wakened in the night to wonder if it was still sinking, and many's the time I've played truant, and gone there fishing for the great pike they said was in it. Hundreds of years old he is by the tales, and once I could swear I saw him, only maybe it was only a cloud that was passing overhead. What I saw was just a grey shadow, and all at once it come over me that I should be getting back to my work. I was black frightened, that's the truth, but I couldn't tell you why." Jane looked at Mr. Molloy and experienced some very strange sensations. He might sell her to Ember next moment, but for this moment he was utterly sincere and as simple as a child. His sentiments were not hypocrisy. They represented real feeling and emotion, but feeling, emotion, and sentiment had been trained to take the wall obediently at the bidding of what Mr. Molloy would call business. For all her youth, Jane felt a rush of pity for anything so played upon from without, so ungoverned from within, as this big handsome man who stood there talking earnestly of his boyhood's home. "Why don't you go back and see it all again?" she said. "Well, I'd like to," said Mr. Molloy, "but what good'll my house in Galway do me if I waken up some fine night with a knife in me heart, or a bomb gone off under me bed?" It seemed a difficult question to answer. Molloy began to pace the room. "I must think," he said. All the time that Jane had been talking, part of her mind had been continually occupied with the question of the lists, those lists of towns, and the agents in each who were to be entrusted with the work of destruction. It might not be so difficult to get hold of them, but to get hold of them without their being missed by Ember, that was the difficulty. She had only to drop her right hand to the bench on which she sat, and it touched the flimsy sheets. Whilst Molloy was discoursing of his birthplace, she considered more than one plan. She must not precipitate Ember's suspicions until she could place this evidence in Henry's hands. If she took the lists and Ember missed them, he would suspect and accuse Molloy, and Molloy would most certainly exonerate himself at her expense. On the other hand, if she let the lists slip when they were under her hand, who was to say whether the opportunity would recur? Ember would return. He already distrusted Molloy, and what would be more likely than that he would remove such incriminating papers from Malloy's care. Then, quite suddenly, Jane knew what she must do. She didn't want to do it, but she knew she must. She must get the papers now. She must copy them, and she must put them back before daybreak, whilst the anarchist uncle was asleep. Jane had never contemplated anything which frightened her half so much as the idea of putting those papers back in that discouraging hour before dawn, but she knew that it must be done. As Mr. Malloy walked up and down, frowning intently, there were moments when his back was turned towards Jane. The first time this happened, Jane's hand took hold of the thin papers and doubled them in half. The next time that it happened, she doubled them again. She went on doubling them until the large, thin sheaf had become a small, fat wad. Then, whilst Malloy's back was turned, she lifted her skirt and pushed the wad down inside her stocking top. When Malloy faced her again, her hands were folded on her lap. "I really must be going," she said. He threw her an odd, sidelong glance. It made Jane feel a little cold. "Since you've heard so much just now, I don't doubt you heard Ember tell me just how convenient this place would be for putting someone that wasn't wanted out of the way." "Yes, I heard what he said," said Jane, "but I'm afraid Mr. Ember doesn't know everything. As far as I remember, he described these passages as a place no one knew anything about." "He did," said Malloy, staring. Jane gave a little laugh and felt pleased with herself because it sounded steady. "Well, to my certain knowledge, 3 other people know the way in here," she said. Malloy showed signs of uneasiness. "Meaning you and me, and since you heard the rest, I'm supposing you heard me name number 1. "Oh, I didn't mean you and me at all," said Jane. "I was thinking of 2 quite different people. And as to number 1, I could answer that better if I was sure who number 1 was. The third person I'm thinking of may be number 1, or maybe not. I'm not sure." "I'm thinking," said Malloy, "I'm thinking you know too much. I'm thinking you know a deal too much." Jane met his eyes full. Her own were steady. His were not. "Are you going to tell Mr. Ember and let him eliminate me?" Malloy gave a violent start. "Where did you hear that?" he said. "It wasn't I who heard that. It was Renata. It was one of the things that made her so anxious to change places with me." "And what made you willing to change with her?" Malloy's voice was harsh with suspicion. "I hadn't a job or any relations to go to. I had exactly 1 and 6pence in the world. I didn't know where I was going to sleep that night. That's pretty awful for a girl, you know. And then Renata was so frightened." "She would be," was Malloy's comment. "And weren't you frightened now?" "I suppose I was," said Jane. "You had need to be." The something that had made Jane feel cold before was in Malloy's look and voice. "You had need to be more afraid than you've ever been in your life. Renata would have stayed quiet, but nothing would serve you but you must push and poke and pry. What were you doing here at all now? Will you tell me that? Who showed you how to get down here? You say there are others who know the secret. Who are they? Tell me that, will you? Who are they?" Malloy's sudden passion took Jane by surprise. Her heart began to beat, and she had difficulty in controlling her voice. "Which question am I to answer first?" she said. "Shall I begin at the beginning? I found the passage by accident." Malloy gave an impatient snort. "Yes, I did really. On my word of honour. I couldn't sleep and came down to get a book. I was standing in the shadow and I saw someone come out of the panelling. Next night I thought I'd try and find the place. The same person came downstairs and went through the door in the wall. I followed." "Was it Ember?" "No, it wasn't Mr. Ember." "Who was it?" "I believe you know," said Jane, speaking slowly. "Was it a woman?" said Malloy. He dropped his voice to a whisper and looked over his shoulder. Jane nodded. "Glory be to God," said Malloy. "Did you see her face?" Jane nodded again. Malloy came quite close, bent down and whispered, "Was it the old man's daughter? Was it?" His voice dropped to the very edge of inaudibility. "Was it Lady Heritage?" Jane nodded for the third time. Malloy spun round, went straight to the steel door, and opening it, looked up the passage. After a moment he came back. "You saw her face. Will you swear that you saw her face?" "Yes, of course." "Then you've seen more than I have. Do you know, I've never been sure. I've never really been sure. Embers talk, and it was her face you saw, not that mask thing they wear in the laboratory, for that's all I've seen. You saw her face." "Yes, I saw her face quite plainly," said Jane. In her own mind something seemed to say, with cold finality, "Then Lady Heritage is number 1. "Well, well, well, well," said Mr. Malloy. There was a long pause. He seemed lost in thought, but suddenly he turned on Jane with the question which she hoped he had forgotten. "You were saying that there were 2 others who knew the secret. You saw them down here in the passages." "Yes," said Jane without hesitation. "I did. They were men. One of them had a beard. I couldn't tell you their names or describe them any more than that." Malloy looked desperately puzzled. "Ember may know," he muttered. "He may," said Jane. "I should ask him." Malloy gave a grunt and began to walk up and down again. The simile of the rat in the drain, which he had made use of in conversing with Ember, came back upon him with unpleasant force. His thoughts were confused by an access of unreasoning fear. Every time the question of what to do with Jane presented itself, he shied away from it. Jane knew too much. There was no doubt about that. She knew too much. In the circles frequented by Mr. Malloy, self-preservation dictated a certain course with regard to the person who knew too much. After 30 years, Malloy still disliked the contemplation of that course of action. He was of those who pass by upon the other side. He had a well-cultivated faculty for looking the other way. It occurred to him that, after all, Jane was Ember's affair. Let her go back to the house. She was Ember's affair, not his. He became instantly very anxious to see the last of Jane. Just as she was wondering how long this rather horrid silence was going to last, he walked up to her in a purposeful manner, put his hand on her arm, and pulled her to her feet. "You'd best be getting back," he said shortly. Jane felt as if someone had lifted a heavy weight off the top of her head. The weight must have been fear, and yet she did not know that she had been afraid. At the gate, Malloy turned to her. "Can you get into the hall?" he said. "Without being seen, I mean." "I'm not sure. It's awfully risky, but I could walk home from the headland. That would be much safer, and if I'd been missed, it would account for my absence." Malloy bent a sulky look on her. "The headland, you know that too," he said. Then, with an impatient jerk, he switched off the light, turned on his torch, and walked ahead of Jane in silence. End of section 21.